how much of it really is, a sister or a father's intuition.
Can you elaborate at all? I don't know. You don't have to give a name, but I mean, is it...
Fox 13.
Did you and Patty just break up?
Yeah.
And how much of it really
Fox 13's Jennifer Dowling has a look at the latest information and just what Kohberger was doing in the weeks leading up to this arrest.
Investigators have now cleared the apartment where Brian Kohberger lived, and students here on campus are now asking why he's accused in these murders.
I shocked like the whole day yesterday.
Graduate student Gaurav Narang is trying to think back to conversations he'd had with his neighbor Brian Kohberger to see if anything stands out. Narang didn't want to appear fully on camera, but told us the two exchanged texts and talked occasionally on the stairs near Brian's second-floor apartment.
He was very talkative and friendly person.
Narang says Kohberger was passionate about criminology studies and his PhD.
He would talk about he wants to know why people commit crime, what is the key reason behind crimes, and how people think while committing them.
When Narang heard police were looking for a white Elantra weeks ago, he didn't think much about it.
I knew that he drove a white Elantra, but I didn't know that cops are looking for an Elantra. We wouldn't know that, okay, Brian could be the guy, because his personality does not match whatever the incident happened. I knew that he drove a white Elantra, but I didn't know that cops are looking for an Elantra. We wouldn't know that, okay, Brian could be the guy, because his personality does not match whatever the incident happened.
I think WSU is a very peaceful university and communities, and I never thought this happened.
This graduate student lives across from Kohberger at the apartment complex. She didn't know him, but wants to know why.
I also feel very sad for our students because, this is really out of my imagination.
The Latah County prosecutor said after Brian is extradited to Idaho, more details could be released on what led them to believe he was connected to the murders. First, he'll be scheduled for hearings in Pennsylvania. Meantime, early Saturday, police continued to secure the home where the students were killed. Also, a new statement was released from WSU saying the Department of Criminal Justice and Criminology at Washington State University is aggrieved by the alleged horrendous acts of one of its graduate students. We are relieved that justice will be carried out. Our hearts are with the victims' families.
He had told me around first week of December, I think I met him last. He had told me that he's going to visit his home.
Narang knew Brian was going back to Pennsylvania for the holidays.
Not a hint of stress on his face or something.
Before he left, he says he showed no sign of involvement.
There is nothing suspicious after the Moscow incident which could point, okay, this could be the guy.
Reporting in Pullman, Jennifer Dowling, Fox 13 News.
Did you have any inkling that something was coming?
No, we had no idea. They hadn't released any information, had no heads up about anything. I think I received a call it was about 10:30, I think, on Thursday night. No, we had no idea. They hadn't released any information, had no heads up about anything. I think I received a call it was about 10:30, I think, on Thursday night. And from the Moscow Police Department letting me know that they were in the process of taking someone into custody. They didn't release the name or any of that information to us that night. I immediately called the family and spoke with them from the Moscow They were obviously, happy and know that they were in the process of taking someone into custody. And then I got more information or any details about who the defendant was in the case. the next morning. And then I got more information, more details about who the defendant was in the case the next morning. And then I got more information, more details about
propaganda noun, propaganda noun. Information, especially of a biased or misleading nature, used to promote a particular cause, doctrine, or point of view. He was charged with distributing enemy propaganda. A propaganda campaign, the dissemination of propaganda, as a political strategy. The party's leaders believed that a long period of education and propaganda would be necessary. Origin: Italian from modern Latin Congregatio di Propaganda Fide, Congregation for Propagation of the Faith, see propaganda. Propaganda dates from the early 20th century. Quoting Encyclopedia Britannica, propaganda is the more or less systematic effort to manipulate other people's beliefs, attitudes, or actions by means of symbols, words, gestures, banners, monuments, music, clothing, insignia, hairstyles, designs on coins and postage stamps, and so forth. Deliberateness and a relatively heavy emphasis on manipulation distinguish propaganda from casual conversation or the free and easy exchange of ideas. Propagandists have a specified goal or set of goals. Comparatively deliberate selectivity and manipulation also distinguish propaganda from education. Educators try to present various sides of an issue, the grounds for doubting as well as the grounds for believing the statements they make, and the disadvantages as well as the advantages of every conceivable course of action. Education aims to induce reactors to collect and evaluate evidence for themselves and assists them in learning the techniques for doing so. It must be noted, however, that some propagandists may look upon themselves as educators and may believe that they are uttering the purest truth, that they are emphasizing or distorting certain aspects of the truth only to make a valid message more persuasive, or that the courses of action that they recommend are in fact the best actions that the reactor could take. By the same token, the reactor who regards the propagandist's message as self-evident truth may think of it as educational. Card stacking refers to any time one party creates a setting where they can hold favor over their opponent or of an opposing idea. Card stacking propaganda is when a party shows only the positives associated with their side and omits or severely downplays any negative details that may exist. One of the most famous posters of World War II, Someone Talked, urges Americans to prevent sensitive information from falling into enemy hands. As FDR ordered Japanese Americans into wartime incarceration camps, false reports of a Japanese attack set California skies ablaze with anti-aircraft fire in the Battle of Los Angeles. Americans supported the war effort with scrap drives and victory gardens. What was the famous code in WW2? The Enigma cipher. Decryption of the Enigma cipher allowed the Allies to read important parts of German radio traffic on important networks and was an invaluable source of military intelligence throughout the war. What are the 7 propagandas? The ultimate guide to propaganda. In 1939, social scientists Alfred and Elizabeth Lee first classified propaganda as a collection of 7 commonly used techniques in their book The Fine Art of Propaganda. Those 7 techniques were defined as name-calling, glittering generalities, transfer, testimonial, plain folk, card stacking, and bandwagon. What is fear propaganda? A fear appeal is a persuasive message that attempts to arouse fear in order to divert behavior through the threat of impending danger or harm. It presents a risk, presents the vulnerability to the risk, and then may or may not suggest a form of protective action. Famous propaganda phrase, that liberty shall not perish from the earth. Wake up, people. To meet the government's objectives, the OWI Office of War Information used common propaganda tools, posters, radio, movies, etc., and specific types of propaganda. The most common types used were fear, the bandwagon, name-calling, euphemism, glittering generalities, transfer, and the testimonial.
Anything else at this time? Moscow police say they responded to the area around noon Sunday after they had reports that someone was unconscious. When police arrived, they found the 4 victims dead. The circumstances at this point are unknown. All we knew for several hours was that there was a homicide investigation here, and that was through a vandal alert, a notification sent by U of I to students around 2, asking them to shelter in place. Washington State sent a similar alert to its students a few miles west in Pullman, minus the shelter in place, saying there wasn't a threat to the WSU community. U of I lifted their shelter in place just before 4 p.m., about 2 hours after their first alert, saying Moscow police didn't believe there to be an active threat to the community. There are a lot of questions that still need to be answered with this happening in a neighborhood that's predominantly made up of U of I students. Investigators on scene say they're in for a long night. Reporting in Moscow.
On November 25, 2022, MPD asked area law enforcement agencies to be on the lookout for white Hyundai Elantras in the area. On November 29, 2022, at approximately 12:28 a.m., WSU Police OFFICCR Daniel Tingo queried white Elantras registered at WSU. As a result of that query, he located a 2015 white Elantra with a Pennsylvania license plate LFZ 8649. This vehicle was registered to Brian Koberger, hereafter Koberger, residing at 1630 Knee Valley Road, apartment 201, Pullman, Washington. 1630 North Eat Valley Road is approximately 3/4 of a mile from the intersection of Stadium Way and Cougar Way. Last CSNCRA location Thal picked up the white Elantra. The same day at approximately 12:58, WSU officer Curtis Whitman was looking for white Hyundai Elantras and located a 2015 white Hyundai Elantra 1630 Northeast Valley Road in Pullman. In the parking lot, 1630 Northeast Valley Road is an apartment complex that houses WSU students. Officer Whitman also ran the car and it returned to Koberger with a Washington tag. I reviewed Koberger's Washington State driver license, information, and photograph. This license indicates that Koberger is a white male with a height of 6 and weighs 185 pounds. Additionally, the photograph of Koberger shows that he has bushy eyebrows. Koberger's physical description is consistent with the description of the male DM saw inside the King Road residence on November 13th. Also on the 29th, November 2022, the 5 vehicles are towed from the 1120 to King Road home. An Othram invoice dated the 29th of November 2022, due on the 29th of December 2022, shown by multiple media sources, such as the Idaho Statesman, I think it's fair to say that there have been people of interest to the investigations and everyone that they've investigated so far. They've been able to exonerate. The prosecutor told Enton. The needed to correct things said in the interview that Thompson used the word exonerate, and that he did with Enton. That's not weird. Perhaps exonerate isn't the best word. But they've been able to eliminate them as being a suspect. Amazing! 24 hours after locating the Elantra, Pepper Rogers makes his first appearance. What does Pepper Rogers' first post mention? Leads me to believe they found the sheath. November 30th. Recently I asked how Mr. Wilson felt about the person behind the Pepper Rogers FB account using an image to represent themselves, which seems to directly link his church to this crime. I did not receive a response. However, there is a video that was uploaded at the start of November that I do consider it is a reply.
News. Just a moment ago, Moscow police confirmed 4 people were found dead in a home just steps away from the University of Idaho campus. Right now, we're continuing to work to get more details tonight. We know that students were ordered to shelter in place for a time this afternoon because of the scene's proximity to campus. That order has been lifted. Creme 2 crews traveled down to Moscow as reports came in earlier today. We go now to Janelle Finch, and she was one of the first reporters on scene to talk with police and with neighbors in the area. Janelle.
I've been here in Moscow on scene since about 3 p.m. Since I've been here, I've watched Moscow police cars come in and out of this neighborhood where officials found 4 people dead. Neighbors say they began noticing police cars flood the area around 12 p.m. today. Moscow police say they responded to a call here on King Road for an unconscious individual. Upon further investigation, officials found 4 people dead. While police investigated the scene, the University of Idaho enacted a shelter-in-place alert as university officials reported a homicide near campus. As we've stated, that alert is lifted at this time. Neighbors say most people living in this area are a part of U of I Greek life or are students, but we do not know the identities of those involved or who lives at the residence. Officials are investigating. This is a very much developing situation, and we will continue to stay on the grounds until we have more information to report back to you. Until then, in Moscow, Janelle Finch, Creme 2 News.
Thank you so much, Janelle. And Creme 2 will stay on scene in Moscow throughout tonight, and we'll continue to bring you an update coming up during our 6 o'clock newscast. Thank you so much, Janelle.
Rather clear to me that Pepper Rogers is a person close to the case who also has a grudge against those targeted in Stickergate.
Seen pictures, still no suspect in the murder of 4 Idaho college students stabbed in their sleep. Families mourning their loved ones while looking to the police for answers as agonizing weeks stretch on. News Nation's Brian Enton joining us live now from Moscow. And Brian, some of these family members are frustrated. Are we any closer to a suspect than we were 3 weeks ago?
Unfortunately, not that we know of, Natasha. The latest we have heard from police is that there is still no known suspect and not even any persons of interest. The prosecutor told me this week they don't have any video of a suspect on camera. Prosecutor told me this week they don't have any video of a suspect on camera. Prosecutor told me this week they don't have any video of a suspect on camera. And they're still soliciting tips from the public now, 3 weeks after the murders in the house behind me. You can see this is still a crime scene tape. The police department here has hired private security to keep an eye on the house at all times as the victims' families grow frustrated. I spoke with Kaylee Gonsalves's family, her mom and dad and sister, who say they're just growing impatient and they want more information from the police. Is anyone acting differently since the murders? I mean, is there anyone that, as the victims' families grow frustrated? I spoke with that the girls Kaylee Gonsalves's family, her mom and dad and sister,
not in the immediate circle
they're
by
just
any
growing
means,
impatient and they
but a few
want
of the
more
names that have
information from
been
the
circulating
police.
around, I think it's hard to kind of, dig into this, and I don't know how much of that is just because we have so little information from law enforcement, and how much of it really is, a sister or a father's intuition.
Can you elaborate at all? I don't know. You don't have to give a name, but I mean, is it someone that she knew, or?
I have something to say about that. I just feel like there's been a couple individuals that were cleared very fast. That maybe should not have been. And yeah.
Share the strong alibi.
Just really fast.
If you can dismiss.
An hour later, and we're like, what? And I don't know. I don't know anything about those individuals. I just know.
Right.
They were people that, definitely should have been looked at, and yeah.
I don't know what would prevent you from sharing somebody's alibi.
Yeah, I think that's what we're struggling with. So it's like, we know what we know. We've, fought for Jack, Kaylee's boyfriend, and, we still stand that way. So I did just kind of want to clear that up while we're talking through this ambiguity that, that's not what we're honing in on here.
We don't want to make more victims out of innocent people.
Exactly.
We definitely don't want to do that.
And so what the family is talking about is there's been a number of people involved who police have said have been cleared at this point. The family is saying they want to know what the specific alibis are. They want to know the evidence and proof of why police cleared those people. Also, Xana Kernodle, that's another one of the victims. For the first time, her mom spoke out last night to Ashley Banfield. Something very interesting. She revealed that Xana's father was actually at this house within a week of the murders. Listen to what she said.
Her father mentioned to me that he had just went and replaced the lock the weekend before.
You said her father mentioned to you that they had replaced the lock?
Yes, that he had fixed it or something. But yeah, he said that
Xana's father was actually at this house within a week of the murders. Listen to what she said. It's interesting because the way this house is set up behind me, there's a coded lock on the front door, and then we're told the bedrooms, at least most of them, have individual coded locks into the bedrooms. So the fact that her father changed the lock is interesting. We're trying to figure out how the killer got into these rooms. Were the doors open or were they closed? All of that still under investigation.
That kind of just tells you who he was, because he wasn't tied to everyone in that room. Ethan wasn't supposed to even be there. And, from what Ethan went through, that this guy just wasn't a man of character. He was just poorly built. And, there isn't going to be some kind of connection that I would think that would explain this. Like, behavior could explain somebody being this brutal to another human being. I mean, he was probably obsessed with just their overall looks and their social media accounts and the fact that they were close.
It was a little bit more complicated to get it all working and running again.
It was definitely, getting that car back, because she had just put stuff in it, and I was talking to her as she was like packing it up, and she didn't, she unloaded some of it back at that house, but it mostly was all in there exactly, and it had just sit in like a time capsule for 6-7 months, that this all happened, and like her purse was in the back
She backed
seat.
up to that door right there and just put a bunch of stuff in the back. So.
And, you
It
know,
was still there because I think
Murphy's crate
she had
was in there.
class on Monday, and that was it.
And
Was
so
her
she was going
final?
to take some finals on Monday, and she was going to be back on Tuesday.
Yeah, I believe so. So she's just gonna throw some of that stuff from her room into her car, come back.
A killing spree. It would have been natural, instinctive to go to one of those doors. Instead, he goes up this narrow staircase and he turns directly into Maddie's room. And I think Maddie was his target.
Sources tell both Bloom and ABC News that the two surviving roommates were using their phones to communicate during and after the murders.
According to testimony that was made to the grand jury, the two girls were communicating. They were texting one another, not just after, but at one point during the killings.
Sources close to Koberger's family telling Bloom his father Michael was on edge as he picked up Brian from school that winter.
He's been reading the headlines. He knows that 4 students were killed just 12 miles from his son's house. He knows what a troubled son he has. The Moscow police issue a bolo, a stop order on a car that is a white Hyundai Elantra. He realizes my son drives a 2015 Hyundai Elantra.
And according to Bloom sources, Brian's own sister approached their dad, voicing her suspicions about Brian.
Pennsylvania, where his public defender says Koberger was shocked by the arrest.
He believes he will be exonerated.
The lawyer reading a statement from Koberger's family.
We have fully cooperated with law enforcement agencies in an attempt to seek the truth and promote his presumption of innocence.
He confirmed that Koberger's father flew to Washington State to meet his son and made the cross-country road trip back to Pennsylvania with him, the father telling him he didn't notice anything different about his son.
Everything was ordinary, and he saw nothing unusual about it.
Police seized a white Hyundai Elantra at Koberger's parents' home in Pennsylvania, the same model they say was seen near the crime scene around the time of the attack. Austin Morrison says Koberger was a teaching assistant in a criminal justice class he took at Washington State.
Just rather quiet, very off to the side, standoffish. He sat in the class, didn't do a whole lot.
2 law enforcement sources familiar with the investigation told NBC News that detectives used genetic genealogy to track down the suspect.
It broadens the search. Instead of just looking for that one person in the database or maybe their very close relatives, we now are looking for second, third, fourth cousins and beyond. The team that did this work had a very difficult task.
Now, once Koberger is back here in Idaho to face a judge, authorities are expected to unseal a probable cause statement. And in that probable cause statement, we are likely to learn a lot of what investigators have been keeping very close to their chest, specifically how Koberger was caught. But some mysteries still remain in this case. One of them, the motive, and the other, if a murder weapon has yet to be recovered.
What was that conversation like?
She's a family psychologist, and she knows her brother has had problems. She goes to Michael, and she says, Dad, in effect, we have a real problem. I'm starting to believe that Brian could be involved in these killings. And what does Michael do? He can't confront it. He just turns around and walks away.
Shortly after, police arrested Brian Koberger on December 30th, 2022.
Lawyer reading a statement from Koberger's family.
We have fully cooperated with law enforcement agencies in an attempt to seek the truth and promote his presumption of innocence.
He confirmed that Koberger's father flew to Washington State to meet his son and made the cross-country road trip back to Pennsylvania with him, the father telling him he didn't notice anything different about his son.
Everything was ordinary, and he saw nothing unusual about it.
To communicate during and after the murders.
According to testimony that was made to the grand jury, the two girls were communicating. They were texting one another, not just after, but at one point during the killings.
Sources close to Koberger's family telling Bloom his father Michael was on edge as he picked up Brian from school that winter.
He's been reading the headlines. He knows that 4 students were killed just 12 miles from his son's house. He knows what a troubled son he has. The Moscow police issue a bolo, a stop order on a car that is a white Hyundai Elantra. He realizes my son drives a 2015 Hyundai Elantra.
And according to Bloom sources, Brian's own sister approached their dad, voicing her suspicions about Brian. What was that conversation like?
She's a family psychologist, and she knows her brother has had problems. She goes to Michael, and she says, Dad, in effect, we have a real problem. I'm starting to believe that Brian could be involved in these killings. And what does Michael do? He can't confront it. He just turns around and walks away.
Shortly after, police arrested Brian Koberger on December 30th, 2022.
But has he reacted to the charges at all? One can imagine being accused of something like this and saying, wait, where did this come from? Why are they coming after me? Have you seen any kind of that behavior from him?
It is a little out of character. He said, I mean, this is not him. He believes he's going to be exonerated. That's what he believes. Those were his words. So he's really been very easy to talk to, actually. And he's in a calm demeanor, like I stated.
What about his family? The mother, father, the sister, they put out a statement. What do they say about the charges against him and what they make of this in terms of the person that they know?
They don't believe it to be Brian. They can't believe this. They're obviously shocked. This is certainly completely out of character, the allegations, and really they're just trying to be supportive with the understanding these 4 families have suffered loss, so that they're sympathetic towards that, and that's why it should remain really private. And they don't want to try this case in the court of public opinion. And without knowing the facts and evidence, as of right now, they don't really want to comment on things.
His father drove him from Washington State at the holidays back to Pennsylvania. I understand that was a plan that had been in the works for some time. They were also stopped by police a couple of times on the way, I think, for minor traffic violations. Do you believe that to be part of this larger investigation, or is that just a random coincidence?
I believe it to be a random coincidence. I don't disbelieve that Brian and Michael Koberger would have made that story up. There's no reason. They have been fully cooperative when they did speak with police and authorities. I know there's some reports that there's no actual evidence that they were stopped in Indiana, but Mr. Koberger, Michael, had definitely said that they were stopped twice in Indiana back to back.
All right, Jason Labar, I know it's a busy day before you. Thank you for being with us this morning. Appreciate it.
The Koberger family not commenting on the claims in Bloom's book. His former public defender in Pennsylvania, Jason Labar, saying, I find it brazen that such an esteemed author would publish a book based on multiple layers of speculation, assumptions, and presumptions, while Brian Koberger, veiled in innocence, has yet to have his trial. While Bloom details Kaylee's father's tireless pursuit of answers, the Gonzalez family telling ABC News they have never spoken with Mr. Bloom about the contents of his book, and they call it fiction. A version made up by him relying on sources that have no responsibility or duty to speak the truth. In May of last year, at his arraignment, Koberger stood silent.
Your Honor, we will be standing silent. Because Mr. Koberger is standing silent, I'm going to enter not guilty pleas on each charge.
There's no real rhyme or reason for you to stand silent. If you truly believe yourself to be not guilty, then say it. If you want to take a plea, then say it. But standing silent doesn't stop the proceedings. It doesn't move it forward.
Investigators claim DNA evidence and surveillance footage, plus cell phone records, all link Koberger to the murders. But his attorney maintains that he had no connection to the victims. Koberger has been held at the Lake Todd County Jail in Moscow, Idaho since early 2023, while his team builds their case, claiming he's innocent.
When will the trial take place? That's the question that the defense does not want to be answered. Their strategy seems to be delay, delay, delay. When will the trial take place? That's the question that the defense does not want to be answered. Their strategy seems to be delay, delay, delay. There's a wisdom that lawyers often say, if you have the facts, go into the courtroom and pound them. If you don't have the facts, pound the table. Well, Brian Kohberger's defense is doing a lot of table pounding.
Dr. Edelman and his associates were not made privy to the non-dissemination order. But we can't undo that. And once again, that's not of the state's making.
And pound them. If you don't have the facts,
my knowledge,
pound the table.
everybody that has been asked to take actions of any type on behalf of the state, Dr. Edelman and his restrictions, because they associates were not made privy to the non-responsible under the court's order for the actions of our agents. Regardless, I'm disappointed. I also want to be clear that I'm not standing here today making a bar association ethical complaint against any member of the defense team. Yes, language in the non-dissemination order contains language that parrots the Idaho rules of professional conduct, but the laundry list of things that the court lists, I think, are much more specific. And that's what we're concerned about. And if I'm wrong and those are in the comments, well, then maybe there's a violation of that rule, but that's not my interest. I have no interest in doing that. My interest is in taking care of this case, making sure that we can have a fair trial, making sure that Your Honor's non-dissemination order is honored, and at this point, trying to figure out a way to cure what has happened. The first thing to do is we have to say, Your Honor, the court needs to say, no, you will not ask any more questions of prospective jurors without the court approving it. Because we've seen that the people retained by the defense cannot be trusted in that regard. Fools once, shame on us. Shame on you. Fools twice, shame on us. We don't want to get into that. They wish to proceed with surveys? They can, but they need to start over.
Start over in Latah County?
Yes, sir. Absolutely. Absolutely. There's no other way to get a fair comparison with any other prospective veneer without doing a new survey in Latah County and not including any of the people who were surveyed in this 400-person group.
A hearing next week could finally set a date for Brian Kohberger's trial to begin.
Our thanks to Kane. When the Night Comes Falling is out Tuesday.
I always take conservative. Your Honor, I'm sorry, I need to object. This PowerPoint is being played for everybody with no foundation. It's not an exhibit. I think that's improper. I mean, I'm trying to listen to Dr. Edelman's testimony, and I keep seeing slides changing in front of me over here, and I don't think that's appropriate.
Well, you've seen the slides.
I have.
You looked at it.
Everybody else here hasn't.
What I'm seeing here, though, is just an explanation of how he goes about in surveys.
Understand that. That's what his testimony is. But we're getting this visual aid. There's no foundation for it, Judge.
Well,
I'm
viewing him as an expert. Okay?
Yes, sir.
He's explaining what he does. So I'm going to...
No problem with that. The PowerPoint's a problem. I don't have any problem with his testimony.
All right.
I'm sorry. Frankly, I've never seen something like this here.
That objection. I mean, this is not necessarily factual. It's just an example of how he got to where he got.
That's his testimony, but the PowerPoint is different, Judge. I don't know why we're seeing the PowerPoint when we have his testimony.
You want to respond to that?
I do, Judge. This is a courtroom demonstrative aid that helps to track the testimony of Dr. Edelman. I can hand in my computer and let him advance the screens if that makes a big difference in it. But this just helps explain his testimony.
Judge, we don't have to read it. Let's just proceed.
Okay. Thank you, Sue. Go ahead.
Dr. Edelman, we were talking about where you get your information. We were talking about where you get your information. What media do you look at? I think that's where it was.
Yes. So I take a conservative approach to how I do it. I look at newspapers in local coverage right now. So I'm interested in papers that have primary circulation in the venue. Case like this has been reported in many other newspapers, but I wouldn't, for example, look at a newspaper published in Dallas because I don't know if somebody in Latah County would be looking at a paper in Dallas. So I look at the local coverage. I try to look at local television coverage to see what the community is likely exposed to.
While we're here, I want to ask you some questions about the non-dissemination order.
Okay.
That's been a hot topic, and you've heard some of it again today. Are you aware that there's a non-dissemination order in this case?
Yes.
How did you become aware of it?
Well, the first time I became aware of it was when I was reading newspaper coverage, because that was one of the topics of media coverage, was discussing the non-dissemination order and media's efforts to have it changed. So I was able to read it and follow it in that media coverage. So that's the first time I saw it.
And in January, did you receive an email from my office with the non-dissemination order?
I believe I did.
And you looked at a hard copy again recently?
Yes.
All right. Does that non-dissemination order change how you did your work?
I'm sorry.
Does the existence of the non-dissemination order change how you did your work?
No, it did not.
Have you worked in cases where there's a non-dissemination order at other times?
Many times.
was the sole source of the information that you use contained in the media?
Was it taken on the media? Sorry. Yes. Everything I use was widely disseminated through the media. Widely disseminated.
Did you find out where the media got the information?
Yes.
Good afternoon, folks. My name is Bill Thompson. I'm the Latah County prosecutor. And it's sad to be here, but happy to be here at the same time.
I'm trying to, I can't hear.
Kohlberger.
Well, I'm going to do my best to turn this up.
Yeah, you have to.
If I put the microphone up, is that better?
Yeah. So yeah, but then you don't have to type out things that are recorded here.
Let me preface, there's a pending case now in court, and I and my office and the investigators have to live with the restrictions that our Supreme Court places on pretrial publicity. That said, I promise you we will share with you through the court process or otherwise whatever we are allowed to. I just appreciate your patience on that. The factual basis for the charges are summarized in what's called a probable cause affidavit that is on file with the court. According to the rules of the Idaho Supreme Court, that is sealed until Mr. Kohlberger is physically back in Latah County and has been served with the Idaho arrest warrant. At that time, we expect that that affidavit will be available to you so you can share the true facts with all of your readers and your watchers and your listeners and all the people who are interested and really need to know what's going on. So please have patience with us on that. We hope to get that to you as soon as we can.
We don't know. We don't know what happened to these 4 students at this Idaho college, but we do know they were brutally murdered. We just don't know how, we don't know by whom, and we still don't understand why. Now, there has been a development. The attorney for one of the victims' families, Kaylee Gonsalves, the family believes that she was specifically targeted, that she was dealt with differently by the murderer, that they believe that there's forensic evidence of that, and they want answers. And they had a meeting with a list of questions. And what happened was very disturbing to them. Let's see how you feel about it. Right now, his attorney, Shannon Gray, represents the family. It's good to have you.
Thanks for having us.
So what was your overall take of what happened at the meeting with authorities?
Well, we started the meeting. When we went in, we had the Latah County prosecutor was there. Chief Fry was there from the Moscow Police Department. The 2 lead investigators. One of the lead investigators is an Officer Payne. The other one was the Idaho State Police. And we went in with really a theme about accountability and communication. Part of it was the accountability aspect of it is asking a lot of hard questions about why they made the decisions they made regarding the investigation. And the communication aspect of it is really the poor communication that they've had with the families.
Now, you know this, you're a pro. The obvious pushback is, hey, look, we're doing our best. We're totally overwhelmed. Everybody makes mistakes. We're going to tell you information when we have it. We don't have it. Why doesn't that cut the mustard with you on this?
Well, a lot of the decisions they've made, from the get-go, we still get more and more information every day about mishaps or missteps that I think the investigation has made. One of the questions we asked when we went in was, why not, within the first 24 to 48 hours, release some information about, we're looking for someone that may have missed work, that may have come in with, injuries to their forearms or their hands, things like that. It's a small community. People that have taken a vacation immediately, things like that normal things that may be abnormal to people that live in the community, and getting that out. And they said they didn't do it because of investigative reasons. It's the lack of consistency throughout. You have the Art Betke, the mayor, who says it's a crime of passion from the get-go, and then you have the Latah County prosecutor talking about the targeting aspect, and then the next day Chief Fry walks back on that. You have the coroner who is giving out all types of information, making personal phone calls to the family. And when we were in the meeting, the lead investigator, Officer Payne, didn't even know that the coroner had spoken with the families.
Idaho State Seal. At the top, Idaho State motto is shown. Esto perpetua. Let it be perpetual. Let it be forever. Idaho motto history. Jefferson Davis at the close of his book Rise and Fall of the Confederate Government. In a wish that it may be written ante Arch of the Union. Of his attempt to break up the Union, he said, I recognize the fact that the war showed it to be impractical. Lyndon Bateman, Secretary of State. Unsurprisingly, Bateman is the number 33. Guess who shares this as a motto? Sigma Phi. Might be thinking, that's not Sigma Chi. But not too fast. Totally bonkers. The eventual theft of Sigma Phi Constitution, rituals, seals, and other records from Lockwood's room in Oxford in January 1856 prompted them to change the name of the fraternity to Sigma Chi. Rituals,
very surprised
seals,
to
and
see
other
the cops
records.
show up. And one neighbor that we talked to actually knew Brian Koberger, and he says that he was shocked to learn that he was tied to the murders.
Oh, this is really scary for me. So even I was surprised when I saw cops there. I was like, okay, what is going on?
Students were shocked when investigators descended on this apartment complex in Pullman, Washington, after WSU student Brian Christopher Koberger was arrested for the murders of 4 college students across state lines in Moscow, Idaho. Subankar Ghosh was his upstairs neighbor.
I was like so surprised that
The two had occasionally talked in passing about their PhD programs.
because he was talkative, so when we first met, he was like, "Oh, hi, I'm Brian." So then I was like, "I'm Subankar." So this is not common for like with other people, but he was like kind of talkative and liked to talk. So then I feel that he's a kind of nice guy who likes to talk.
Ghosh is part of the computer science department. He says Koberger talked to him about his studies in the criminology and criminal justice department.
So I was like, "How do you do your research?" I think he said like he does experiment, like goes and talk to people.
Ghosh believes Koberger lived alone. The 28-year-old was taken into custody by local police and the FBI at 3 a.m. in the Scranton, Pennsylvania area, according to a source in law enforcement. Messages seeking comment were left for officials at WSU. The Associated Press also reports that he graduated from Northampton Community College in Pennsylvania, with a spokesperson from the college saying that he received an Associate of Arts degree in psychology in 2018. Koberger's apartment is only about a 15-minute drive from the rental home where the 4 students were stabbed to death. Meantime, the arrest announcement comes on the day that 2 victims were remembered at an Idaho memorial service Friday afternoon.
This is so bad. Yeah, I'm really sorry for that.
Seriously, why is it an issue when it is only asking the same questions that Goncalves' attorney has asked all along? Only Shannon Gray is allowed to ask the obvious. You have to ask yourselves this. While we are asking questions, why so much propaganda?
And how much of it really is, a sister or
Hey, listen, if you get your car insurance from one of these companies, well, then you're getting scammed. Here's what they don't want you to know. Guys, so everyone is ditching their car.
Good afternoon, and welcome back to my true crime podcast. My name is Swamp Rose, and I cover the Idaho 4 case, or the case against Brian Koberger. And I have so much to talk to you about this morning, or this afternoon, I should say.
So everyone is ditching their car.
So if I had to summarize this live stream into one sentence, it would be, will Brian Koberger's cell phone set him free? And the reason I bring this up is because I watched a 4-hour live stream with Andrea Burkhart last night, and she brought up some things that I thought were really interesting about the star expert defense witness in Brian Koberger's case. So the defense of Brian Koberger is saying that there's information that is explicitly a mistake or is being or they're withholding evidence. Sorry, I can't talk straight, which might be exculpatory. So like I said, there was a 4-hour live stream last night. And what I thought was so interesting is when she got to the Franks hearing, hold on, I have a couple people here. Oh, hey, Angel and Justice and Christy. It's nice to see you guys. I hope you guys caught the live stream last night. I just encourage anyone who didn't see it to go check it out, and I'll link it after I'm done with this live stream. So I think the first thing I'm going to do is just bring up a picture of Cy, just because I'm not sure if everybody knows who he is. So you can just be familiar with his face. And let me bring up what Andrew Burkhart had to say. Oh, sorry about that. Okay. So what's really nice I'm not sure. Oh, this is my members only video. I can't, there we go. Sorry, I lost my screen. I'm getting used to this computer again because I've been kind of using my MacBook for the past week. Oh, hey, Cheryl, nice to see you. Hey, Jim. Okay, let me take this down because this isn't the one we're going to use. Actually, what I'll do is I have a playlist with it. Let me grab that. So I don't know, since I am giving you guys dead air right now, why don't you drop your city in the chat and I'll give it a shout out. And if you want to drop popcorn emojis in the chat right now, that would help me too, because reactions help the video in front of another person. Okay, I've got it. All right, thank you for bearing with me.
And I actually joined the.
Okay. Here we go.
Going to come out, and from some of the language in some of these motions, it appears that it may be. So with that a little bit of introduction, let's go ahead and take a look at some of these motions. We're just going to kind of go through them bit by bit. And like I said, we're not going to read everything real specifically because a lot of them there isn't much to, but we're just going to go through in order and kind of summarize. So,
okay, so just right off the bat, I just want to give a shout out to Cleveland, shout out to St. Louis, shout out to Nevada, shout out to Western PA, shout out to Delco while we're there.
Is what's important and what isn't. So obviously we start with the motion for the Franks hearing. They're asking for a Franks hearing, but it's all under seal. So we don't know what it is. All we know is that they are alleging that there has been information that was either explicitly misstated in the warrant affidavits or exculpatory information that was omitted that led to a misleading impression of the probable cause to support the crime. We don't know any of the details of what that is. I am very curious if any of this is going to arise from the testimony we heard from Cy from back on the motion to compel hearing when he was talking about kind of looks like some of this cell site location data and the interpretations that the Moscow Police Department made of that data are maybe not really on the up and up.
Sorry, classic Swamp Rose. I think this is so interesting because over and over again, when we talk about the Franks hearing, possibly getting arrest or search warrants thrown out, over and over again, we talk about the IgG or the apprehension of the DNA. And it's interesting to hear this incredibly seasoned and highly intelligent defense attorney's instincts going right to Cy. Because I mean, recently we've heard people wondering, why is Cy being silent? Why is Socialite Crime Club not producing podcasts? And he told us all in like his second to last live stream, you know, he's got a lot of cases. They've got a lot of stuff they've been working on. There's some travel involved. He let us know he'd be quiet on YouTube, but it looks like Andrea Burkhart doesn't think that he's off the case. And that's just really interesting. We're going to play a little bit more about Cy too after she's done talking about the Franks motion. She brings him up 3 times in this 4-hour live stream.
That when he looks at the data, he sees it as being exculpatory. So we're still in discovery, you know, not in trial yet. Don't know how any of that has fleshed out, but do have to wonder if that is one of the issues that we're dealing with here. The only other thing that's potentially that we know of, you know, big omission from the warrant affidavits is the investigative genetic genealogy itself. They didn't mention that at any point. They didn't tell us, you know, hey, this is what drove the train as far as leading to the identification of Mr. Kohberger as a suspect. So if that is in fact the case, as it's kind of seeming to be implied, at least from several of these warrants, if it didn't lead the entire investigation, it at least you know, led a pretty significant part of it.
Okay, and now I'm going to pause there because we're going to skip to the next document. Like I said, if you go watch this live stream, it was so cool. Within minutes of her finishing the live, they had timestamps up telling you exactly where to go, exactly what you're looking for. So we just did her segment on the Franks hearing. Let me pull up.
We don't know any of the details of what that is. I am very curious if any of this is going to arise from.
Here we go.
But that little additional information about the CVS, little CVS visit, and somehow law enforcement got his email account from that, which suggests that probably CVS handed over the transaction, some of the transaction data. Next up, the pin, trap, and trace. Okay, so first off, just again, some lingo. Pin, trap, and trace is dealing with recording your incoming and outgoing communications. So the trap is when they trap what is coming into your phone. The trace is when they keep track of what's going out. So this is basically, you know, a way for them to, you know, listen in on your phone. So facts for this one, December 23rd, we already know that we're looking for the AT&T account. The IgG has come down. We've targeted Mr. Kohberger, and they're starting to look at his phone number. And now they go specifically to his AT&T account for location information regarding the whereabouts between those dates, as well as messages and phone calls during that period. After the warrant was granted, law enforcement received the information from AT&T. This new information that they received is included in the affidavit for a new warrant sought for both account information as well as a pin trap for Mr. Kohberger's phone. So basically, did the original AT&T warrant, and then based on what they got from that warrant.
I'm getting like a message in Discord that some people are in the live, but there's no comment box. That's so weird. I don't know what to tell you. It's one of those little YouTube things. Wait, Heather Fitzgerald's here? I didn't see her. Hi, Heather.
Asked for this trap and trace.
Oh, wait till I get
so additional facts. Cell records didn't show he was there, but they typically turn off their phones. No, they do not. Analysis of the.
Okay, I'm going to stop right now, you guys. I'm getting messages from people in Discord saying they're getting kicked out of my live stream and that they're not getting a comment box and they're unable to leave comments. I've had some really weird things happen to me in the last 24 hours on YouTube. So just please let me know, send me a message so I can document everything. Thank you.
CSLI showed that approximately 2:42, he was in Pullman, and then he left his apartment and went south. Then the phone was off. Then at 4:48, the phone is south of Moscow. It all supports this, and then coincides with the Elantra. So once again, I mean, what's our nexus to using the phone? Do we have one? Do we have one? So the records that's at issue here, this
so she's wondering what's the nexus to using the phone. So did they just pick it out of a search, or
it looks like they kind of cut and paste from the original AT&T account information. I don't know that this was necessary to do that because this is the excision argument that's brought up at the end. If you're already going to excise what they got from the AT&T data, then the AT&T account information, you've already filed a motion to suppress on that. You don't need to refile it here. You can just say if they granted it, then you know, it would apply to this one. So this looks like it might be a little bit of a cut and paste job that wasn't necessarily like applicable to this particular search, because then we got the Franks. We have the overbreadth issue.
This is
okay. Once
what
again,
I was getting at, and then we're going to talk about IGG.
We're still just dealing with the AT&T account data. So we're not dealing with the pin, trap, and trace part of it at any point in this warrant. It seems like we're just reiterating, for the same reasons you shouldn't have gotten the warrant the first time, you also shouldn't get the warrant, you know, the second time. It's essentially an equivalent request for information. I am led to assume.
Bubbly.
And so that's why this is essentially just a duplicate, you know, a duplicate memo for the original AT&T account warrant. Includes information that must be excised, the IGG, and stuff from other records.
Okay, so I didn't really want to make this into too long of a live stream because I just wanted to highlight that this came out, and if you haven't caught it yet, you really need to. And I just wanted to say, Trisha, it's nice to hear from you. I hope you're feeling better. It's positive to see you in the comments. We're going to switch to the IGG, but I've been doing a little bit of research for another video on IGG, and I found an interesting article was sent to me by Meg, and it was regarding touch transfer DNA, because that's the global term for touch DNA. So touch transfer DNA, the original scientists that produced the peer review study that we all know that started the science behind touch transfer DNA, they actually titled their study Fingerprints Within Fingerprints. And the reason I'm bringing that up is because it was a really enlightening article. Whereas you have to have, and I don't know, and again, just to play devil's advocate, I don't know if the knife sheath qualifies as this, but originally touch transfer DNA was, they were finding DNA within fingerprints. So there was no question of where the source of the touch transfer DNA was. And so in the study, they cited that it should always be collected with another identifier, such as like a visible, some sort of visible stain or something, or a fingerprint. But what they did notice when they did this study is there was like phantom traces of touch transfer DNA. So sometimes objects that were never even in the same room, never on the same surface, they ended up having the same, they ended up collecting touch transfer DNA, and they can't really explain it. And so there's so many questions regarding the science. And also, I guess when, well, I'll let her speak for herself, but initially when they started the science of sharing simple STR profiles to catch bad guys with DNA, or I'm sorry, with IgG. Basically, there was a lot less information that what they were sharing, these STR profiles would provide. And now that science has grown, they might be telling a lot more information about people than what they initially allowed people to do. So I'm just going to let her play it because obviously I don't want to say it in layman's terms. And let's just listen to what she has to say. I'm going to skip forward to the IgG, and I think you'll find this really interesting. We're actually going to listen to 2 things about that, and then I'm going to call it a day. Oh, there's the timestamp. Okay. So we're going to do
ability of police to do things like, follow you down the street, pick up the piece of trash that you put in the garbage, get your DNA from it, and use it to link you to evidence of a crime. Part of the justification for that has always been that the type of technology that's been used for that.
Bubbly, I sent you an email. Hold on a second here. Bubbly, I sent you an email back when we had been commenting about the grub truck. So maybe you didn't get it, but I'll send you another email. I have a business email listed on my channel if you want to get hold of me. But that stinks because I really thought you got my heartfelt email I sent you like 3 weeks ago.
That for identification is this STR DNA technology, short tandem repeats. So just to give a very quick overview for those of you who weren't around for the IgG hearings and stuff, I'm just going to give you the brief tech overview of the difference between these. The STR is basically just looking at patterns in the genetic code where there's not coding information. In other words, it doesn't provide you with any detailed information about the person's biology, but it's just that the number of these repeats and the configurations of them they tend to be very variable between generations. And so that means they can be individualized from person to person pretty specifically. So it's just a way to be able to pull portions of the the genetic code that aren't particularly useful for anything but providing an individualized identification of a person. IgG has changed all of this dramatically because they're dealing with a different type of genetic profile. They're dealing with the SNP profile, the single nucleotide polymorphism is what that's called. And this is a much more detailed, sophisticated analysis of a human's genetic information. And it does include a whole lot of personal information about the person. That's one of the big reasons why people use these services like 23andMe and Ancestry.com and just places that can provide that both as an assistance in helping you to evaluate your background, because your genetic code can tell you things about recent geographic origin, just kind of the genetic equivalent to race. Basically where your ancestors were from. Can give you an idea. So if you're like tracing your ancestry, it can give you an idea of where your ancestors originated and kind of the pathway that they got to.
Okay, so I don't have to keep playing this clip because I think you get the point, but let's get to what she says about IgG and how that could possibly be what the defense is talking about, other than maybe this being expert defense witness Cy Ray. But I thought that this was a good explanation. When the science first came out, it was so much more limited as to what they could obtain. And she'll go on to say how maybe the profile that was used when BK was brought into custody didn't narrow down the scope as much as we think. So, and then I'm going to go because I have to bring my dogs to the vet. Not to tell you my whole life story. Okay, motion to suppress genetic information.
Time when this hasn't been the pattern that they've been accustomed to, for the last 2 years. So giving them the chance, the expectation of what he has for how these things are going to be done, giving them a chance to fix it. Also,
I'm just gonna say too, like, for anybody watching at home right now, we're having a weird fluke in my live stream. Like, I'm getting multiple people leaving messages. They can't leave comments, but for the people who are leaving comments, thank you so much. I'm going to display them while we're listening to this. And I'm sorry for the weird technical difficulties going on.
All seems pretty reasonable and appropriate to me. All right, the next document here. Likewise, the genetic information. We don't know what it is because a memorandum and exhibits are filed contemporaneously in support under seal. So we don't know what the basis is and we don't know what the arguments are. However, I do want to point out that genetic information, this is very broad. This is not just motion to suppress IgG,
all-in-one productivity software where you can manage everything and anything.
Motion to suppress a particular source of genetic evidence. So, of course, until we see it, we don't know what it contains. But I read this as being broad enough to encompass, potentially, motion to suppress the evidence that was purloined from the trash, if there is an argument that that what was in the trash was within the curtilage, was within the protected area of the home, and would have required a warrant.
Sorry about that.
I found this.
I thought this was interesting too, because this is the first time I've heard.
I found this overgrown entrance hidden in a forest while out to hike, so I decided to climb down into it to explore.
Being a reason for the fried steering, but she brings up this. She brings up this issue, whereas where the DNA was collected from
I
the
found
trash
this overgrown entrance hidden in a forest while out to hike. Soon split into a maze of passageways that took me into this. I found this overgrown entrance hidden in a forest.
It's just not something that we would have picked up on as non-attorneys.
I found this overgrown entrance
nonetheless,
hidden in a
seen
forest
things
while
that
out.
indicated to her, and I think it's called the Coolidge, but she's going to go into it right now. And she basically explains how, you can never take trash if it was in the residence, in the garage. That's part of you have privacy protections there. But once it goes to the curb, you've abandoned it. Anyway, let's listen to what she has to say. It's a really good point.
I certainly expect that they're also raising arguments about the general constitutionality of the investigative genetic genealogy, because they refer to that through all of their other memos and incorporate that. But beyond that, we're just a little bit in the dark about
Bubbly. The reason why you don't know why you're a mod is because you never got the email. I modded you after the email, so I'm glad we could clear a lot of things up today. And I'm glad I reached out to you after that comment, because you must have been wondering why I was quiet. Sorry to pause.
About what some of these challenges may be. As far as the challenging the IgG is concerned, they're very much facing an uphill battle on this. And I say that despite, when we started this conversation, me pointing out that this is really, really troubling from a privacy standpoint, because it's a completely different framework than the court was originally dealing with genetic information. When they were making these laws and these decisions, that just basically said, well, yeah, your DNA, if your DNA is out there in the environment, you've abandoned it. It's kind of alarming to think that, the comprehensive genetic database is coming. It seems like it's potentially coming. Under the framework that the Supreme Court has given us for that. There's really nothing that would prohibit the government from going to every trash can at every curb in the country and collecting samples, matching that to owners, going to schools.
You can't just throw
getting
a mag
genetic information from children. Child blows their nose, throws the Kleenex away. I mean, stuff like that. And then from that, getting a massive, massive amount of personal information about everyone. This is a little bit alarming. The potential for investigations to shift dramatically based on the ability to get genetic information and then identify specific traits of the perpetrator. Now, this is one of those things that on the one hand, this looks like it could be a real boon. This could be very helpful in an investigation because it could tell you, okay, what's the approximate height of this person?
Okay, so just listen to really closely to what she says. I can't say it better than her, but she is explaining how these STR profiles work. And then when she's done, I do have a conclusion for you, a concluding thought about all of this. I want to try really hard in all of my live streams to maintain a little bit of balance and try and tell both sides of the argument. So I'm going to end with a conclusion, but just pay close attention to what she says, because again, the first time I've heard anybody bring these grievances
lie. But at the Mammal family reunion, you won't find the Hyrax sitting by the groundhogs and the chinchillas.
Like her has the same thoughts. Let's go ahead and listen.
The approximate figure. Is this person light-skinned, dark-skinned, hair color, etc.? You could get a fairly decent description in all likelihood of a person based on the type of information you can get from the SNP profile. The problem, though, is that how is that going to have the potential to increase targeting? And we kind of we've seen in several cases how it can be a real problem for police to decide, well, we're going to target somebody because they fit some aspect of the case that we're trying to make. And then instead of, following the evidence to your conclusion, you end up in the situation where you just start to look for things that confirm the target that you've already put on somebody. And then when you get enough, you stop asking questions so you don't challenge your hypothesis really too hard. You just get enough, confirming it to be able to move forward. And then just, the suspicionless aspect of that type of targeting is really problematic as well, because, okay, let's say you get a suspect and the suspect tells you it's a person that meets these certain physical parameters, and there's 10 of those people in the neighborhood. One of them did it. 9 of them didn't. 9 of them didn't, but 9 of them are all going to come under suspicion. And 9 of them are all potentially going to have their privacy invaded. They're going to be potentially investigated. They're going to be potentially questioned and stuff. And for no other reason than because they look like somebody that left evidence at a crime scene.
I'm going to stop there because when I heard her say this, it gave me chills, because it reminded me of a saying that I've heard many times, which is, we don't want to punish people for the crimes of their fathers. Or something, there's variations to the different saying, but basically that's what they're saying. You look a certain way, there's 9 people on the block with this color skin. We're going to question those people because of the way they look. That's if that's what this is, and I don't know if it is, I'd like to see the whole argument to it, but that's alarming, and it should make all of us pause. So I wanted to leave with a final conclusion. Okay, so when I talk about the IGG, when I talk about a need for legislation for it so that we can have checks and balances, when I talk about the Franks hearings and possibly having exculpatory evidence withheld or reckless misconduct or anything to do with the search warrant or the arrest warrant being thrown out, I want to make it clear I'm not here to be anti-law enforcement. What I want to bring up is both sides of this argument when it comes to law enforcement, so I can bring both voices to my audience. On one side, you could replace the term, I want to take my face off while I say this. You could replace the term cop or police at any time when we're talking about law enforcement with government. So here's the thing, is that no matter what, the police are our local government. Now, it's a lot better than the alternative. Now, imagine if the federal government, if our police came from the federal government, and they don't, we'd have like national police, we'd have government police. So we can replace the word with local government as well. Either way, we know that we want our police to be local. We don't want all of our police to come from a federal government. So we need to support our local police. But on the other side of it, people are as only good, the positions are as only good as the people that fill them. And that's why when we sit here and we exhaust over somebody's constitutional rights and making sure procedures are followed, the checks and balances, the auditing of our checks and balances that happen in the judicial system is important to each of us. And we all can look at all of these things and just say, if this were us, if this were someone we love, how do you defend yourself if you, if everybody involved, procedures if they make a mistake, has complete qualified immunity? So that's my final thought for today's live stream. We've already been streaming for like 31 minutes. So I'm going to let you go, but I just want to say I really appreciate the live chat today. You guys were all amazing, and I really appreciate all the thoughtful comments. I hope you have a great day. And to my viewers, those who didn't comment, I appreciate you watching. I hope you would consider hitting that like button. It helps me as a creator get this live stream in front of another person. And if you did enjoy this content, please consider subscribing. I produce content daily, and I'd love to have you part of my my viewership. Anyway, I'm going to go. Have a great day.
Enter the cheek swab.
Hey guys, this is Jules with True Crime Reactions. Disclaimer, everything stated in this video is my opinion and my opinion only. And just like everything else in these cases we discuss here on this channel, everything is alleged. Okay, so we're going to go over the person in Idaho and person in Pennsylvania warrants together in this video because they are about Bryan Kohberger's actual body, his actual body of person being searched both during his arrest in Pennsylvania and then after he was flown to Idaho. Now they're posted Idaho and then Pennsylvania, but we're obviously going to do them in chronological order, and we're going to go over the Pennsylvania one first. Now there is absolutely nothing I can show you that is in comparison. For refresher, there's nothing that we can pull up like we've done for the rest of these because we have none of this information. We have what they have in the PCA, and we have sort of like the rumors that have been swirling around about the night of the arrest and him being in his kitchen, apparently separating things, wearing his sleep clothes like shorts and a shirt from what I can remember. So at first when I saw these, I was like, okay, but it was in the middle of the night. He might have had his phone in his pocket because he's in his parents' house, but having like his ID and anything else on him, unless there was something suspicious about what he was actually doing, which by the way, separating the trash in those areas is very, very common and not strange whatsoever. We also have no proof to the rumor that he was taking his own personal things and trying to throw them in other people's trash. I know that I've heard from a lot of people that live in communities like that if their trash cans are full in order to keep food and stuff off the ground and away from where like the wild animals can get to stuff, that they all do their part. And if they have to share trash cans, then they share trash cans. So it's not like an abnormal situation. Now, because of the time of night, that's why I was like, well, what did they find on him that is insane enough to where like this is needed? Besides the fact that it's just one of those of several pieces of fruit of a very poisonous tree, if in fact they can prove that Bryan Kohberger's DNA was illegally obtained. Because of the time of night, the Pennsylvania one, the one that we're going to go over first, it does make sense because of the cheek swab that they did. We did learn about the cheek swab in the PCA itself. And like I've mentioned several times, the defense themselves are not arguing that it's Bryan Kohberger's DNA. She has literally stated in court record that it was planted. Okay, so I'm going to assume that whatever they turned in on November the 18th that now has to be amended per the judge's most recent ruling, because if they can prove that, then everything else goes away. So I'm guessing that's also why they are arguing for whatever the search produced from whenever he got back to Idaho. But by then, he's already cuffed and he's in, wasn't he like in the red jumpsuit? I think those are the red jumpsuit photos, if I can remember correctly, was that transfer. So it's not like he's going to have anything incriminating on him. He's going to be in the same jail clothes he left Pennsylvania in. So I'm going to assume there was more DNA taken from him then, possibly. The only way to find out for sure is by actually digging into the documents. Now, I know there's going to be a lot of copy and paste stuff in these, but this is also a different argument than the rest of them. So I'm going to do my very best to make sure that I get all of the actual factual new information and not repeat anything from any of the other ones. But don't be surprised if me reading through the Pennsylvania one is a tad a bit longer than the Idaho one, because I'm not going to repeat. I'm not repeating the citations and all the things, because so far it very much has been copy and paste. Okay, so this is the one for Pennsylvania, and it just states, motion to suppress and memorandum in support regarding the Pennsylvania search warrant for Mr. Kohberger's person whenever they arrested him and searched his actual physical self. It states that the court should apply Idaho's exclusionary rule and law to the search. The affidavit submitted in support of the application for the issued search warrant recklessly or intentionally omitted material information. The affidavit submitted in support of the application for the issued search warrant included information that must be excised. And then, of course, it goes on to talk about the fact that it all came from unconstitutional use of the IGG. Now, I don't know if they're putting this part in here as a mistake or not. It almost seems like they forgot to remove this from this one, that this should have been in like the phone data warrants. But this says information about the client's locations taken from his phone must also be excised due to being gathered from an invalid warrant. That's not this fight. This is the in-person fight. And they would have done a whole completely separate warrant for that. We've gone over those warrants already. So I don't know. That might be a mistake. I don't know. Okay, facts. Due to the haphazard way in which law enforcement has kept and disclosed records in this matter, the following is the facts as best the defense can tell. On December 28, 2022, Trooper Leary of Pennsylvania State Police became aware of the objective of arresting Mr. Kohberger via Moscow Police Corporal Payne. Okay, so then that tells me straight up that it would have had to have been due to the haphazard way that got Brian's phone number and email from the CVS on December the 16th in Pennsylvania. Because if they didn't tell Moscow until around the 20th, and Moscow didn't tell Pennsylvania until freaking 8 days later, over a week later, then it had to have been the feds. Then regardless.
As the founder of our family of brands, I'm excited to announce the Pear Harvest is here.
Then regardless of what the feds have claimed, they definitely did orchestrate those Indiana stops. We've thought that on this channel the whole time, but again, they've come out and said, oh, we didn't do that. We didn't do that. You had to have. Quit lying. On December 29th of 2022, at 4:45 p.m. Eastern Time, a magistrate in Pennsylvania issued a search warrant for Mr. Kohberger's person. On December 29th of 2022, at 2:22 p.m. Pacific Time, the magistrate in this matter signed an arrest warrant for Mr. Kohberger in Latah County. The affidavit for the warrant was signed by Moscow Police Department Detective Payne. At 2:43 p.m. Pacific on December 29th of 2022, a criminal complaint and probable cause order were filed in this matter. At 10 p.m. Eastern Time or 7 p.m. Pacific, people are asking why they're doing that, and it's because these two states are 2,500 miles apart and on completely separate time zones, and so that there's no discrepancies on the actual chronological order in the way in which warrants were actually signed and obtained. They're making sure that the specific times are in here, Pacific and Eastern. It's very, very important, and one thing I'm not good at. At 10 p.m. Eastern, Pennsylvania SWAT began preparations to arrest Mr. Kohberger. Despite days of constant surveillance, at this point, I'm really thinking more like at least 3 weeks. At least 3 weeks. Pennsylvania law enforcement did their own surveillance starting at 11:15 p.m. Eastern Time or 8:15 Pacific. And despite the facts that days of constant FBI surveillance showed Mr. Kohberger was unarmed and tended to go for runs around his parents' neighborhood, police decided forcefully entering and arresting Mr. Kohberger within his parents' home was the best option. That is repetitive from one of the previous warrants. On December 30th of 2022 at 1:14 a.m. Eastern, 10:14 Pacific, Pennsylvania SWAT and federal agents raided Mr. Kohberger's parents' home. Law enforcement arrested Mr. Kohberger. At 4 a.m. Eastern on December 30th of 2023, Pennsylvania State Police filed, they have that so screwed up. That's supposed to say December 30th of 2022. Holy crap-a-moly. They screwed that up. Okay. Pennsylvania State Police filed a criminal complaint against Mr. Kohberger. At 4:10 a.m. Eastern, FBI agents searched Mr. Kohberger's person, took his fingerprints, took pictures of his body, and a DNA swab was taken from him. That's what we heard about in the PCA. Argument is this court should apply Idaho's exclusionary rule and law to this search. The first question this court must determine is whether there is a conflict of laws in this matter, i.e., whether Idaho law or Pennsylvania law controls the validity of the search warrant for Mr. Kohberger's person and the necessary relief. This is the same argument that they had before, so I'm not going to read through all of this, but they're basically trying to state that they can't figure out, or they're questioning who should actually have jurisdiction in the way that the protocols should be put in place for whatever's happening here. So whenever it came to the apartment search, they know that this case is a Moscow, Idaho case, but then we have the fact that the apartment was in the state of Washington. So whose rules should it be going under, since the resident address is in Washington? They're also getting Washington State Police, or not actually, Washington State University campus police to help with this situation. So is it Idaho's rules or is it Washington's rules? Well, it's just like in this situation, is it Idaho's rules because they're the actual arresting agency, or is it Pennsylvania's rules because that's where he ended up having to be arrested from? I'm pretty sure all these things are already like hammered out somewhere when it comes to these sort of situations. I'm pretty sure there's already something that states if the residential state or the arresting agency state gets the say in the protocols that are followed. Now, if that's going to change anything, I don't know, because we don't really know the specifics. We've been being told this whole time, there's no body cams. But how can you have 50 plus feet on the ground and no body cams? Sorry, somebody's lying again. And this is also the same fight they had before when it comes to the good faith exception. Fortunately for this court, Idaho and Pennsylvania do not differ in their approaches to the enforcement of their Fourth Amendment analog provisions. Both do not accept the good faith exception. Mr. Kohberger argues that the Idaho Constitution's exclusionary rule must apply, as its basis lies not only in deterring police misconduct, but because exclusion is constitutionally mandated and judicial integrity demands it. However, it remains to be determined whether the actions of the FBI and Pennsylvania state troopers should be viewed through the lens of Article 1, Section 17, or its analogs. It is not at all clear that whether a search should be judged by Idaho's standards of reasonableness or that of Pennsylvania, or in the case of the FBI agents, by the Fourth Amendment. The simple fact that all of these are apparently so different that it's causing an argument should be the main argument here. This kind of crap should be literally the same across the board. In this matter, Idaho authorities requested assistance from the FBI and the Pennsylvania State Police. Thus, this court should be required to apply Idaho search and seizure laws to their actions in Pennsylvania, which makes sense to me because if Moscow really was supposed to be the lead agency, then it would be Idaho's rules. But the problem I have with that, even though, again, the rules should be the same across the board, it seems more and more that the feds are the ones that actually were leading the investigation, and they were just passing their information over to Moscow and acting like they weren't actually the lead. But let's just be for real. That's all that's happened. It's all FBI information that Moscow literally has no access to. They've been having to beg for access for 2 years. And let's also just not forget that little tidbit about how the federal grand jury failed, but people just don't want to acknowledge that at all. Now, the next fight is the affidavit submitted in support of the application for the issued search warrant included information that must be excised, which is another copy and paste one. Information in the affidavit was gathered because of law enforcement's unconstitutional use of the IgG is another one. Mr. Kohberger has argued in a separate motion, i.e. the motion to suppress the genetic genealogy. Again, copy and pasted. Information about the client's locations taken from his phone must also be excised due to being gathered from an invalid warrant. Separately, I don't know why they're talking about this in this one. Honestly, I don't really quite understand it because we literally have separate warrants for this. Separately, the information gathered via the warrant for Mr. Kohberger's AT&T account and the PIN trap and trace device warrant should be excised for the reasons set out in those warrants. And their conclusion is literally verbatim the exact same every time. So now we're going to jump to the one for his body search whenever he got to the Latah County Jail. And again, all of this up here is exactly the same. Let's get to the facts of what happened when he got to Latah County. Due to the haphazard way in which law enforcement has kept and disclosed records in this matter, the following is the facts as best as the defense can tell. On December 28th of 22, Trooper Leary of Pennsylvania State Police became aware of the objective of arresting Mr. Kohberger via Moscow Police Corporal Payne. That is all the same right here. Okay. The basic facts Detective Payne used to support the search were: at 2:43 p.m. Pacific on December 29th of 22, a criminal complaint and probable cause order were filed in this matter. At 10 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Pacific, Pennsylvania SWAT began preparations to arrest Mr. Kohberger. Despite days of surveillance, that's the exact same thing. Now, this is where this is a little bit interesting because these dates look like they should be a little opposite. I mean, we know that they're once again copying and pasting and also copying and pasting their own mistakes the same way that Payne did whenever he copy and pasted his information from Blaker's PCA. But shouldn't they have filed the complaint before they got into the home to arrest him? This should be flip-flopped, right? I don't know if maybe I just didn't notice this before, but they arrested him. They raided the house at 1:14, and it wasn't until 3 hours and 45 minutes later that they filed a criminal complaint to arrest him. Don't you have to do that first? This should be... Okay. January 4th, 2023, and again, they should have been paying attention. January 4th of 2023, Mr. Kohberger was flown to the Latah County Jail. On January 5th of 23, Sergeant Blaker requested a search warrant for Mr. Kohberger's person, relying upon the same facts articulated above for the warrants used in Pennsylvania. Well, then that's just a complete 360 then, because the original warrant was written by Blaker, according to everything that we've figured so far. Later that day, Mr. Kohberger's person was searched, pictures of his body, his fingerprints, and a DNA swab taken by members of Idaho and federal law enforcement at the Latah County Jail. So only Pennsylvania took one on this side. Let me go back to Pennsylvania, go back up to facts. And it says at 4:10, see again. Okay, see? So they arrested him and then did the criminal complaint and then searched him. So they cuffed him and detained him for 3 hours and 45 minutes before they went and filed the criminal complaint. And then it took another 10 minutes after it was filed for them to start searching his body and taking fingerprints. So what the hell were they doing with the entire family for 3 hours and 45 minutes? I would love to know. But it says that in Pennsylvania, the FBI is the one who took the fingerprints, took the pictures, and took the DNA swab. So why are they doing it again? Why are the feds doing it again? How many DNA samples do they need? I mean, for them to get the result they wanted, they apparently needed like minuscule little nothingness of touch DNA that there's no way that the testing could be replicated. So how much of this DNA do they really need if they have nothing to actually compare it to anymore? And as you can assume, everything else is a copy and paste argument, and their conclusion is the same verbatim thing as always. Oh, and look, there's Jay logs in. I've had a couple people asking, hey, where's Jay? Where's Jay? Well, we see his signature. Eliza Massoth has been the one doing most of these here lately. Okay, so I've never been arrested. So to me, when I'm reading that, it does seem as if a criminal complaint would be something that's done before you hold somebody at pretty much gunpoint in their own home for 3 hours and 45 minutes. But according to this, it's not done until after the fact, which I find odd. It literally says the state prosecution usually begins after a police officer arrests someone and presents the case to the prosecution. The latter then files a complaint which charges the defendant with the relevant crimes. Okay, but that's like, to me, that's like if you catch somebody in the middle of a crime. Like if you get a call from dispatch, there's a robbery, or a DV situation where there's violence and the guy has to be arrested, but not whenever you've been surveilling somebody and the charges are already pending and you're just waiting to stick a name to them. So I need somebody who actually like knows to kind of give me some info there. For now, I want to hear the comments. I'm gonna do my own research on it, but it just doesn't make sense to me. I understand in the heat of the moment you're arresting somebody in the middle of an active crime, but whenever the crime's been committed and you're looking for the suspect and it's been a month and a half and you done had the Fed surveilling them, I feel like
when there's multiple victims as opposed to a single victim, it changes the possibilities. Hey everyone, it's Lucky with Unfiltered Lucky. And today I want to talk about why a lot of the explanations that we hear would make sense for one victim. But for 4 victims, not so much. Now, in the very beginning, Steve Gonsalves said that because there were 4 victims, there were basically 4 investigations going on. There were multiple people involved in this crime. When I first heard the news that 4 University College students' lives were taken with a knife inside of a house in Moscow, Idaho, I remember thinking to myself, how did whoever committed these crimes get to all 4 people without anyone running? I'm sure that's a question that a lot of us had. If this was one single victim, then yeah, that makes plenty of sense. But 4 victims would be a lot harder to contain. Law enforcement makes it sound as though this attacker took the lives of these 4 victims, one right after another. So they basically make it sound like these victims were just laying there waiting to be attacked. That just doesn't make sense. Let's talk about the noise from inside this house as these victims were being attacked. Now, I come back to this quite a bit because this is one of those details that still makes absolutely no sense to me whatsoever. How did 4 victims get brutally attacked inside this house with a knife, and nobody inside this house heard what sounded like people fighting for their lives? That just doesn't make sense to me. Now, I'm not just talking about Dylan and Bethany, but I'm also talking about Ethan and Xana. Law enforcement believes that these crimes began on the 3rd level. Kaylee and Maddie were both upstairs on the 3rd level. So, if this attacker was using one knife, how did he attack the first victim without the second victim, who was seeing what happened, calling out for help or screaming? I can understand that it's possible that this attacker snuck up on their first victim. But I've always said, after that first victim, you're not sneaking up on anyone after that. So how did Ethan and Xana and Dylan and Bethany not hear what was going on upstairs, right above them? The wounds to these victims were described as multiple wounds and extensive. So, in my opinion, this attacker was not on a mission to get in this house and commit this crime quickly and efficiently. Obviously, whoever committed this crime stayed for a while. They inflicted multiple wounds. So it doesn't appear that they were in any type of hurry. It just seems as though noise would be coming from the upstairs. More noise than Dylan was describing. You know, Kaylee, it sounding like Kaylee was playing with her dog. And then it sounded like Kaylee saying there's someone here. It seems as though there would be a lot more noise than that. And there's a good possibility that there was. there's a very good possibility that Dylan heard a lot more than we know about. We know that her statement was redacted in the PCA. So it's very possible that Dylan heard a lot more than just that. And that's what they chose to release. But then it would seem as though Dylan would know that something was wrong. And she didn't call 911. So it seems as though there would be noise coming from the upstairs. What about Murphy? What about the dog? It seems as though Murphy would be barking like crazy as he was hearing the noises coming from the other side of Kaylee's bedroom door. And we don't even really know that Murphy was inside Kaylee's bedroom during the time of the crimes. We just know that that's where Murphy was when law enforcement got there. The PCA states that Murphy was inside Kaylee's bedroom when they got there. So we don't really know where Murphy was during the time of the crimes. We just know that he didn't have any body fluid or anything like that on him, according to law enforcement. Now, a lot of people have told me that in their experience, they've known or experienced people who have been stabbed who didn't make any noise at all. And I agree with that. I think it's very possible that someone could get attacked with a knife and maybe not yell or scream. But I think a lot of that depends on where on the body this victim was stabbed. If the first strike is a fatal strike, then I can see it being a lot more quiet. But if it's just a flesh wound, in my opinion, that person is going to yell out or scream in pain. The first strike might come as a surprise to that victim, but the second strike and the strikes after are going to be anticipated.
Don't put makeup over dark spots. Do this instead.
She's covered in crafts of dark aging spots.
After the first strike, the element of surprise is gone. So let's say that out of all 4 of these victims who were brutally attacked, that not one of them screamed or yelled out. All 4 of these victims were brutally attacked in silence. As Kaylee and Xana were fighting their attacker, as they were fighting for their lives, they did it quietly. So let's say that there was no indication inside this house that 4 victims were being viciously attacked, and that none of these victims screamed or yelled from the actual stabbing. We still have to remember that these victims were in pairs. You had Maddie and Kaylee in the same room, and you had Ethan and Xana in the same room. So let's say that the victims didn't make any noise when they were being stabbed. They were still in pairs, which means that the other victim would be watching what was happening as the victim in front of them was being attacked. So what is that person doing? Why isn't that person yelling or screaming? If the victim who has been stabbed got stabbed in total silence, what is the other person doing who's watching this happen? That's what doesn't make sense to me. This is the difference between having multiple victims as opposed to having one victim. These victims were in the same bedroom together. So, as one victim is being attacked, the other victim is watching what's happening. Why didn't the person who's watching what's happening scream or yell or try to get the other roommate's attention? Why didn't they call out for help? I mean, if this was one single victim, then it would be totally understandable that somebody could have got in, attacked that victim, and did it quietly, or at least with minimal noise. But this is 4 victims. This means that this attacker would have had to attack 4 people with a knife, and not one of them made any loud noises. Not one of them alerted the others. There's also the debate over who was the target. How many targets were there? If this was one single victim, then obviously we would know who the target was. But because there's 4 victims, that makes it 4 times more difficult to figure out who was the actual target, or was anyone targeted. It's very possible that there may have been one target and 3 other victims were just in the wrong place at the wrong time. Which, in my opinion, that would sound like someone who wants to get to someone pretty badly, to be willing to go through a whole house full of people and take 4 people's lives just to get to one. You know, were all of their lives really taken within 30 minutes? Or were their lives maybe taken hours apart? We don't really know that. You know, we don't really know what was going on inside that house all night until almost noon the next day. We know where Maddie and Kaylee were until 2 a.m. because of the video footage. But as far as Ethan and Xana and Dylan and Bethany, we have no idea where they were all night long. We have no idea where they were that entire night until noon. We know that Ethan and Xana were at the Sigma Chi party, but we don't know for how long. I know that the PCA says that they were there until a certain time, but that's just what law enforcement is saying. And law enforcement is getting that information from Dylan and Bethany, because that's what Dylan and Bethany are telling law enforcement. So we haven't seen any proof of exactly where Ethan and Xana and Dylan or Bethany were all night until noon that following day. We also have no idea who was inside the King Roadhouse that night. We only know what Dylan and Bethany have told law enforcement. We have no idea who was inside the King Roadhouse during the time of these crimes and all night long until noon that day. Is it possible that this was never supposed to be a quadruple homicide? Maybe this was just supposed to be one victim and things didn't go as planned. If this was only one victim, then it would be rather simple to track that individual, to find out what was going on with that one individual.
No offense, but if you're paying more than $30 per month on car insurance, you're getting ripped off. Guys, so everyone is ditching their car insurance and doing this.
But this is 4 victims, and they weren't all together all night. They were out in the community doing other things. So the fact that there's multiple victims makes it that much more difficult. Let's talk about the weapon. Law enforcement believes that one individual took the lives of these 4 victims with a knife. Now, if there was only one victim, then that would make total sense. It wouldn't be odd at all for one perpetrator to take the life of one victim with one knife. But there were 4 victims, and their wounds are described as being inconsistent. Steve Gonsalves said that the means of death between Kaylee and Maddie, and maybe he was referring to the other victims as well, but we'll say Kaylee and Maddie, he said the wounds were inconsistent, that their means of death do not match. So, in my opinion, there's two options. Either it was one attacker using multiple weapons, or it was multiple attackers, each using a separate weapon. In my opinion, those are the two options. If the wounds were not consistent, if the injuries, if they don't match, and it appears that they were made by other weapons, then it would just make sense that there was more than one weapon used. Like I said, it would make sense if this was only one victim. Sure, someone could get in the house, use one knife, and take the life of one victim. But it's a little less believable that one person got in the house and took these victims' lives, one right after another, with the same weapon. Christy Gonzalez said that these victims' lives were taken one right after another, like ducks in a row. And that's even more confusing. Also, because there were 4 victims rather than just one, that might indicate that whoever committed this crime was confident that they could overpower all 4 of these victims. And it also is a good indication that they weren't worried about the other 2 people who were in the house, Dylan and Bethany. In my opinion, it appears to me, if one person entered this house armed with only a knife, as law enforcement believes, then this perpetrator would have had to have a confidence that these 4 victims, or any of these 6 people inside this house, were not going to attack them. That the 6 people inside this house, that out of all 6 of these people, they didn't have their own weapons, maybe for protection. It's almost as though whoever committed this crime knew the people inside this house. They were confident that they could get in this house and commit these crimes and not be attacked themselves. They were confident that they were going to be able to walk away from this crime scene, almost as if they knew these victims.
How many single-family houses, single-family homes would it take to equal one multifamily?
Almost as if they knew their capabilities and knew that the people inside this house weren't able to defend themselves. It also doesn't seem as though this perpetrator was concerned that any of the 6 people inside this house would call 911. It seems as though the fact that there were multiple wounds to all 4 victims, and we've heard about some of these wounds, they sound rather extensive. They would have taken some time. So whoever committed this crime, it doesn't seem, was concerned about anyone calling law enforcement. They weren't concerned about getting in and out quickly and efficiently. It sounds like they stayed for a while. I've always said that an attacker could sneak up on the first person and take their life with very minimal struggle if they catch them by surprise. But after the first victim, you're not sneaking up on anyone after that when they're being attacked with a knife, in my opinion. People want us to believe that one person entered the King Roadhouse and then quietly took the life of 4 victims with a knife and then just casually walked out the back door. Now, I could understand if it was one victim, like I said. One victim would make sense. Somebody could get into this house and take the life of one victim without alerting all of the other roommates. But 4? How does one person get into the King Roadhouse and brutally attack 4 people without anyone noticing? It would be hard enough to take the life of one victim with a knife. But law enforcement believes that this suspect did it 4 times. It would be difficult physically and mentally for one person to take the life of one victim. But to do it 4 times and just casually walk out of the house without being injured themselves. The fact that there were 4 victims rather than just one single victim kind of makes some of these explanations that we're hearing sound unbelievable. I mean, if this was a single victim, then a lot of these explanations would make total sense. But because there were 4 victims, in my opinion, that limits the possibilities. Let me know what you think in the comments. And thanks for hanging out with me today. I really do appreciate it. And if you liked my video, please hit the like button and consider subscribing to my channel. I hope that y'all had an amazing day, and we'll see you next time.
Oh man, I didn't know that. I saw somebody get cement block to the head. That's about it. All right, let's keep rolling here. This is Heather's post, I think. Oh, this is from Aubrey C's DNA, and everybody keeps telling me that she got great. And I was looking on her page, and I didn't see this the. All right, I don't know what happened. That's twice. I just went through all my windows. Let me open them back up. I'm sorry about that, guys. Jump on over here. I'll wait till everybody gets it. I'm not hitting the button. I think there's a shortcut that is. Let me. I don't know. It didn't. That's weird. Once you stop, it won't let you pack up. Hey, Rochelle. How you doing? Sorry again for that. I don't know. There must be a shortcut that whatever I'm hitting on the keyboard or something. It's over here. And it just ends the stream without me knowing. So I apologize. It's the same 4 jokes, same couch. All right, here we go. Let me bring it in. Hey, Jenn. I don't know what I'm doing without you tonight. I can't get it together. Let me reopen the ones I play. I don't know how far we got on that because it literally just stopped streaming. So call it YouTube craziness. What's up, Rochelle? What's up? Meanie Weenie's here. We had P Fox. Hopefully she'll jump back in and. All right, these are all playing in my ear. I don't know. I've got like 6 of them playing. I finally figured out why the music's not playing in the trivia. But anyway, one more window to open. Alright. So this was... I don't know if we saw this one or not, guys. Hey, Swiverfly, what's up? But it's crazy. And she's like... What? I don't even know what that's supposed to be. Like her little pet monsters. Alright, let's see the next one here. Sorry, there's no audio on these because they're all music, so. This cat thinks he's the anointed one. I hope I haven't already done these. Hopefully we make it through trivia tonight without any kind of issue. So if I did this one already, sorry. The Matrix is crashing me, darling. Alright, so this was Tony Robert Downey Jr. playing Tony Stark, playing a guy who gives a kid a prosthetic arm. He's like, I thought I'd drop by because there wasn't another bionics expert on site. So he opens up the prosthetic arms. Let's try them together. I'm like, you know who that is? He's like, Iron Man. He's like, yeah. He keeps working and working until he gets it right. So cute. Okay. So I think that the audio, I'm going to play a little harp behind it. Just, I think there's a little music on this, but this story is freaking hilarious.
Aubrey Plaza's done a lot of weird things.
Why it keeps turning down in the real world.
Aubrey Plaza has done a lot of weird things with White Lotus, but nothing compares to something she did for a very obscure movie where she was actually told to please herself on camera. Aubrey Plaza was still relatively new to acting. She did an unheard of movie called To-Do List, which only made $3.9 million on a budget of $1.5 million. Aubrey Plaza read the script before she accepted the role in the movie, and she knew her character was going to have a scene where she self-pleasures, but she thought that would just be done with editing and nothing else. Then on the day of filming, Maggie Carey, who's the director of the movie, told Aubrey Plaza she'd have to please herself on camera because they wanted it to look realistic. Aubrey Plaza said she initially didn't want to do it because there were 15 men in the room and they couldn't leave because they were all involved with the crew, such as lighting and camera work. But eventually she ended up agreeing to do it as long as she can keep on her clothes while it was going on, and then also said she would abide by the director's wish. But Aubrey Plaza has discussed this, saying it would never happen today because now if actors are going to do something as simple as a kiss scene, it's in the contract, let alone a full-blown sex scene. Aubrey Plaza also said she has no animosity against the director, saying they're still friends and she thinks he was just trying to make it better.
Anyway, so she's like, yeah, they're just gonna fake it. So how are we doing, everybody? Good to see you. Sorry about the glitch. I guess I have to watch where my hands go, because I'm finding a shortcut that's shutting down my stream. I hope that's what it is anyway.
See our next two adorable, as they're going to want to adopt them. Please welcome Kevin. When Brad and Angelina see our next two adorable little presenters, they're going to want to adopt them. Please welcome Kevin Hart and Ken Jeong. When Brad and...
I had a crazy video, and I'd never seen it. I don't know if you guys had seen it before, of Kevin Hart. Well, first of all, the one with him and Diddy was crazy, but then there, at the Super Bowl, I guess Kevin Hart comes and like literally punches Shaq, who's sitting down, otherwise he can never reach his head, in the head. And then he says, you can get it anytime you want it. And then he comes up again like he's all bad, like, you can get it anytime you want it. Like, I don't know what got into him after that whole P. Diddy stuff. But
when Brad and Angelina...
It wasn't... I don't like Kevin Hart anymore. Ever since he got all weird, he's not as funny. The last time he was funny was on Conan O'Brien with Ice Cube. That was hilarious. Alright, and so there's Pete Fox. Thanks for finding me again. I don't know what happened there. Yeah, it's got some kind of shortcut glitch, or they're cutting me off. I don't know. But it's nice to see everybody. I slept all day.
Attention all men. If your girl isn't doing these 3 things for you, you might need to leave her for me. She should be cooking for you, cleaning for you, and most importantly, taking it in the ass. Attention all...
I guess she's not AI. I don't know.
Okay. So you're claiming that you overpaid them.
Yes.
How much are you claiming you overpaid?
$23,530 in overcharge.
Can I ask a question then? Why'd you pay it?
It's automatically charged to my account, and I have a conservator. That's where I got this report on monthly payments.
Upon providing written notice, American House can change the rent. That's what they did here. They provided him written notice that they were increasing his rent. And the reason that they increased his rent, his apartment is meant to be a shared unit with a roommate. And because of the condition of the apartment, they were not able to rent it to another tenant. Then they provided him with a notice and they said, if you don't get the apartment in condition where we can rent it to somebody else, we're going to raise your rent effective in January. Yeah.
Is that correct?
No.
Okay. Of course not. So what part of that's not the case?
It was not a question of them increasing the rent as in a normal annual increase in rent. They changed the terms of the contract from me living in a 2-bedroom, 2-occupant suite to saying you're now renting the whole.
Yes, but that was their claim, wasn't it?
It boiled down, in my opinion, it boiled down to the question that I had masks from all over the world on the walls, and I had a very demure nude. And none of my roommates.
Demure what?
Nude. N-U-D-E, nude. Naked woman.
Okay, I'm presuming.
Yes, and
presuming a statue.
I'm sorry.
Was it a statue of a nude woman or
no,
actual nude woman?
Just a painting.
Okay. Thank you.
I'm glad you guys got that. I couldn't help but think that looked like Bill Thompson on trial. Anyway.
Police in Rotterdam are urgently seeking witnesses to aid in identifying a suspect involved in an attempted murder at the Maritime Museum in Leverhaven, Rotterdam, on the early morning of November 5th, 2024. At approximately 4 a.m., CCTV footage captured a man who approached a homeless individual sleeping on the ground. After initially checking if the man was awake, the suspect left the scene only to return moments later, this time carrying a large concrete slab on his head. He then forcefully dropped the slab onto the sleeping man's head before fleeing. Later that morning, around 8 a.m., the suspect was seen boarding a train at Breda station, heading towards Belgium. The train made stops at Noorderkempen, Antwerp Central, Antwerp Berchem, Mechelen, Brussels Airport, Zaventem, Brussels North, Brussels Central, and finally, Brussels Midi. The suspect is described as being in his 30s to 40s, with dark skin and closely cropped hair. He was dressed in a black hooded jacket, dark jeans, and Asics trainers with distinctive bright red or orange laces, and carried a large Ecobags shopping bag. Authorities are calling for anyone who might have seen this individual or has any information to come forward.
My question, why can't you're just shopping. Go shopping. Why do you have to do something terrible like this? And then they got him dead to rights here. And I've come across a couple stories today, or last night when I was making this, where it's what it is. It's what it is when they have something like this guy. They can't stop patting each other on the back. When BK was arrested, do you remember anybody congratulating anybody about it? There any kind of sense of euphoria, any relief? It just brought more questions, right? It was just, this is weird now. What? That doesn't make any sense. When they have a case like this guy, I mean, this guy's the most hated man in the world right now. They got him, and he went to Rotterdam. He went all over the place, thinking he just clean got away with this. And you talk about stupid criminals. Hey, Brian, what's up? And so you have to kind of do the Idaho math there and say, well, why are we left with so many questions on this one? And I watched Unfiltered Lucky today, and I really like him. He had a show that I guess I'll play it. I didn't put his name in the chat at least, and I'll put it in the description later, and hopefully he won't get mad about it. It was his best show that I've seen him do, and it's a quick hitter, but he goes through the anomalies of the case like I was trying to do last night with Rochelle's article that turned into a idiot fest, and all the anomalies in the case. And he made a great point about, and I'll let him make it since I'm going to play it, so we'll get to that one. And thank you everybody for being in here. If it's your first time, please hit the subscribe button, jump on in the chat. We go late night and we have a good time. I was trying to do the top 5 reasons Nancy Grace's head exploded from the dock drop, but I didn't get time to do it. I was trying to keep it late night style and do the Conesy O'Brien, Canesy Waynesy. Okay, thank you, Meanie. I appreciate that. Okay, so let's get to the next window, and we got trivia coming up in a little bit. I made 6 windows, which is why I started a little late and it was kind of frantic and haphazard. I have to check to see if I'm streaming every once in a while now. And I was telling you guys, I got a bunch of holiday treats from a friend down the street, and it really brought back a flood of memories. You know, all that nutmeg and cinnamon and stuff, and the banana breads and holiday breads. So I saved some for my mom. I'm going to take some to my mom. And, you know, she's 93. She's over there. at the care place because she fell and broke her hip, unfortunately. And so we'll have, we're not going to have a regular. So we'll play the next window. All right, here we go.
I'm also racist. But not in a bad way. I'm not a bigot or anything like that. I just judge people because of the race. I'll give you an example. I don't fight Asians. Because every other group of people gives you an idea that they may be able to fight. You know, when you run into a black guy, he'll be like big, you know what I'm saying, but doesn't know how to lift weights. Because he got big in prison. You know what I'm saying? You see, like, if you see a white guy, he'll also be big, but he'll have a shirt 3 sizes too small with a dragon on it and cauliflower ear. That's because he can choke you out. And with Latinos, you know what I'm saying, they'll have a tattoo on their head and or neck area, you know what I'm saying, and khaki shorts. Depending on where you at, it could be a Chargers or Raiders jersey. And they stand in a ballet position, you know what I'm saying? Just what you wanna do, fool? I'm right here, fool. We could do this all day, fool. What you wanna do, fool? You might want to get out of there. But an Asian will look like an accountant, be able to hurt you without you even seeing it coming. And they don't talk like anybody else before a fight. You could be real disrespectful to an Asian. You know what I'm saying? They'll be like, "No, we could do this, Jackie Chan." And he'll be like, "I don't think you want this trouble." I will allow you the opportunity to move along, sir. Violence will inconvenience both of us. But you want to persist, you know what I'm saying? Man, I don't care about that. I'm from the streets. Let's do this. And all of a sudden you just hear, hip, hit, hop. Next thing you know, you on the ground, you can't see or hear, and you done peed on yourself. And he's helping you up. Now, what have we learned today?
That's a good, the ballet position. Hi, Jeff. How are you today? Nice to see you, bud.
Super pursuit mode again. By all means. If I do say so, I'm quite pleased with my new look.
Old Kit. What was one of that car? I saw one of that car show or something one time. It's pretty good. I don't know if it had the extensions that one had. Oh, I can't.
Yeah, baby, give it to me.
Insane. There's just a bunch of good ones tonight. I don't know what happened.
Used to be okay.
Sorry.
Are you two a couple, sir? Used to be okay. So you guys dated, right? And then you broke up, but you didn't do it correctly. And how long ago did you break up, sir? 1 week ago. Oh, okay. It's for $20. How long did you date? 10 years. Was it a slow breakup? Like started around 9 years ago? How long?
Oh, 1 week.
One time, I broke up with a woman and we were living together and we still slept in the same bed. Did you guys do that? Okay, I lied about my situation. I wanted to find out. Are you two?
Said, what? Watch this. I'm gonna ram his butt. I'm gonna ram his butt. Excuse me. I'm gonna ram his butt. I'm gonna ram his butt. Stupid dog. He said, what? Watch this. I'm gonna ram his butt. I'm gonna ram his butt. Excuse me. I'm gonna ram his butt. I'm gonna ram his butt. Stupid dog. He said, what? Watch this. I'm gonna ram his butt.
I have Heather's community posts ready, queued up here.
Oh, that's going down there.
You know you're loving it when you get that smack in and your buddies are watching right there. That's like that's double overhead plus right there. But it's kind of mushy, you know. That's what you would call a mushy wave. It's not really throwing out. That's got some definite size and power. That could definitely. Anyway, that one wave I was talking about that spit on me that held me down.
Okay, let me try this
and I
again.
came up laughing.
What's up, bro?
It was just like that, except for it reformed.
We good?
And the barrel came down.
Yeah,
anyway.
we're good. Keep going.
Yeah.
Okay.
You guys remember?
What's up, brother?
Yeah, no problem here.
You do have to be careful with the British accent, because it is.
What's up, brother? God damn.
Easy,
It goes
bro.
from like documentary all the way down.
Okay, let me try
You do
this
have to be
again.
careful with the British accent, because it is. There's a lot of them. It's on a spectrum, you know. It goes from like documentary all the way down to pirate. Like it's a really big range. It goes from the highest tops of the mountains to let me parlay your love. It's a really, depending on the neighborhood that you're in. It is the best documentary accent, though. I think we can all agree on that. I can't watch a documentary that's not narrated by a British person. I don't believe it. I need that sound. That is the largest bird in the world. Pretty big bird, dude. I don't know. Like I said, I'm from Boston originally. That is not a documentary accent. I think if that was the voice of planet Earth, we'd all lose a little faith in science. Yeah, that's a wicked poisonous snake over there. I'm gonna go see if it has a cock. I don't know. I never.
In a wheelchair. Hello, beautiful. Oh, she got a goddamn laptop. Can we get her out of here? You're not even supposed to play in a wheelchair. Hello, beautiful. Oh, she got a goddamn laptop. Can we get her out of here? You're not even supposed to have your phone out. What's your name, beautiful? Marlena. Nice to meet you, Marlena. Oh, she types it out and then she says it. Oh, I love the teamwork. What if she just like, after all of this? You guys say that word down here a lot, don't you? Dude, I fucking hate America, man. Your friends are just, that's actually totally different than what everybody else is doing. Love you, Kyle. Everyone be patient. What's that? I'm hot? Marlena, you watch your hands now. Just because you're in a wheelchair don't mean I won't beat your brakes off. What's that?
I don't know. These are just. Today was a good day. Nobody got shot. What not to do in New Zealand? Oh man. We got trivia coming up. If you just watch it for the first time, sub up and join in the chat. You can play trivia with us. Brand new trivia game. I mixed in music questions and stuff like that for you. I hope you'll enjoy it. I could watch that one all day. Idiot. You idiots! Moment of sin. Deutsch. Alright, so this one is... What do we got here? Oh, this was Jules with True Crime. And she had a document read. And she basically kind of just read the important parts, which was kind of cool.
Which is why, just wanted to show you guys an example, why I'm also not going to be reading through every little bit of this. And I want, like, specifics. I don't want constitutional rights. If the IGG information really legitimately came from illegally
Yeah, I heard. I don't know why everybody's freaking out about John, Jack, Roger, Jingleheimer, Schmidt, Showalter. You know why he's smiling in the mugshot? Because I already called them and told them, look. Oh.
So today is the 3-year anniversary of my husband and I's wedding, and so we're gonna go to the restaurant where we met tonight to eat. So today is
Euphigenia Doubtfire, dear. I specialize in the education and entertainment of 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 entertainment. Candy and the sun. Will you make me a woman? Showtime. I know you're used to Lucy, but I run daggers for you. Daggers for you. I know you're used to Lucy, but I run. Go pump, pump, pump some neurons. I know you're used to Lucy. Dinner, dinner, dinner. Such a shunt. It tastes good. Such a shunt. I know you're used to Lucy, but I run. Surprise. Hip hop, bebop. Dance till you drop. Hip hop, bebop. Doesn't mean that they don't love hip hop, bebop, bop, bop, bop. Dance till you drop. Hip hop, bebop. Just a little bit of nicotine. The sun. Just a little bit of nicotine. Cream in your sugar now. Little bit of nicotine. Doesn't mean that they don't love you. I know you're used to Lucy, but I run daggers for you. I'm in charge, daggers for you. I know you're used to Lucy, but I run. Go pump, pump, pump some neurons. I know you're used to Lucy, but I run. Such a shunt, such a shunt. I know you're used to Lucy, but I run. Hip hop, bebop. Dance till you drop. Hip hop, bebop. Doesn't mean that they don't love hip hop, bebop, bop, bop, bop. Dance till you drop. Hip hop, bebop. Bum, 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 bum. Just a little bit of nicotine. The sun. Just a little bit of nicotine. Cream in your sugar now. Little bit of nicotine. Dinner, dinner, dinner. Doesn't mean that they don't love you. When I'm in charge. Don't fuss with me. It tastes good. Dinner, dinner, dinner. It tastes good. Pump, 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 pump. I know you're used to Lucy, but I run. Such a shunt, such a shunt. I'm in charge. I know you're used to Lucy, but I run. for today. Bye-bye.
All right, everybody. You heard the guy. Show's over. Everybody go home. Thanks for coming. Welcome in. Happy Friday, everybody. This is Friday night on The Purge. You're here. I'm here. So isn't it our time? Isn't it? I got a lot to get to. I got a Rosetta Stone for Heather Fitzgerald. So you guys will all be excited about that. We can finally understand what in the AF she is talking about here. Can you hear me? Am I Swamp Bros? Is this thing on? USA. 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 I would have crushed you. Meanie is here. Thank the Lord. I didn't even send out a personal invitation. Let's get this thing a little closer where I can see you guys. Don't look at my mouth. I decide. I am the one who decides. As long as you get that. Alright. So I'll get on with the show now. As long as we're on the same page. This shirt is too tight. Okay, that's better. What do you want to watch first? You want to watch some of this?
Well, yes. I mean, forensic evidence is often central in a case, and DNA evidence in particular. And so when there's an item, for example, here of an environmental sample of trace DNA evidence, that, as I understand it from reviewing the pleadings, was twice tested, first for an STR profile, and then later for a genomic profile. There are a number of reasons why it's crucial for the attorney to investigate any testing of evidence that is central to a case. And again, here it's an environmental sample of trace DNA that is being tested. But we also have to appreciate, and again, I'm not a DNA scientist or a biologist, but I'm an attorney that works with experts, and I need to know what type of expert to hire. And one thing that I do realize in looking at this is when there's multiple tests of the same piece of evidence, and you have a genomic profile, actually the entire human genome that is typed from this environmental sample of trace DNA, or at least an SNP profile, which is somewhere in the neighborhood of 700,000 locations of data. What does that tell us about the STR profile markers? So, for example, the STR profile markers, which are typed, are 20 out of 30,000 STR markers overall. And so what I would be investigating with a qualified expert is, number one, I don't know from the pleadings if there's a whole genome profile that's been developed for forensic genealogy, but if there is, that should contain STR markers. What does that tell us about the reliability of the STR testing? Is there any potential for artifacts? Is there any potential for an undetected low-level mixture? Those types of questions that are potentially available to inquire and ask about, where you have multiple tests for the same piece of evidence, and it's an environmental sample of trace. I've made in testimony before courts where I've been accepted as an expert in Maryland, D.C., and Virginia, that the minimum practice standard is that the attorney must obtain discovery of the scientific testing of an evidence sample. And that, particularly so in the capital case, particularly where we're talking about an environmental sample of trace DNA, it's absolutely crucial to get that discovery. Well, the SNP profile is what is searched in the ancestry database to then identify potential relatives. And then family trees are built out. That's the object of the SNP testing. What's important to know from a defense perspective in terms of trial work and potential areas of cross-examination, none of it's going to be introducing a statistic that are premised on these.
All right. So that is, first of all, I switched teams on you guys. I didn't tell you. I'm Canada now. I'm in Canada, if you believe me. I teleported up there. This is Audrey C's DNA podcast, and we all know her from Echoes of Clarity's chat, and from Meanie's chat, and from Lana's chat. And so I insist that everyone go over there right now and you sub up to her because she only has 300 subs, which is ridiculous because she has some great content. And so I'll wait. Go ahead, sub up right now, and I'll be here when you get back to you. And we will move on then. We're going to move on now. Thanks. All the people that left. You're going to miss it. So here we go. Next one.
A 10-year-old boy in Florida faces misdemeanor battery charges after he allegedly touched a teacher's breast. Because under Florida law, students are required to wait for their teacher to make the first move.
All right, we're starting off on a high note. It's Friday. I think I'm coming down with a cold. I told you guys that my feet were cold. Nobody cared. Nobody listened. And now Kane's got a sore throat. So I don't know if tomorrow night is happening or not. I hate to disappoint you all. But me and my red Solo cup, maybe I should have washed it. Okay, can you hear me? Is this thing on? Oh, I'm not all the way up. Now, oh, I forgot to rotate my microphone, you know what I'm saying? That happened. We're going to play trivia, a game I invented last week. Oz in here. I want to thank my new members. I've got the Doubtfire remix is a little different. It's a little too edgy for me, so don't count on it anytime soon. Let's check out this story, you guys. Goodbye to those bills. Stores and restaurants to reject these dollars. And I got two stories on this. Guess who is involved? It's Calgary. No, it's Target. The first one to jump on board. Part of the plan, y'all. Hey, there's Criminal Confidential. Criminal Confidential used to be a part of the show, but she's moved on to greener pastures now. She got a couple hits on her videos, and she's too fancy for us. I'm only teasing. I'm very proud of her, and I saw they were playing her video on Tommy's show. They're playing it all over the place because she's amazing, and that's why she was on the show. They get their start here, and they... I can't whistle, but... You know what I'm saying? I got a little cold, too. I got something in the back of my throat. Nobody cares. So what you can't pass. You can no longer pass your $10,000 bills. $500 bills are out. And if they have a rip or a tear or a burn on them, now you're not allowed to pass them. And I'm not talking about poop. I tease you, Jen. You better come up here tonight and keep score. Actually, Meanie's our new scorekeeper, but she wants to play tonight, so I'm only playing. Look how big I can get. So listen, I have this story, and it seems like it ain't much, but if you look at part of the plan, drunken state, maybe. The thing is, they're going to tell you when that you can use certain bills. Isn't that nice? A rip or a tear, you've seen those taped dollar bills, big deal. So what happens is you will no longer be able to pass those bills, and you have to go to the Treasury or the Civil Meanie Awards to turn those bills in. They will inspect them and look at them under a black light, and then they will mail you a check. I'm trying to wink at you guys. I'm not a good winker. We don't have that gene. They say that rolling your tongue is not actually genetic hereditary. Anyway, Kane, just move on, man, coach, please. Oh. This is sad, sorry. Trigger warning. Trigger warning. He made it. He was okay. Bye. Bye, dear. Oh, dear. Alright, that happened. So what? Niagara Falls isn't that tall. It's just very powerful.
How about the lucky break that the video still exists? We're 31 days out. Everybody knows that video is a finite compilation. Storage space is limited. And, you know, you went to a place last night, a vape store that was just down the road from that gas station, and they said we would have happily handed over our security video, but it was past 7 days when they arrived. We didn't have any. It had all been taped over, or it was gone from the buffer. The vape store that was just down the road from that gas station, and they said we would have happily handed over our security video, but it was past 7 days when they arrived. We didn't have any. It had all been taped over, or it was gone from the buffer. You know, those are frustrating questions I think the public has a right to ask, because we have been told all along that there is this, you know, almost 100-person force that's descended onto this case, Brian. So it's distressing to think that 31 days, and just in the last few days, we're hearing that video is being collected. I would have assumed just about every point of reference in Moscow, you know, would have been collected. On the off chance there'll be a tip about a car. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about the direction. I'm going to ask our control room to put that map up again, because when you say that they're far between each other, if you started the crime scene down on the left-hand side of your screen on the bottom, it is really circuitous to get to that gas station and drive by and then end up way up at the liquor store. Could you tell me if there's like an I-95 escape route that would be quicker if you went that direction? Like, does that direction make any sense anywhere if you were to go by the liquor store first and then the gas station, or the gas station first and then the liquor store?
Not really. And I'm looking at the map, and what's interesting is in between all of these locations is the University of Idaho. So the campus is in the middle. And what I've been trying to figure out, you mentioned the vape shop. We went to the vape shop yesterday, which is near the gas station where the video was taken, over on the right side of your screen. They say the police came to their establishment 9 days after the murders looking for video, and they didn't have it anymore because their systems delete video after a week. So that was 9 days after the murder. The liquor store says the police came within just this last week, which is interesting when you look at the timeline. Why were they interested in the area where the vape store is early on, and now they seem to be focusing, or at least looking for video in the area where the liquor store is, which is on the other side of town?
A month later, yeah. A month later, yeah. Okay, I have to ask this last question because obviously, Brian, all of these questions are excellent questions for the police. And I know our viewers have been watching this story and they will know what today is. Today is Wednesday, exactly 4 weeks since they held their press conference last. And now we can't ask these questions or get public scrutiny on the work of the police. Do we have any idea when they might face reporters again?
Well, we expect to be able to talk to the police tomorrow, to the public information officer. And look, I sort of get it. I mean, when there's not a big update, what is the point of doing interviews when you're just going to sort of say the same thing and in a way just kind of frustrate people? So I think that today they chose to sort of have an off day. And then tomorrow, hopefully, maybe we'll get a little bit more information.
Thank you for watching.
I guess that's my part of the read. I thought Elise said that they had collected footage from all the important main areas from the start. Yay! Did they? Good job, Ellie. Justine Cooper is a member. I'll do some cool member stuff. I can't even, like, do stuff. You know, stuff and stuff. I do Jen stuff. I do Heather stuff. That's all I know. It's the only thing I got. Anyway, that was Heather Fitzgerald. And isn't she wonderful? If you can understand what the hell she's saying. I'm unsubscribing right now. No, I am. Really. Do it. You do it. You do it too. Nothing half-assed is a member. Ha ha. You're a member. You said member. You said unit. You said poop. All right. Next one is. Oh, this is just terrible. People are dumb.
You okay? You need help? Yes. Now let me see your hand.
You can't swim.
I got you. Yeah, you got to be careful.
Stay out of the water.
The river's rough out here. You got to be careful. You got a group behind you?
I love how she just wants to get back to her raft.
You okay?
After she almost drowns, she wants to go back to the raft. She's got her iPhone up.
Yeah, you got to be careful. Hey,
yeah,
the
you
rip-
think? Don't get on shore and walk home. It's a Rosetta Stone, Heather. The Heather Stone. Say that 3 times. I'm Pitbullpotamus twice. Anyway, oh my God, this show is bombing. So let's see the next story. What it is? I don't know. No small potatoes. Number 7, Idaho fighting for first round bye. Not that there's anything wrong with it. Against rival Idaho State. And it just shows you what you could win if you live in Idaho. And I guess this must be the first annual potato award because you can see there's no names on it. You guys this is a tough crowd. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm trying to work the room. You know, you could have a potato if you want. I'm a potato. Oh God, I got nothing. Just quit while you're ahead, Kane. Why are you so quiet tonight?
This incredible product dissolves oven grease
I
and
love
stubborn mold
commercials.
in
I do.
seconds
Yeah,
without
music,
any scrubbing.
We think we're on the final stages, but these things are tricky. It's complicated when someone does not want to cooperate, does not want to come out, and they've got to do their best to get her out and not hurt her in the process. They're certainly trying to do their best. They haven't gone to any extreme measures. They didn't put any tear gas into the hole or anything like that to try and urge her to come out. They basically just opened up the trench. They got officers down in there. They got a restraint around her, a collar, and you could tell she's still, it looks to me, that she's combative. She's resisting the officers. It does not appear that she wants to come up, but I believe in a moment they'll have that line attached to the harness, and we will see
She got
her pulled
attached
up
to
here
that hole.
in just a moment or two. So hopefully she gets out of this
This is
situation
from
without being hurt.
Miss
And
Potts.
again, medical assistants are standing by.
She brought this to Heather's
get
attention,
her,
and I caught
care.
it.
But we'll keep this
The
shot
echoes
up.
of clarity
This
is
is
here.
right in the heart.
We
Really
have,
the west side of downtown LA. It's the Westlake District, to be specific, at Bixel and Fifth.
Underground tunnel.
It won't be a big traffic issue for you.
They don't
I
exist.
Think, Fifth you can get by. Bixel is shut down, but it's not a major.
She doesn't want to leave,
and I think
and they had to
we'll
put
see
a
more and
harness
more of her.
around
It
her
looks to me
neck.
like now they do have
Why am I
the
so
line
jiggly?
attached to the harness. They're giving the signal to go ahead and hit the winch and pull her up. And now it appears that she is going to come out, and they're going to get her out of here
Westlake,
safely. But
Westlake,
boy, it was a
Ohio.
technical
Isn't it?
rescue. It was a huge.
It's what a rescue. I don't want to be saved. I had a video about a woman. She was masturbating in public, and then she unalived herself apparently. But there's blood all over the house and all these clues, and the police completely ignored it because of what she'd done on the beach. I just thought it was a little racy for The Purge. If you're new to The Purge, my name is Kane B. Please subscribe, join the chat, and do all the things. I appreciate it. We'll get all this wonderful information out there to more people. And I love each and every one of you. Some most. And so this is amazing. This is so... I'm so proud of myself for finding this. You really... This is what you tuned in for. This really... Other than the trivia... It's a sea lion Ovanch. So goes California, so goes the world, y'all. Right? Well, why can't stop? Hold on. They love to eat. That's why I love it. Oh, they want anchovies. They're after the anchovies. I used to eat anchovies on pizza. Don't judge me. I just had a phase. That's weird, Kane. That's really weird. He likes manatees too much.
What college did you go to? The what? The College of New Jersey. Okay, cool. Wow, I think you might have got ripped off. I don't think that's I've never seen that on a sweatshirt or anything like that. I guess the College of New Jersey would be on an undershirt, but You're married. You seem young to be married too. What's your husband do? A what? A professor. Oh, okay, it makes sense. So you married him when you were... Yeah, that checks out. It's called the College of New Jersey, everybody. What college did you go to?
I thought that was the one Willie went to, but I've realized that he lives in Pennsylvania. All right. Shut up, Kane. He's going to beat you up. Police find 56 pledges blindfolded in potential UI fraternity hazing incident. Now, this is from Rochelle, and this is the University of Iowa, but it's another UI. And let's watch the story. Kane, shut up. Buffering now. I don't know what's going on here. First, they want to show you ads. I want to show you their video. All right, yeah, doing good, Kane. Great show. Fantastic. All right, a lot of creators watch this show. You know, very popular among creators. Try again. I think they might have cut off my internet. It's coming. It's a hazing incident. 56. All right, I'll just read it. A 21-year-old man is facing several charges at police.
Home is where we gather.
Whoa! Slow down. Hold on, let me. Blah 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 blah. This is what you tuned in for, folks. If you're your first time watching for The Purge, don't be afraid of the name. Come on into the chat. We're gonna play trivia here in a little bit and have a great old time. I'm putting on my showcaster voice now, and we've got Heather Stone ready for you, and Randy. I'm feeling Randy. How about you?
A potential hazing incident on the University of Iowa campus. 21-year-old Joseph Gaia from Riverdale and Scott County is being charged with interference with official acts. Police say Gaia was trying to keep officers from investigating a fraternity room at Alpha Delta Phi.
And Randy, I'm feeling Randy. How about you?
Food, potential hazing incident. The university says Gaia is not a student and does not live at that 21-year-old Joseph Gaia from Riverdale and Scott County is being placed on interim suspension while the incident is investigated.
Pickle Palace. It's a place where you can come play.
It's going to go right to my next story anyway, so we'll just watch this lovely commercial. Thank gosh. Okay, there's a dog. That's a burger. Check it out, Pickle Palace.
Ordinary piece of duct tape. However, what makes the ordinary extraordinary is the intention of the artist who put
He's wrong. What makes the ordinary extraordinary is that little bit extra.
this together. There is, simply put, no other artwork of the past 100 years that has provoked the kind of response that Maurizio Catalan's Comedian did upon its installation at Art Basel in Miami.
Installation.
The fact that the
slap a piece of duct tape on a banana
is significant.
Hey, you can put some duct tape on my banana. The rest of the
gallery
show is going
museum context.
to consist of me
Art
just
fairs
playing
are
the guitar
extremely
one note.
expensive to go to. So they are primarily going to be trafficked by art collectors.
It's a one-note
It asks
concert.
a question of who he wants to provoke
Can't even
first. If it's art collectors, then the question
This is what happens
is
when you
worth
mess
a
up
bit of
in
a
gra-
gambit?
in,
Are
rock
they
band.
going to gamble on a semi-absurdist idea? And of course, the
Semi?
answer was yes.
Yes.
Comedian carries
Yes,
an
it
auction
is.
estimate of $1 to $1.5 million. What you buy when you buy Catalan's Comedian is not the banana itself, but a certificate of authenticity that grants the owner the permission and authority to reproduce this banana and duct tape on their wall as an original artwork. Comedian is on view now at Sotheby's, New York, at 1334 York Avenue, and will be on view until the sale on November.
The thing about it is that guy takes himself so seriously, you know what I'm saying? Oh, Canada. That's Les Claypool's version of O Canada right there. Oh, I almost lost it right there. Tony's here. Cap, still missing. See, he won't even look at the camera. He's got his back to you guys because you're not cool enough. Ah! All right, next. Just keep moving, Kane. You suck at this. I don't even know how they let me keep a channel here. Alright, there, let's brush that off. And we're back. I don't know why the audio is so low. Let me add a filter to it, and we'll just bump it up so it's super loud now instead. That'll be awesome. Hey, that's me. How you doing? No, not that one. I have... Okay, video capture is not the one. That one there. Da-da-da. Just in case. You know the guy? He's a lawyer, just in case. I've run out of material, you guys, a long time ago. Same 4 jokes, same 3 couches, same 2 members. I want to thank my new members, Rowie, and all the people I just gave one to. Andrew Killer Crime and everybody else. You know what? I'm feeling lucky today. Let's just, let's get it out there. Let's do that. Why not? Hip hip hooray for everybody. All right. So this is Friday night at the Purge. I don't know if I'll be alive tomorrow. Just keep moving. You suck. It's going to be loud.
Oh, I might just got shark too.
Sharking.
Shark.
Alright. Whoa. Still got weight on it?
Yeah.
I promised you more boobs tonight. And darn it, you're going to get it.
No,
where's Shaggy?
Wonder what you had on.
That's a big one though.
Would have been a big trevally.
Thank you for being here, everybody. I appreciate it.
Alright, we're going to go find another spot. The sharks are in.
You can see her vagina, Kane. What's wrong with you? Alright. Anyway, we are going to play. We're almost there, you guys. Trivia time. I think I made seven lucky boards. That's 21 questions. Let me tell you, they're not easy. Get your thinking caps ready. This is a story that came out today. University of Idaho gets go-ahead for new campus housing. Ding, 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 ding. Moscow, Idaho, Dateline. New student housing is coming to the University of Idaho. The Idaho Board of Education Thursday approved a $163 million development plan for the capital project. Now you can see it looks nothing like what Toes drew, so I don't know what inside information he had. Anyway, it's a little different. It's brown. They like brown in Idaho, apparently. I don't know. I got my pen ready for trivia. If anybody wants to volunteer for scorekeeping, they are more than welcome. We've got the current champion. Let's hear it for her. Translucent. And I do my applause thing, but it's on another page. If anybody can take down Translucent, it would behoove you. And you'd get a membership if I had any left. You just missed a membership, Translucent. I'm sorry about that. Sorry about your luck. Well, you're probably better off. That way people don't know that you're here. You can just kind of skirt in, skirt out. Anyway, yeah, I was reading the story. The current capacity and physical condition of university housing does not meet student needs. The request reads, U of I officials pointed out to the Board of Education that the average age on campus housing is older than 50 years. That's my age. No, I'm like 30. You know what I'm saying? If I wasn't born a boy, I wouldn't have anything to play with at all. All right. So the university also points to growing enrollments. See how long that goes on. Fall 2024 enrollment was 12,286, up 437 big students from 2023. Totally worth taking out 4 people for, wasn't it? Scott. Right now, U of I is renting a nearby motel to provide temporary housing. This is a guitar pick. To 200 students. Without it, the university would be at 104% of capacity for student housing. The project includes demolishing and rebuilding South Hill Apartments and renovating Wallace Residential Complex, Theopolis Tower, and Elmwood Apartments. This would be done in phases starting in the fall of 2025 when none of the students are there to ask any questions. You can read the specific proposal and plan to finance it starting on page 54 of this agenda. And you can go watch and read that agenda on Jules with True Crime Reactions. I'm not reading shit.
NASA has released an image of the sun in which it appears to be smiling. So if the sun can smile, would it kill you ladies to try it? Rupert Murdoch's engagement to Anne Leslie Smith has been called off, apparently. She got cold feet after Murdoch passed his physical. Paramount Plus announced they are making a new Yellowstone prequel series that will star Harrison Ford and Helen Mirren. The 79-year-old Ford will play a wealthy ranch owner, while the 76-year-old Mirren will play his grandmother. Thousands of black women have sued L'Oreal and Revlon, claiming that their chemical hair straighteners made them infertile. L'Oreal and Revlon have countersued, claiming that maybe it's Maybelline.
Oh, man. I thought that was a good one, so I thought I'd share with you guys.
Laughter is how we cope with life, not getting offended.
First time ever.
Like I had a traumatic childhood, but you know what? I can laugh about it. I was used in child pornography. It was brutal. No 8-year-old child should be the director. Laugh.
It's like butterfly effect up in here. Alright, it's getting weird now. This is why I don't watch this show. Goodbye to these bills. Target announces it will not accept these dollars starting in December. That's in a few days, guys. In case you're not paying attention. Christmas is only 1 month away. So make sure you send those presents out to me, guys. Let's see here. Yeah, I like how Target wasted no time jumping on the bandwagon. See, told you. Alright, next one. Here we go. Whatever. So racist. This happened. So the Courtney Campbell Bridge connects Clearwater to Tampa, and it goes. I used to go directly from my apartment to Tampa Airport, Tampa International, and I've lost a lot of friends on this bridge in the years. When it was originally built, it didn't have a median. And it's a 4-lane road there. And my girlfriend's sister, who was our cashier forever at Winn-Dixie grocery store, had a blowout of a tire in her Chevy Nova. And had a head-on collision and unfortunately passed away. And then my best friend, David Martin, also passed away at 16 after scoring the two winning goals at the state championship soccer game for Clearwater Central Catholic. The car flipped. He wasn't wearing his seatbelt. A drunk driver had hit them from behind. And his mom started the mad chapter here. And now bodies are washing up. So things have gotten newts. Check it out.
Police has crossed the bay for a second. They're investigating after 2 bodies were found near the Courtney Campbell Causeway in 2 days. Police say 2 people were found dead in the water in separate incidents.
And Fox 13's Kylie Jones is along the causeway with what we're learning.
We're learning from police that those 2 deaths don't appear to be related at this point. Police did find 1 person dead in the water on Sunday, and then another seen down the walkway off the causeway just this morning after another person was found. In the waters off the Courtney Campbell Causeway Sunday, a little after 6 p.m., Tampa police found the body of a black male who appeared to be in his mid-teens. His body was found in the water off the south side of the causeway with no obvious signs of trauma. The second investigation started this morning, a little before 10. Police.
Thank you, Taxmax Thunderclap. It's nice to see you. And you can see now there's even a median for these rocks here, and this is exactly where it happened. There was, I don't know if there's a median or not. Whatever it is. Oh, this is a walkway. But the car it was hit from behind, and he was drinking a chocolate milk. He wasn't wearing a seatbelt in the backseat of a Honda Civic. And the car hit the rocks here and flipped over. Unfortunately. And thank you for that. I appreciate that. He was a good friend. A long since we were 3 years old. So, yeah. Anyway, so this continues to happen. And they're like, oh, it's unrelated. It has nothing to do with the cartels. Right. So anyway, we have good police here. They got a lot of equipment anyway. There's your moment of zen. Let me take this silly filter off of here because everything was so quiet. Now everything's so loud. Nobody's listening anyway. I'm just here for trivia. I hate this guy. He got a bald, pointy head. Why does he talk like a manatee all the time? Tony's here. Alright, Heather. Listen. Listen, one of those Stretch Armstrong toys. Alright, Stretch Armstrong. Let's do a history of the Purge again. Here we go.
Students, including one from here in Arizona.
Police arresting a 28-year-old graduate student in... suspected of killing the roommates as they slept.
ABC 15's Amelia Fabiano joins us with reaction from the victims' families and what led police to that suspected killer.
Investigators say a tip led them more than 2,500 miles across the country, making that arrest early this morning. It's not yet known, though, what led them to that suspect or why police think he did it. Under state law, the criminal affidavit is under seal until the suspect's first court appearance back in Idaho.
28-year-old Brian Kohlberger, now in police custody, facing 4 counts of first-degree murder, as well as felony burglary in the brutal killings of 4 University of Idaho students.
I think it'll be a massive exhale for a lot of people.
Back in November, roommates Kaylee Gonsalves, Madison Mogan, Xana Kernodle, and Xana's boyfriend Ethan Chapin were all discovered inside a house off campus, stabbed to death. Xana spent some of her upbringing here in the Valley. ABC 15 spoke with her former gymnastics coach after Friday's arrest.
She had such a charismatic personality. She pulled that team together better than any team I've ever coached, and I've been coaching the sport for 30 years.
The arrest made early Friday morning in Pennsylvania's Pocono Mountains, 47 days after the gruesome murders. ABC 15 obtained these Monroe County, Pennsylvania court documents with her former gymnastics coach held there without Friday's arrest. A judge also ordered his extradition to Idaho, where he will face his charges. Kohlberger is a graduate student at Washington State University, getting his PhD in criminology. That campus, located about 10 miles from the University of Idaho. Law enforcement sources telling ABC News his DNA was found at the crime scene and that police were led to Kohlberger after tracing the ownership of a white Hyundai Elantra seen in the area the night of the killings, then tracking it cross-country to Pennsylvania. Xana's cousin, Sheldon Kernodle, tweeting out this graphic Friday saying their work isn't done yet, asking for anyone with information to send in tips.
I think answers will finally be forthcoming because it's been so frustrating. There's been so little information, and we've just been starving for information. We know what's happening. These 4 young lives.
Idaho police, meanwhile, saying this case is far from closed.
This was a very complex and extensive case. We developed a clear picture over time. Be assured the work is not done. This has just started.
I love the comments on... Just get to trivia. I'm going to skip all these now. Okay, next one here. Oh, my back just cracked. This is good. Okay, trigger warning for you freaks. This is bad. This is really bad. I guess it's surveillance camera, so there's no... If you can read this, then you can listen to that stuff backwards and interpret it for us. So this car fell 40 feet. No word on whether the people inside made it. I don't know. In Russia, it doesn't matter yet. Maybe they weren't inside. It doesn't look like anybody's in there. The cops sure... Why won't this play? Just play! It's like clickbait. Alright, anyway. The cops didn't look too... Guys, okay, so this one... Suspect tied to Boise hospital ambush agrees to testify against conspirators. And if you remember this awful story, the thing is, we'll just listen.
Suspect tied to Boise hospital ambush agrees to testify against conspirators. A woman who helped two men escape after they attacked correctional officers at a Boise hospital struck a plea deal with prosecutors for her crimes, with a key stipulation: she must testify against the men she helped. Tanya Huber, a 53-year-old woman from Filer, Idaho, was arrested alongside one of the men in the Twin Falls area after a 36-hour manhunt for the male suspects in March. She pleaded guilty to 2 felonies, possession of a controlled substance and harboring a wanted felon, in exchange for the remaining felony charge of attempting to elude a police officer to be dismissed.
She had 2 fentanyl pills under her seat, or 3. And so they're going to lower her charges. Whatever. It's Skylar Meade. I'm sure you're familiar with that awful man. And so, I guess the other guy drew the short stick in the AB and got to go pick him up. So, and they did some terrible stuff. Hey, Swamp Rose is in here. I didn't know you stayed up this late, Swamp. Did your husband let you back in the main house now, or are you still in the barn? I'm always teasing you. She's so pretty. Alright, look at that. Next one this is where all the creators come for their information.
Most people have no clue that in 20...
Blah, blah, blah. Is there one commercial that's watchable on YouTube? Not one.
The Idaho State Board of Education is looking into the possibility of doing away with programs promoting diversity, equity, and inclusion, or DEI, at every public university. At a meeting today, the Board of Education considered adopting a resolution that would eradicate programs. No action was taken during today's discussion, but if it is enacted, the resolution could mean the closure of DEI offices and centers across Idaho's 4 public universities, including at the University of Idaho. Something the board, equity, and inclusion are raising concerns about.
This is not about removing support where people need it, but organizing it such that all students have access to all. It's really an inclusionary point of view.
Word equity, diversity, and inclusion, I feel like people think you need to be diverse just to be a part of these organizations. I look at these offices more as equalizers.
Even though no action has been taken, Idaho State University is already restructuring its Diversity and Gender Resources Center. Meantime, the Board of Education plans to sit down with leadership at each school for feedback on the resolution. Today's meeting sparked outrage across the state tonight, including at the University of Idaho. KREM 2's Connor McAvoy is in Moscow tonight, where students are protesting against the resolution.
I'm here at the University of Idaho, where students protested across campus on Thursday after finding out that diversity, equity, and inclusion programs could be taken away.
This is what unity looks like!
Strong words from U of I students as dozens walked across campus after hearing word about DEI offices potentially being closed down.
The sad part of that story is all those students were shot. They didn't have a permit to protest. No report taken. Idaho State cops. Wow, that is some funny stuff. Thank you for being here today. And don't be afraid to join in. And if you're watching, feel free to subscribe. You can jump in and play our trivia game today. Let me tell you, it's a hard one. That's what she said. Hopefully you can hear this one. Look at this barrel. And I promised Shaggy no more surfing videos, but I couldn't resist. Keeps going and going, and he makes it out. Can you believe? Nobody cares, Kane. You're the only one who likes surfing here. Duh. It turned me up loud so it blows your ears out. Where's my brother? Okay, next one coming up here. Wait for it. You know, I noticed if you didn't subscribe to Audrey's DNA See and Spell, Seek and Destroy channel, please do that. And so this was hilarious.
Advisory of the season has filled in on the north and west facing shores of Oahu, triggering a flock of spectators at Bonsai Pipeline as visitors sat in awe at the size of the waves rolling in, with some getting a little too close for comfort. Local time is 9:09 a.m. We set up the camera for an entire 8 hours to document the day, with swell coming in at 5 feet, 15-second intervals out of the northwest at 315 degrees, later topping out at 7 feet, 15-second intervals out of the northwest at 324 degrees. Cross-shore winds clocked in at 6 knots out of the east-northeast, gusting up to 10 knots, with a rising tide of 0.6. The first near warning level advisory of the season has filled in on the north and west facing shores of Oahu, triggering a flock of spectators at Bonsai Pipeline as visitors sat in awe at the size of the waves rolling in, with some getting a little too close for comfort.
Let me tell you, the surf in Hawaii will catch you off guard. It's very powerful. So you have to be very careful. Tough crowd. Miami-bound flight hit with severe turbulence. Lucky to be alive. This one is for our friends that don't like to fly. And I think there's a video attached. Oh, yeah, there is. Sure. Why not? Of course, we get an ad first. Join Mint Mobile. All right. Thanks, Ryan Reynolds rap.
Everybody right? Helper up. Helper up.
Sam?
Okay. Everybody right? Helper.
That's a good time. That's what you get for flying Spirit Airlines to Haiti right there. You can see they're chasing after a stingray over here. They're trying to imitate Steve Irwin. It's always a copycat. Should have kept my feet warmer. My throats are... Alright, so... 37 strange products and things that exist for some reason. I love the title on this. They got Larry the Cable Guy dinner. This... If you can only drink one glass of wine a day, I guess you're really all set here. And this, if you want to suffocate yourself and see well at the same time. Let's see. We got Jay watching tonight. This is how you shave a perfect beard. That's what I used today. You can tell. You look so different. Got fat. It's a chocolate-covered pickle. It comes on a stick. Chocolate-covered pickle on a stick. Okay. That, a baseball bat, beer stein. That's going to last the game. 7th inning stretch. Oh, you broke it, Dad. There goes $50. And I wondered if this wasn't the weapon used in the tragedy. Okay, so again, so I can't even. It's the lighting, Jen. It's the if I go like this, I look fat again. All right, next one here. I've been eating salads, not tossing. I know what you're I know you guys. Sorry, there's more these weird things. There's 37 of them. Sorry, no talking to cashier. Oh man, I don't even know. Same height parties. For the ninja that's in and out of the house from the car that never parked. There it is. That's how he got away. He did the Mary Poppins method. If you're a big fan of mac and cheese or chicken wings, I've never heard of a buffalo chicken before, but there it is. Yeah. Strap your feed bag on, yo. There is no end to the usefulness of LED lighting, my friends. And I've thought that I saw this in Cy Ray's house. I'm going to have to send him an email and ask. Feline-friendly furniture gives your cat a seat at the table, making them the centerpiece at dinner time. I can only think of Harrison Ford with the monkey brains. Monkey brain. Hey, just pop on in for dinner, kitty. Meow. This was found at Jenn's house. For the comfort of your latest guests. Or Halloween. I don't know. I didn't know what to... I thought that was Chief Fry at first, but then I got... See, this is why I got sick. I have the blanket lift and my feet got cold. Oh, I recently learned that volcano snails exist. Their shells are made of iron, and they live around hydrothermal vents that can reach up to 750 degrees Fahrenheit. That's 2 degrees Celsius to you metric folks. Turn your house into a mini golf course with these fun vent covers. Items that exist for some reason. My Hero Academia. I don't even know. I don't know. Rock, paper, scissors. The card game. Why do you need this? What do you need this for? Oh my gosh. 3D gel padded bike seat cover. It's also a whoopee cushion, I guess. Here's the hamburger dinner. Oh man. Butter sculptures. I don't know how you measure a quarter stick. Bookcase converts to coffin when needed. Just in case of emergency. You got... Oh man. This is great. Extreme ironing is a thing again. As if socks weren't bad enough. Now you got the thigh-high boots with flip-flops. Black socks. Leather shoes. Okay, so this is for the person that is a little different in your family. They like to rock sideways. I can imagine the poor cattails coming screaming out of the room. Okay, let's see. Up for sale, I have a custom toilet. We were moving and will not fit into the new bathroom. I hope to find a new owner who likes it as much as I did. And they also have the matching chair, you know, the one that... Stupid. This is for Jeff H. The shredder cheese grater. Get it? Shred. You guys don't get it. And this needs no explanation. Everything's bigger in Texas. The funny thing is, this is at the Goodwill. China has banana popsicles that you can peel. It's just a banana. Now, if you stick it to the wall, it's worth $6.2 million. Oh, man. I don't know. Oh. Now they have cargo socks. I thought the whole cargo thing was out of style, but now they have cargo pockets for your socks, which would probably be a good thing up in Alaska or something like that. Dave Beauty Cream Bar. All right, that's enough. I've tortured you guys enough. Check out this.
Going! Oh my gosh!
I think it's a pretty good one.
So I thought that was cool with the camera. People are clearing the waiting room. Alright, next one is probably... Oh, look at that. It's been redacted, you guys. Another one. I don't even know what that was. Knife crime campaign sees seizure of 1,400 weapons. Dateline, UK. And so... Now, Dinky's always ripping on our justice system over here. And you look, and they've already eliminated all the guns. So you can't protect yourself with a gun. And now, they're taking away your knives. So when will they finally figure out that it's not the gun that's doing the killing, that it's not the knife? We'll leave that up to them. They have their 15-minute cities coming. In your face. Okay. So.
You went to Cambridge? Yes and no. What are you, the janitor? This is fucking Goodwill Hunting? Like, how yes and no? What was that?
Sixth form college is like the last 2 years of high school.
A what kind of college?
Sixth form.
Sixth form? And not everybody say it, then I can't hear it. Sixth form. Sixth form college. It's high school? Then just say high school. 16 to 18-year-olds.
University is a 4 years, but ours are 3. So our high school is more advanced than yours.
Oh, your high school? I'll see you in the park, bitch. All right.
Oh, that's his best one in a while. That was pretty funny. Okay. Our high schools are better than yours. Oh, sick cover-up. Wonderful. That is, I don't know, colder waters. Oh, that's Nazaré in Portugal. With that 100-foot wave, you know, on a smaller day. All right, Jake Paul and Mike Tyson officially suspended after controversial fight. I read this article and it made no sense. I thought they were suspended because it was fake AF, but apparently they have to be suspended after the fight, like they're gonna fight in 2 weeks or something. Anyway, so a sore throat. Sorry, Tony. I don't know. I will continue on now. Last window, and we're going to play some trivia, folks. Here we go.
I think the best moments in practice are those where you actually connect with a patient and they...
He's a former homicide detective who has investigated more than 300 murders. He's the co-host of Investigation Discovery's very popular show, Reasonable Doubt. So, Chris, am I wrong? Because when I've covered single murders before, I've heard of thousands of pieces of evidence, not 113 for 4 bodies.
Yeah, so, it may seem low. They talked about having an evidence-rich crime scene. I've heard that mentioned several times. But, breaking it down to 28 pieces per victim is really not an accurate way that we should look at evidence. It could be evidence-rich in certain portions of that crime scene, and that's what investigators are saying. So, there may be small amounts in one portion of the crime scene, but there are major portions or major amounts of evidence in the other portions of the crime scene. So,
So let me ask you this. In cases that I've covered with all of the different evidence that's entered in a court of law, this particular crime is going to have multiple locations. Let's just start with the inside of the house. I mean, don't get me started. There's 2 bedrooms at least. There's the entrance point, and there's whatever was tracked, and there's all the different hair, fiber, fingerprints that anybody has left behind that needs to be excluded. That's a lot in a house like that. It's not a single-family home. There's lots of boyfriends and girlfriends and friends and former tenants, etc. Then there's the outside of the house, wherever that killer left, and whatever footprints, shoe prints, whatever trail of anything he or she may have left. And then there are all the different floors. Then there are 6 cars, presumably each roommate might have had a car. Maybe Ethan had one too. Then there's the bar that they were at, the girls were at the night before. Then there's the food truck where they were as well. Then there's the frat house where Xana and Ethan were, and they still don't know about 4 hours and 45 minutes of Xana and Ethan's whereabouts. So to me, it sounds like a lot of places where a lot of things have to be looked at. And so that's why I sort of thought 113, but this isn't my expertise, it's yours.
Right. So, and I appreciate that, but you have to think about it. These investigators, I'm sure they've started to vet those locations. Maybe there are certain locations where there was not any evidence that was found. Maybe not inside of the vehicles, or maybe not. You didn't find any evidence at the bar. Physical evidence that needed to be collected and tested. That's what I mean. So you never can tell. I would hope that they have collected as much evidence as possible, because look, 113, you want to see as much evidence as possible in a case like this. But if 113 is the number that they have, then that's what they have.
And you can't get the evidence later, right? That's also an issue. I do want to ask you about something. There's a report tonight that the vehicles that were towed, and not that long ago, right? Those vehicles sat outside the home within the crime scene tape for like about 2.5 weeks. But those vehicles have been towed to a city lot, and they have sat in the elements, really unguarded potentially, with the potential for trespass. That always screams, dear Lord, that's something that can be exculpatory for, perhaps a suspect who's on trial down the road. But what do you make of vehicles that are towed away and not to a compound where police can protect them?
So unless you have evidence that proves that these vehicles were not actual portions or not used as a vehicle that was involved in the crime, or a vehicle that may have been touched by a suspect, then it's okay to have them in an open tow lot. But in a case such as this, you would want to see those vehicles put away. You want to see them locked away inside of a room. I mean, so I have 2 scenarios that kind of rings in my head when you mention about these vehicles. Now, if the families are able to go back and pick those vehicles up, that means that law enforcement has released them. They are no longer of any value to the investigation. But if they are out and the families cannot retrieve those vehicles, then that's problematic. They should be kept and placed away, because you have to come back and pick back. But you never know. You can always, just like you can always go back and talk to a suspect, you can, if you have a vehicle locked away, you can always go back and collect any evidence that may be found.
Chris Anderson, so good to have you.
Can you really? Is that how it works? You leave the cars out open into the public, and then you can always go back. Just like when you take the second run through the house, you can find the knife sheath. Oh, man. What's up, playa? All right, players. We got trivia now. Trivia meow, trivia meow. Here we go. Let's get her going on. Boo. It should be showing now. There it is. Okay. Wait, this is my second window. Hold on. I lied. It is going to be trivia, though. Here we go. Let me see if I hope I saved it. Gmo Nitty. I had them all ready. Oh, no, they're gone. Just kidding. Look how fast that chat's moving. My goodness. How many me's do you want to have here? We can do say 3 me's. That would be nice to have 3 me's for trivia tonight. That way I don't have to hit. If anybody wants to keep score, this chat is really flying tonight. I'll tell you what. Thank you, everybody, for being here. If you're new to The Purge, I'm Kane B. Please do all the things and get this channel liked around the world. And let me shut myself up now. Shut up, Kane. Hold on, wait. Let me see how many me's I can bring out. Just for, we evil woman. You always got to have 3 me's. If you don't have 3 me's, I don't know what to tell you. Idaho State Police is here tonight. I hope they're watching. And witchy woman. Do. He can't sing. He's terrible. Meow, 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 meow. You ever hear about the 2 cats that got married? They got tail on their honeymoon? I don't know. What are you doing? Alright, I'm upside down now. Upside down, meow. Here we go. Trivia, folks. Thanks for playing. That's enough of me. And here we go with the first board. Anybody volunteer to keep score? No, everybody wants to be a player. Win big. Alright, let me get a sip before I put on my game show. Now, Meanie, I promise you, I even used a new email and went in and started from scratch. And they still had no music. But we do have the clap track. The clap track is on Translucent, the current champion. I've got a blank piece of paper here, and it's going to have your name on it. Each, according to Jenn, the way things are supposed to work, is you get 1 point per board. I might do a double or nothing at the end in case Jeff H is winning. None of us want that. And here we go with the first question. This is Idaho 4 Trivia on The Purge. Please do all the things. Thank you very much. And let's get going. First question 1. What time were the bodies removed from the house? What time of day were the bodies allegedly moved from the house? And just put your answer in the chat there, and Kyle and O will send it over to Swifferfly and see if it's the correct answer. First answer gets the point. And here we go. Who's going to get that first answer? I'm sorry there's no music. I did everything. Never. 6:30 from Victorine. Bubbly Water says 4:30. And nobody's going to argue with Bubbly Waters. We're flying here. Unknown. I had 4 o'clock. Well, I'm not going to argue with Bubbly Waters because I know better. So we will give Bubbly Waters the point on that. Bubbly Waters came to play today. All right. Bubs with 1. Anybody's game still. And we'll move on to the next poll. Before the coroner arrives. Wow. That's a good point, Bubbly Waters. I like that answer. Here we go. We'll pin that back up there. No hard feelings. All right. And we'll go to the next question. Great job, Bubs. And let's see. Let's give her a toot. And here comes the next question on Idaho 4 Trivia on The Purge. 4 o'clock. Anything 4. I guess 4:20 I could accept. But I'll give it to Bubs. Sorry about that. I'll give you both a point. Why not? You both did great on that. Victorine a little bit off with 6:30. Who had 4:20? I like that answer. 4:20 is usually a good answer for any time. She might have redacted her answer. Where did it go? Somebody had 4:20 in there. Anyway. All right, here we go with the next one. Nothing half fast. Here to be funny and entertain us. All right, next question. In a high school yearbook photo, What did Brian Koberger say he aspired to be? Does anybody remember what Brian Koberger aspired to be in his high school photo where he was wearing the uniform for the police explorers? Exotic dancer. God. You've been watching this show. I heard 5 o'clock on the corner. Can we believe anything they say? That's the whole point of this. All right, we got Swamp Rose with Army Ranger. All right, Swamp Rose. It's up past her bedtime, but she's out in the barn, so she can stay up late and drink her glass of wine, and nobody's gonna tell. There we go, Swamp Rose. Terrific answer. Thank you, Swamp Rose. Great job. I love it. And let's see what the answer I actually had was. We're going to give it to Swamp Rose anyway because she's so lovely. Aspired to be an Army Ranger. Well, it was the right answer anyway. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Idaho State Cops. You snarky little guy, you. All right. Next question here on The Purge. We've got 6 more boards to clear. Last of our 1-point questions. On to the 1-point questions after this. What photos does Daniel from Drunk Chicken Show say he saw? What pictures did he see that nobody else saw in the whole world but him? What were they of? Does anybody know? I don't know. I never saw him, so. Swamp Rose probably know. Kylan O says Swamp Rose. Pictures of Swamp Rose topless. Crime Scene Meanie. All right, fantastic answer. Good job, Meanie. Meanie came to play. She's up against the top dogs, Translucent, Bubbly Waters. Criminal Confidential says dick pics, which is always a good answer here. If she wasn't a part of the show, I would have to say bonus smart snarky points, as Miss Potts would say. All right, Meanie on the board with 1. We got Swamp Rose with 1. Everybody's having a great time. Appreciate you being here. If you're new to the Purge, I'm Kane B. Please sub up and do all the things. I'd love to have you around. And that's the end of board 1. We got Bubs, Swamp Rose, and Meanie. Anybody's game here. All right, and we're going to move on to the next board. I'll let that music play so Meanie can concentrate on the next question. Here we go with the first of our questions on the second board. 1 point apiece. Put your answer in the snark. And let's go. What sporting event did the Idaho 4 attend together before the tragedy? What kind of sport was it that they all went to and they took that picture at the Linda Lane or Queen Road Apartments there? Does anybody remember what kind of sporting event they went to go see? I think it was on the Saturday there. Who remembers what the... Oh, what? Whoa, answer's coming in quick. You guys are reading my mind. Kylan O, another contender. We got a 4-way tie right now. Fantastic answer, Kylan O. And everybody, Swiffer Fly coming in, Tammy and Cassidy Kane. We're going to give it to Kylan O for that one, and that's 1 point to her, and we're going to keep moving on. Next question. Please put your answer in the chat. Please sub up and do other things. I forgot to put the... We all know. Vandal Football. I put Vandal Football. I don't know what happened. I don't know. Okay. What frat is Hunter Chapin a member of? Does anybody know what fraternity Hunter Chapin is a member of? Who's going to get that answer? Ice skating, beer pong, axe throwing contest. That's where Jack D went the night before, isn't it? Fight. What frat is Hunter Chapin a member of? 420 gets the answer. I'm taking away a point. The Doug Wilsons. All right. Tanel Ray coming in all the way. Now, she must have a heck of a connection to be ahead of you guys, all you smarty pantses out there. Great job, Tanel Ray. Fantastic. Love it. All right. Still anybody's game. We're tied up. Bubs with 1, Swamp Rose with 1, Meanie with 1, Kylan O with 1, and Tanel Ray from all the way across the world with 1 point. I love it. anybody's game here. Moving on to the next one. And did I get that right? Make sure there's not a flag on the play. The worst one. The brat frat. They love their brothers over there. Don't get me wrong. All right, here's the next question for you. What secret society is Stacy Chapin a member of? Just a general answer here is fine. What secret society is Stacy Chapin a member of? These questions are going to get harder. Are you wearing a handicap, Bubs? That's all I just want to know. Oh, gosh. I've run out of... Thank God you guys are here. No, I didn't know about that, Heather. Thank you. New Zealand. All right, Victorini. Victorini meanie. Wearing a handicap, Bubs. I was going to get the point on that. Terrific job. Thank you for playing. I appreciate it. And sorry to anybody else that didn't get that. But Victorini had to get on the board because she don't play. And that's me in the corner, Victorini. Victorini posted something on Facebook. And she's like, look, I took a picture with REM. That's me in the corner. And she just pasted a picture of her in the corner. And I answered. It was funny what I answered. I said, look again, that's me in the spotlight. It's not really funny, I guess. Wait, Toes? Is Toes... Did I get... What happened? Eastern Stars is... I'll accept... I will accept the Masons, though. Eastern Star is the answer that I had. But Freemasons is fine. I'm not trying to be too picky, so... We'll give that to Victorini. Let Victorini have it. Come on. What'd she do to you? Gosh. We're trying to be cordial to our guests here, Jen. She gets a couple hits and then she just owns the world. Eastern Stars. Okay, well, you know, Jen. Giving it to her. Too bad. Victorini on the board. We got a tie all the way. Bub, Swamp Rose, Meanie Calino, and T-Nell Ray from New Zealand. Here's the next question. Oh, that's the end of that round. Thank you for playing, guys. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more rounds to play of Purge Trivia. If you're new here, welcome in. I appreciate you playing. And let's get on to board number 3. First question of the night. Who was the first recipient of Chapin's scholarship? Of the 33 scholarships that were donated to Sigma Chi, who was the first to receive one? The $150,000 that were raised for the scholarships. Does anybody remember? Max, it's okay. You'll get in there. It's all just 1 point so far, so anybody's game. There it is. Tammy, thank you. All right, great answer. With Hunter Chapin. That's fantastic. Amazing. Oh, I'm sorry. It's Calino. Calino. Oh, pulling ahead. This could be huge, folks. We're going to have to go to the scene here. Dan, on the scene. Yeah, we have a guy running away naked, and he's wearing all black with bushy eyebrows. Calino pulls ahead with a big 2. Meanie kicking the wall right now. I can just see it. Here we go. All right, next question. What is the garden planted in Ethan's honor called? What is the garden planted in Ethan's honor called? Does anybody remember that one? Who knows that question? I'm way back on the chat here, sorry. Billy Madison Reed. Hunter Chapin and the president of Signified Reed. Translucent sandbagging, trying to lay low. All right, Meanie, yes, very good answer, terrific. I knew I could count on her. Meanie ties it up now with 2. We still got Swamp Rose with 1, Bubs with 1, T-Nell Ray, and Victorini with 1. Still anybody's game. We got 4 more boards after this. And let's move on to the next question, guys. Fantastic job. I appreciate everybody being here. If you're new to the Purge, please hit the sub button and like and Afterwards, leave a comment. Why not? All right. So let's see here. What is Ethan's dad's name? What is Ethan Chapin's dad's name? Who's going to get that one? I got all the hot shot creators up in here tonight. Let's see who knows what Ethan Chapin's dad's name is. The first answer gets the point, and we got a two-way tie right now between me and Kylan O. Who can remember that question? Who is Ethan's dad? Nothing half-assed. These are hard questions. Don't fall asleep on me. Meanie pulls into the lead as we expected. Wonderful answer, Meanie. She must have upgraded her internet connection just to play. We got translation with Jenn, Bob, James for Criminal Confidential, and I appreciate it. And we're on to the next question. We're going to give that one to Meanie with 3. Swamp Rose with 1, Bubs with 1, Kylan O with 1, Tanel Ray, and Victorini with 1. Moving on. Here we go. It's the end of that round. I want to thank everybody who played. I just went over the scores. So, 2 men with the hoodies and the 90 UA on security cam. They scrubbed 2 weeks. That I tell you, that fact would be interesting to know. And then I don't know who posted it. There was also a video about the camera on the U of I water tower, the I tower it's called, that went down in conjunction, I guess, with the Wi-Fi or whatever being down on campus around 6 a.m., between 4 and 6 a.m. So that was weird. Okay. So we're moving on to the next round here. Thank you for playing, everybody. 4 more rounds to go. 1 point apiece. We got Meanie in the lead with 3. And that's all she wanted to hear. There we go with the first question. What type of flowers are planted in Ethan's smile? Now, somebody's already put that in the chat here. So what are we going to get for an answer? Who'll be the first one? What type of flowers are planted in Ethan's smile, the memorial garden for Ethan Chapin? And Kylan O with the big answer, tulips. That's right. Kylan O tied. This is becoming a tough game, guys. We need to get some more people on the board. Where you at, Swamp Rose? Come on, you do this for a barning. Arf! I was trying to, Swamp. I was trying to. I'm waiting for the smartest answer. I know they're coming. Pulls out a ray gun. I was trying to cover for you while your dogs were away. And so many times you go, "Oh, you want to come up, Kane?" And I'm like, "Oh, my mic and blah." And then I offered to come up, and she's like, "Yeah, I'm just going to end live." I'm like, "Fine, I'll never offer again." Never again. Anyway, great job. Kylan O tying up with Meanie at 3. Tanel Ray with 1. Victorini with 1. Bubs with 1. Swamp Rose with 1. All great answers. I appreciate everybody. We got the next question here coming up. And what year Elantra did Brian Koberger drive? Everybody should know this one. What year Elantra? And we're going to get the answer here in just a second. Yes, the tulips are in a pattern, a Masonic pattern here. And I've had Bubs pinned up there for a while. Sorry, Bubs. That's probably what's holding you back. Let's see if we got... Who's got... I'll get this out of here. Let's see. 2015, Kylan. Oh, wow. Great answer. Thank you very much. All right. They do get harder after this. Sorry if you didn't get that one, Meanie. Kylan O pulls ahead of Meanie with 4. And we got Meanie with 3. Tanel Ray, Victorini, and Swamp Rose with Bubs with 1. Okay, here we go on. 2015 was the answer. And we'll go on to the next question now. Here we go. Oh, I accidentally ended the game. Great job. Let's see if we can't finish it out. What color Elantra does Kane B drive? This is where the tough ones start coming in. Not a lot of you are going to know. Bubs is drying off. She's got one hand tied behind her back. Pink. That's a good answer. Not quite yet, though. Idaho State Cops filling in for Bubs right now. Victorine, you saying you're LE now. White, Meanie, no. I thought Meanie knew me a little better. Red, no, that's close. Swamp Rose is laughing. Swifferfly with the big answer. All right. Swifferfly gets on the board with 1. We got Kyle still way ahead with 4. We've got 3 more boards after this. That's 12 more questions. Anybody's game. Let's get up there, big creator guys. Blue. The boy who wore blue, black. I don't know if they make a black Elantra. It's too bad. All right, next. I think that was the final question, and the answer was silver. Here we go there. All right. Okay, now we hear that finally again. And here we go to the next round. 1 point apiece on these. Let's get right to it. What type of vehicle was Brian Kohberger transported from Pennsylvania back to Idaho in? Does anybody know what type of vehicle that Brian Kohberger was transported from Pennsylvania back to Idaho in? Who can tell me? An airplane, all right. That's a good answer. I guess we'll take airplane, I guess. Pimpmobile. You know, when I got out of college, I couldn't get work in my chosen field of digital design, so I had to take work as a pimp, and that didn't work. All right, we're gonna give the Kylan O with the big answer, airplane. I had private jet, or I would have accepted G5 airplane. Are you talking about a G5 airplane? All right, so moving on to the next question. Everybody's doing great. We got Kylan O with 5, Tylenol Ray, Victorini, Swifferfly, Swamp Rose, Bubs with 1. Bubs has got one arm tied behind her back, just to make it fair. Meanie with 3. Here's the next question. What right did Brian Kohberger waive? In the beginning of the trial, what right did Brian Kohberger waive? Who remembers that? I don't know. Who could it be? Submarine. Only one. Translucent. Now, you can make yourself known on that. Great job, Translucent. Here comes Translucent. Da-da. All right, she's got 1. Tadell, Victorini, Swifferfly, Bubs, Swamp Rose. Big fight between Meanie and Kylan O. Where are you, Meanie? Extradition. That's true. That's true, actually. That was going to be my original question. I tried to phrase it but it was did I say Idaho? I meant to say Idaho. So if nobody has a problem, Mags. Let's put Mags on the board with that, actually, because that's a pretty good answer. And we'll move on. We're just gonna. Great job, everybody. All right. Meanie's kicking the walls right now. That's okay. We got the next question. She can catch up any old time. Translucent coming in. And what do we have here? I meant to put Idaho, darn it. What method of execution does Idaho currently use? What is listed as their method of execution in Idaho? The right to party. Who is that? I don't recognize that person. Oh, I remember way back in the day, that lady. Firing squad is a good question. A good answer. Good answer. So, what else we got there? What is currently listed as... That's right, Swifferfly. It is injection. If they can't do injection, they voted on the... on the firing squad. Got an itchy itch. So we're going to get Kylan O. Oh, wow. Meanie. I hope you're not mad. Where's Meg P? I told her I was having a show. Is she subbing as Mags G? Is that what's going on? I missed my Meg P. All right. Great answer there. Kylan O with 6. Meanie still with 3. Mass G with 1. Swifferfly, Translucent, Swamp Rose with 1. Bubs with 1. Here we go on to the next question. What have we got? Oh, end of the board. So we have 6 more questions. Anybody can tie this up. Now you're going to have to put your thinking caps on. Bubs has got the ligatures off her hand. She's ready to go. She's all dried and scrubbed up. And here's our first question. What is Brian Kohlberger's alibi? What is Brian Kohlberger's alibi? Who knows the answer to that? What did he say he was doing on the night of the murders? 420. We all miss Meg. I don't know. Funny and smart. I like it. Driving. Victorini. Wawa Way. Driving Wawa Way. All right, we'll take any of those. I'm going to go Tanel Ray, right? Bringing up the rear on that one. Right below Victorini with 1. Now she's up to 2. Let's get on to the next question here. Great job, Victorini. Love to see you do it. And here's the next question. All right. What high school did Brian Kohlberger attend? This is a tough one now, guys. What high school did Brian Kohlberger go to? There is a positive in every negative, and a positive anything is better than a negative nothing, right? Rapping on a spirit box to summon the ghosts of... Is that it? Wait, where's Viviana tonight? I thought it was a Viviana answer. Pennsylvania High. Northampton. You guys. Pleasant Valley with Swiffer Fly. All right, big answer there. Great job to her. And Translucent still just keeping her hands by her side, waiting to get that. Swiffer Fly with 2. Victorini with 2. Kylan O with 6. And Meanie with 3. Swamp Rose with 1. Bubs with 1. Translucent with 1. And Mass G with 1. Still on the board. Great job, everybody. Next question. They get harder as we go. What city is Pleasant Valley High School in? Who knows what city Pleasant Valley High School is in? It's a tough one. You got to be a real Brian Kohlberger lover to know what the name of this is. If I know anybody, Bubs has the ligatures off, and there might be some marks, but she's ready to answer. It's close. Albrightsville. Nope, that's not right. Getting there, guys. Doing the thing. Too fast. Albrightsville. Pleasant Valley. Nope. I'm gonna get it. Bubbly Waters didn't even get it. Wow, that's interesting. Albrightsville. Strasbourg. Is that in Europe? Is it a European high school? Alright, we got some more answers here. Somebody can Google and paste it for too long. We got 10 more seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7. No! Too fast for a fleas! At the last second. Look at that. Too fast for fleas. Gets a point on the board. We might have to do another round just to keep this game going. We'll do the classic trivia thing again. Great job. Too fast right there. That's a tough question. Even Bubbly Waters got stumped on that one. And we got the next question here. 1 point apiece. Oh, end of the round. One more round to go. Who will it be, guys? Let's get going here. I think Swamp Rose fell asleep on the horse, walking her dog. Pennsylvania does have some odd things to it, but I appreciate that. Too fast. Great job. Here we go with the next set of questions. These are going to be worth 4 points apiece. I'm going to go completely Purge nuts. And if you're new to the Purge, I'm Kane B. Don't be afraid of the name. We got some nice ladies in here. We got Jenn. And that's about it. All right, so here we go. What year did Brian Kohlberger graduate from high school? What year did Brian Kohlberger graduate from high school? Looks like I might have gotten some work today, a job, believe it or not, after all this effort. No work around here in this stupid town. The lawyer you know wouldn't hire me, for God's sakes. And this is a tough question. What year, you probably do the math, Valley of the Dolls, 2022, from high school, I'm sorry. And Swiffer Fly with the big answer, taking it. Looking to sweep this thing. Swifferfly with 3. Oh, I'm sorry. Swifferfly with 6. Those are 4 points apiece. We got 2 more 4-point questions. Still anybody's game. Tied up with Kylan O. Mimi's got 3 Swamp Roads with 1-1. At Bubs, Translucent 1. Too Fast with 1. Mass G with 1. Let's see if Bubs can pull this next one out. You've got to keep an eye on her. Here we go, guys. Next question for 4 points. 4 big points. Wait, she did get that right? Yeah, Swifferfly. Got it. Okay, just checking. What are Brian's sisters' names? This is a 2-part answer. You're going to need to write 2 names. What are Brian's sisters' names? Who knows the answer to that question? What are Brian's sisters' names? You got 2 of them. What are their names? Who knows? Heather knows all the dates. I did say high school. I added high school there. I made sure. We can play back the tape off. Who got it first? We got a 2-part question here. Peter sucks. Melissa and Amanda. And it goes to Mimi. All right, Mimi. With 4 big points. She was biding her time. Now she's up to 7, my friends. We got 7, 6 for Kylan O, 6 for Swifferfly, 1 for Translucent, 1 for Too Fast, 1 for Buzz, 1 for Swamp Rose, and 1 for Mass G. Final 4-point question. And let's see what we can't pull out here. Next question is... let me go. Are Brian's sisters older or younger? So just put older or younger or O or a Y in there. Are his sisters both older or younger? Who knows the answer to that? Who's going to be first with the 4 big... Oh! Kylan! Oh, everybody! Let's give that to her. She got the game right there. Sorry, Meanie. And Kylan O takes it away with 10 victorious points. I wrote it down there. You can see for yourselves. I was an artist once. I had older for both. Bubs, I'd hate to argue with you on that one. We'll just give it to Kylan O and move on. Let's see here. So, final totals. We got 1 to Mass G. Swifferfly was 6. Translucent was so close, Swifferfly, so close. Tanel Ray making a nice appearance from the Zeals. And the old Kiwis. Bubs with 1. Swamp Rose with 1. They act younger. They do. I was trying to think of the name of the movie that one of them, Amanda, I think, was in. Amanda Hug and Kiss. And I couldn't remember. But she was in ironically enough, a slasher film or a horror film. I couldn't remember the name of it. It wasn't Kill the Clones. But let's see here. This was something that somebody sent me about something. And I just wanted to play the end of it. Because I think this is around the night of. I'm totally taking this out. This is from Tommy. Tommy Jude here. And I was watching it earlier. And they had 9 state troopers around there. I guess that's a Jenn thing. 9 state troopers around Sigma Chi. Oh, there it is. Sorry. Probably get a commercial with Tommy. There's Tommy. Oh boy, there's that copyright strike. Great job, Kane. So anyway, I'll just quit while I'm at it. All right, let's get to the second board, and we can come back and play a little classic trivia. Congratulations again to Kylan O with 10 big points on the trivia tonight. And she wins bragging honors on for Translucent. You talked a mean game tonight. You had me believing. Don't stop believing. Hey. Sorry, Meanie. I wouldn't doubt it, Bubbly. I would not doubt it one little bit. I wonder if they filmed it on the way to the crime scene also. All right, let's get to this next little window of mine. This is called the secret window. And I wasn't sure I'd actually get to it. What time are we? We're still... Oh, it's just barely starting by purge hours. I've been at it 1 hour and 45 minutes. And I have a cold. I can do this with my hands tied behind my back just to make it fair. Right? Anyway, I've got a lot of handicaps. Okay, I'm going to turn myself out. I don't know why I'm losing the game show guy voice. It's over. My voice can't handle it. Alright, so here is a clip. This is real. Pull the Swamp Rose right in front of Swamp Rose. And I don't even have my own barn. Here we go. Anyway, yeah, we'll play it. This is real. Where was I?
Are you deaf? I gave you an order. Man, get off of me. I told you, you don't listen. I make you listen. Now sit your ass down.
Okay, bring him in.
Hey, I know you.
You gotta be kidding me.
You know Oscar.
I apprehended him twice during multiple escape attempts. On one of those attempts, he stabbed my friend. I can't imagine he has anything useful to say to these kids.
No, well, he's not here to say anything useful. He's here because he's the monster that they'll be locked up with. Mr. Kane here joined us 11 years ago after he was convicted of a double homicide.
Well, come on, Warden, give him some credit. Kane tore the arm off of a guy that he caught his wife cheating on him with. He beat them both to death with it.
Not sure it's a good idea to remind him of that.
No, but it sure is fun.
I know what you're thinking. You're better than me, right? Yeah, because you're on the outside, because you got options. You just roll your eyes at me. What, you got a death wish? You think these guards gonna save you? I'm in here 40 years. You think I'm scared of a few weeks in the hole? 5 more in my sentence?
Step back, Kane. Now.
I've been trying to come clean with you guys. I do have a past. I beat a guy with his own arm. And I love Castle. It's great. This is the show called The Rookie there, and they keep putting these little shorts out. He does all kinds of funny stuff. Why did my camera get all weird? This is weird now. It's wiggly. Why is it so wiggly? Alright, so the next one here. I had a bunch of jokes lined up, but they weren't funny. Alright, so here's the next one. Let's see if it'll play. I'm not playing this, but I am playing this. And this I put together for Jen. This is my big thing that I did tonight. And I'll bore you with it later. That's, because Jen's stuff's boring. I'm just kidding. She's so cute. Alright, so the tackle got me diving, bro. And this is real. So they play music after this. I have to mute it after this. But the first one, you're going to laugh.
No! I'm in love with God.
Just eggs?
Yeah. With spliced apple.
How do you like your eggs?
Hatched.
What? You want them scrambled?
Scrambled, yeah.
Did he say hatched?
No.
This one had music with it, unfortunately, but this is how we take down criminals here in Florida. This is in Tampa. I think it had the Benny Hill music. And we didn't know that Murphy had a new owner. this one. I can watch this all day.
I'm in love with God.
No me.
What? All right, let's go on to the serious stuff. Why does he always get serious after laughter? This is pretty crazy. This is so there's Mother Russia for you. And they have car alarms too. I was amazed by that fact. So yeah, that's the drones blowing it up. And so this is what the end of the world looks like, I guess. This next one is the story we already talked about on the video. Duct tape banana sells for $6 million and you get a certificate of authenticity. Isn't that nice? Alright, why does he keep repeating stories? Okay. It's a new trend to wear waist-high, knee-highs in the water. In case you guys aren't hip to that. This is great. This is happening.
To St. Pete Beach, city leaders tonight asking for the chance to get back into their homes before they go broke. As our Julie Solomon reports, many homeowners are stuck paying a mortgage on their flooded homes, plus rent on their new place while they wait. And they say it's taking too long to get the required permits.
Sign those permits! Sign them! Get with it!
Get us back into our homes. That's the message outside City Hall Tuesday night. Back-to-back hurricanes forced so many on St. Pete Beach out of their homes or businesses.
We're not going to take it anymore!
Jill Medeiros is one of the
Chevy Equinox EV starting at $34,990. Go EV without
homeowners. A hurricane flooded her house. Now she's stuck paying a mortgage on her flooded home, plus rent on a new place to stay while she waits for a permit from the city to start repairs.
We may have a rental or whatever, but we're not home. It's not our place, and we're paying double just to try to live. And it's just financially ridiculous.
More than 100 homeowners and business owners packed into a city council meeting, airing their frustrations to city council about the permitting process after Hurricane Helene and Milton.
I have 4 businesses all throughout the beaches. I have over 200 employees. Right now, more than half of them are not working. Many of them lost their homes. Many of them lost their business.
A city spokesperson says the city of St. Pete Beach has seen a massive increase in the number of permit requests. The city asked for help from the state. Currently, the city has 16 staff members working on the permitting process, 10 of them from the state.
We know it's a frustrating time, but we are truly doing our best and are fully aware of the ramifications that people are facing and trying to get back into their homes.
Are you really? Are you really? I have to say, I had to do a double take on this one because I thought it was Idaho. But this is St. Pete Beach here, and they're not letting the people get back into their homes to get robbed by the contractors to fix their homes. If you didn't catch that story on the previous episode of The Purge, the contract they arrested like 28 non-contractors, mostly foreigners, that were bilking people out of their money. Can you believe that? And so now they're dragging their feet on letting people get back to their homes, and the lucky few can afford to rent a property while they wait, and they wonder why the homeless rate grows. So it's a real quagmire going on here, and I just wanted to share that with you. There's a lot of frustration going on. They have 16 employees working on it. Good job, guys. Real good job. That was worth looking at twice. I just can't believe he made it out of that one. What to know about a standoff between police and illegal miners in South Africa? So here's a little update for you. What to know? That the South African government is completely greedy and corrupt. And they will put people's lives underneath money. Because money is all that matters, right, everybody? So they got 4,000 miners. And in this article, they try to say unconfirmed number of illegal miners. So they have a problem with the abandoned mines. Abandoned mines. That the illegal miners are going into and trying to make a living off claiming some of whatever's left over to try to feed their families. Oh man, this is such a tragic. This is worse than apartheid to me. On a lesser scale, but in intent. This is in the league of apartheid. And if you know, the Dutch have a very strong hold in South Africa, and they have shown a true contempt for human life in Africa. If you're familiar with Nigeria and the terrible things that we've talked about on previous historical purge episodes, they've left the cities and coastlines completely contaminated, water contaminated, and they were responsible for the fall of the governments, which caused all the revolution. So look at these people suffering with their family members trapped in this mine by these greedy corporations because they don't want them to get a piece of gold in an abandoned mine. Police consider the illegal miners dangerous because they are usually armed and are known to fight violent turf battles among themselves. The trade is believed to be dominated by migrants who enter the country illegally from neighboring Lesotho, Zimbabwe, and Mozambique. Police have at times announced success in arresting illegal miners. So, where is it? Where's the thing? Everybody's tuning away now. I think Dinky's on now. I'll be right back. They're 2,500 meters deep. And they're holding them in there. They won't release them. Because they might get some diamonds. And the reason that they say is because... And they give a number here that's more valuable than human life, is that $1.8 million worth of uncut diamonds have been seized. So let's listen to the story itself here, and you'll see what's going on.
Ifs of millions of people, and now
trapped underground were underway on Thursday. Concerns have been mounting over the well-being of the hundreds of illegal miners believed to be stuck in a disused mine shaft more than a mile below the surface. More than 1,000 miners have already resurfaced, and at least one dead body has been brought up in recent weeks as the police have cracked down. Authorities had blocked supplies of food and water to force them out and arrest them for illegally entering the abandoned mine in search of leftover gold. Police spokesperson Brigadier Atlenda Mate said the force stood by its strategy.
We are still stamping the authority of the state. Our mandate is clear. It is to prevent and combat crime, and we are still of the view that what is happening down there is pure criminality. The rescue mission continues, and we know that this particular rescue mission, phase 1 of it is being conducted.
Phase 1, it's been over a week. Phase 1. Let's do the math on the diamonds. They're worried about $1.8 million. Do you know what the De Beers company makes off their diamonds every year? You know how many trillions of dollars that they pull in? And they're worried about an abandoned mine and a total of $1.8 million. It's sick. It makes me want to vomit. Sorry. I get well excited about that one. Here we go.
I think the public has a right to see, and Brian has a right for the public to see that we're trying the best that we can. The court offered to do what it could to speed this up. Having hearings about things that shouldn't be closed, that we object to being closed, takes time. There is no change in our habit or our practice filing documents under seal for things that meet Idaho Court Administrative Rule 32 subsection I, and us asking for a public hearing. There's nothing inconsistent about that, and that's the way we've carried out the case.
Thank you, Ms. Taylor. Response, Ms. Jennings?
Yes, Your Honor. Ms. Taylor's argued and multiple completely false narratives are the exact reason why this hearing should be closed. Ms. Taylor's argued and multiple completely false narratives are the exact reason why this hearing should be closed. Ms. Taylor's argued and multiple completely false narratives are the exact reason why this hearing should be closed. And that any closure, it gives you this balancing test. We just went through the balancing test, and the state gave you the reasons for why this meets the test for closing the hearing. As far as being inconsistent, I would just note for the record, we have had one hearing regarding motions to compel. However, at that hearing, this is your order. At the outset of the hearing, the parties informed the court they had reached agreements on all issues except request 160.
Mr. Koberger requests an order for the state to disclose the following items included in the defendant's 2 supplemental requests for discovery. Request number 160, training records of specific officers. As of May 4th, 2023, counsel for Mr. Koberger has not received the requested material. Surprise.
To do with training records. That is not what we're contemplating discussing at this hearing on the 14th.
Your Honor, we would request that we start on defendant's motion to compel and second motion to compel. I believe the third motion to compel will be heard on a different date.
True.
As it relates to the 2 motions to compel, and I'll present my arguments whenever the court's ready, but I can direct the court exactly to the numbers in those motions to compel that are still up for discussion today and a request of ruling of the court.
Excellent. I'm ready.
On the original motion to compel, we are only seeking the court to order number 6 be complied with in that motion, in that particular motion.
Okay, let me take a look at that. Number 6, and so this is the motion to compel discovery that was filed on May 4th.
Yes, Your Honor, that's correct.
Number 6. And that is request number 160.
That is for request number 160, and that was in the second supplemental discovery
Thank you. All right. And we're getting some... Is that me? Okay. Number 6 from May 4th.
Number 6 on that one, yes. On the second motion to compel, Your Honor, we are needing the court to order on request number 1, number 4, number 5, and I think that we have a plan for the other numbers, so those would be the 3 we need the court's order on.
Thank you. So let me make sure we're looking at the same page. Okay, number 1 is request 1. Number 4 is request 23.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, it's number 2, request 4.
Okay, I apologize. Number 2, request 4.
All right, I wanted to play that because I figured maybe this is one of her longer videos, and maybe people had not gotten to that yet. So I wanted to make sure that everybody had heard that. I have a long thing I want to play for you guys. I'm not going to play all of it. We're going to do jaywatching also. Okay. Well, I'll get to it. Thank you for that, Heather. Very good. Okay, so I think my throat's feeling better. That honey helped. Jake Paul's manager issues statement on contract clause after fresh allegations of rigged Mike Tyson fight. And of course he's coming out saying that it wasn't rigged. When it was clearly the most rigged thing I've ever seen in my life. There was a chip in each of their boxing gloves. So anyway, he came out screaming on that. This is, I think, Audrey C. DNA. So let's check this out. Another video by her. It does great work, guys. I hope you sub up to her.
Motion is held. We had a section called Standard Lab Discovery, and that has to do with other DNA profiles found at the scene. They have provided full discovery for the sheet, the DNA found on the knife sheet, but not the other 3 unidentified male DNA samples to go within the house, one from outside.
Your Honor, we didn't realize this was going to be an issue. They've asked for DNA workups on other people. To the extent that they don't have them, they weren't done. We can't produce something that doesn't exist.
Well, Your Honor, it's part of our third motion to compel. It's still something that we don't have. The third motion is held. We had a section called Standard Lab Discovery, and that has to do with other DNA profiles found at the scene. They have provided full discovery for the sheet, the DNA found on the knife sheet, but not the other 3 unidentified male DNA samples to go within the house, one from outside.
Your Honor, we didn't realize this was going to be an issue. They've asked for DNA workups on other people. To the extent that they don't have them, they weren't done. We can't produce something that doesn't exist.
Well, Your Honor, it's part of our third motion to compel. It's still something that we don't have. The third motion.
Just a little extension to Heather's. Again, I want to remind you of the sound an unaliving would make, and tell me if it would transfer through the house. One more time. Let me know if you think that would transfer through the house. That would be a mild sound. There you go. So I really hope that everyone does subscribe to her. I think it's a travesty that she is not getting more subscribers. So I would love to see her work get out to more people. She does a lot of DNA stuff, and it's really terrific. So please do that for me and for her. And let's see here. So this is from, I think this was from Heather.
Venal forces. I want to put venal in boldface and italics because it's truly venal. Venal forces lined up against Donald Trump. They punished him with impeachments, sham civil suits, baseless indictments, all politically motivated. And it was all because he wouldn't play
Sorry about the volume.
with the swamp. All he wanted to do was make America great again. But that in and of itself, that was a threat to the gang that likes to run Washington without accountability. But Trump's not the only one being pummeled for daring to stand up for the voiceless. Because a similar dynamic is at play in New York City at the trial of Daniel Penny, an American who refused to sit back and do nothing when others were threatened. Remember last May, we covered it at the time, Penny saw Jordan Neely on the subway, and witnesses say Neely was screaming like a maniac at other passengers, actually threatening to kill the other passengers. Now, Penny didn't wait for someone to get hurt. He sprung into action, tackling Neely and restraining him until police got there. Neely went unconscious and later died.
I saw that
The
nothing
NYPD
half-assed.
called Penny in for questioning.
Some guy came in, he's like, whipped his jacket off, and he's like, I'm gonna kill everybody, I can go to prison forever, I don't care, I don't do this. At that point, I looked to the person next to me like, hey, just hang on to this phone for me. I had my headphones in and took it off, and just kind of like grabbed him from behind, because he came in, just to like, because he was acting like a lunatic, like a crazy person. So, and he was rolling around on the floor, and at that point the train stopped. I was like, someone call the cops, and he's still like rolling around, still going crazy. Had two other guys kind of help me, just kind of keep him from going nuts.
No, you notice who wasn't sitting next to Penny in that room? I don't believe, unless I'm missing something. A lawyer.
What if we can't afford health insurance?
I Swamp Rose all the time. I do it out of homage to Swamp Rose. Anyway, they're trying to convict this guy, Daniel Penny, for being on the subway and trying to save other people's lives. The guy who was threatening everyone. Thank you, Heather. I'm Kiki'd. Sorry, Kiki. Aw, she lives in a barn. But they were trying to save the lives of people, and he put him in a chokehold, and unfortunately the guy passed. But at the same time, they're trying to charge the vigilante guy, the guy who was saving everybody, with a crime, and they had him interviewed without a lawyer. He didn't think he needed one. He was doing a good Samaritan act. But then again, I think it's New York City, so nothing works in New York City.
I don't want to take a shower.
Anna, you were out all day in those gross clothes. Get in the shower. No, Anna, don't you dare! Anna, you monster! Oh my gosh, I'm so starving.
I'm starving too. I'm going to try to keep up with you this time.
Sorry, did you say something?
Are you kidding me?
How are your eyes so, blue? Oh my gosh, stop. I need you to stop blinking, please. Wow.
I don't want to take a shower.
Anna, you were out all day in those gross clothes. Get in the shower. No, Anna, don't you dare! Anna, you monster! Oh my gosh, I'm so starving.
I'm starving too. I'm going to try to keep up with you this time.
That one just kills me. I love it. It reminds me of this girl I used to date.
I don't want to take a shower.
Anna, you were out all day in those gross clothes. Get in the shower. No, Anna, don't you dare! Anna, you monster! Oh my gosh.
Alright. Why didn't you play more of Heather's videos? Why are you playing this? Alright. Hold on. Stupid ads. This is a notorious PIG.
Compliant.
I guess they put music on it, therefore. But he tried to squeal away. And it was an all-county pursuit. High-speed chase. He's a smart little piglet. They got him. Aw, he wasn't even greased up. Poor little guy. Oh, man. He squealed all the way home. Wee, wee, wee. Alright, let's see the next one. See, it defaults to these half volumes. I don't know what's going
Suit jacket, how old are you? You're 21? You look terrible, dude. Oh my God. You're a great looking dude if you were like 35, but god damn. It also doesn't help like you dress like McLovin trying to get fucking alcohol. You look like you play violin. What's your name, brother? Caleb. Caleb. Great to meet you, Caleb. Who are you here with tonight? My mom. That's your mom? It only works because I feel like he's not too old for a sleepover. You know what I mean? Like 21, that kind of works out a little. Caleb and mom, what's your name? Paige. Lovely to meet you, Paige. Paige, how old are you? You're 52? You guys look each other's ages. Wow. Whose idea was it to come? Like, who got the tickets? Mom? Suit jacket. How old are you? 21. You're 20.
You guys look each other's ages. You look terrible. What a thing to say. Ugh. Then and now, the cast of School of Rock, and I had one up for the Goonies, and I didn't realize that Josh Brolin was in the Goonies. Did you guys know that? And unfortunately, I clicked over, and I wound up on this School of Rock thing. But check out the cast of School of Rock. Jack Black. What happened? I don't know what happened. Ooh. There's iCarly. And then there's the guitar player. He wrote the song. We were doing pretty good and getting straight A's, but we were stuck in the dumb days. I guess he's a rocker now. And then there's the keyboard guy. He's like, that was his move. iCarly. And I think she was the manager or something. This is the drummer. He passed away. I don't know that they say that in there, but he did he was hit on his bike. Yeah, unfortunately, he did lose his life. But that's what he aged to. And then this was the singer girl. That was the big singer girl there. So I don't know. Let's see what she's doing. Hassan played Tomika. Like many of the stars, that was her only acting role. Since then, she's been working as a singer under the name May Renati. Her latest song is called Feel Away. And we have a group chat. She said, we keep in touch frequently and drop in our projects. That's pretty neat. They keep in touch. Okay, well, remember that girl. She was one of the background singers. Boy, she really turned into a knockout, huh? Remember that kid. He was the lighting. He did the lighting show for the band. I didn't remember what this kid. I don't remember. And that kid we remember. He was security. And there is John Cusack's sister, Joan Cusack. You might remember her. She was in also 16 Candles, and she played the girl with the wire on her teeth. Not a lot of people remember that. John Cusack was also in 16 Candles. And in 16 Candles, they had the buzz-a-bee beepers. So their parents would buzz them. And they had to go home. Jake! Let's see what else we got. Oh, okay, there's the roommate. Ned, Sarah Silverman's boyfriend or husband, whatever. And he's been writing for a lot of movies. He wrote for Nacho Libre, Pitch Perfect 3. I like the Pitch Perfect movies. And Despicable Me 4. HBO's Enlightened. And Nickelodeon's School of Rock series. I like him. He's a funny guy. And then there's Sarah Silverman. She's put on a couple pounds. She looks good. She looks great. And you know, if anybody's familiar with my favorite show, Dr. Katz, she is the sister of the girl who played the receptionist in Dr. Katz. I think her name's... And you might remember her sister from the movie 40-Year-Old Virgin. She was Steve Carell's girlfriend. The one towards the end that had the crazy daughter. That's her sister. And Sarah Silverman actually appeared on Dr. Katz. I put Dr. Katz on because there's no commercials when I go to bed. I will decide. Dr. Katz, okay, so Dr. Katz was more in the 90s, but every single comedian that you know today was on Dr. Katz. Dr. Katz was kind of this I guess you would call it dry humor comedian, you know, and they had the show, and it was I forgot who produced it. One of the talk show hosts, like Merv Griffin. I forgot his name. I might remember in a second. But anyway, so you had Louis C.K., you had Ben Stiller, you had John Benjamin, who does all the cartoons now, and then you had Ray Romano. Ray Romano was actually very funny in his stand-up. I liked the Everybody Loves Raymond show, but it doesn't even compare. I have almost all the shows, and I'll start at the beginning and just play, and let him play. Dave Chappelle was on the show. Emo Phillips, if you remember, Emo Phillips he always had. My mom used to go through my sock and underwear, and it tickled. But I can't do Emo Phillips' voice good. But then you had what was his name? What's my favorite one? Nick something, and he was the one where I got he used to go to Catholic school, and he used to piss off the sister, the nuns, because he'd call him sister, my man sister, my main man sister. And he's always hitting on Dr. Katz, joking around. He's like, it's not a gay thing, Dr. Katz, but why can't two men just dance free? Oh man, it's a funny show. Anyway, if you type in Dr. Katz, you can, and I put him on before I go to bed because there's no commercials. He didn't commercialize it. Unfortunately, you will find some Freemasonry symbolism in there, and that's the only drawback I have on it. So that just goes to show you Hollywood. Hollywood is Hollywood. So we'll play on here, and let's see where we got it. This is Idaho Falls right here. This is how we get down in Idaho.
Yeah, on purpose.
No, he's going straight down. He's crushing it. He's crushing it.
That's good.
Hell yeah. He's literally floating. Dude, he's getting lift.
Yeah.
He's catching lift.
Holy shit.
He's catching lift. He's soaring. That's cool. Beautiful. Oh no.
It's a perfect landing. Yes, the motion for, yeah, that's scary mitten for kittens. The motion for the death penalty has been squashed, and we will see whether or not we'll even get a hearing to suppress the evidence, which is clearly, in my opinion, worthy of a look, and that needs to be discussed. But we'll see. So, moving on. 27 examples of movie mistakes that editors in the booth missed. Now, this is in relation to the Jack Black ones. I came across it from that. Let me move me here. And I appreciate everybody being in here. If you're new to the Purge, I'm Kane B. If you're enjoying the show, please subscribe and like and do all the things. And we'd love to have you back. So this one is the Titanic. And the water in the ocean is typically murky due to the large quantity of organic waste. However, the film depicts the water as being crystal clear. And then I think they also say that here when the ocean water floods the cabins, they're walking around like they're in a jacuzzi, and then they freeze within seconds when they hit the ocean water. Anyway, that was a good one. Oh, what happened? I'm sorry. See, this is what it does to you. I hit the right thing. There. Okay, good. There's some good ones in here. Check this out. Why is it doing this to me? I'm starting to be Rollo Amato. Let's come on, man. Oh, am I at the end? I'm at the end. I'm going to go backwards. Okay. So there's the way I talk about the water. And then this is Home Alone. There was a mistake in the plate. I don't know what this one was. And this is, there's no chess pieces. This one, no dumb. You can see the cast and crew in Julia Roberts' glasses in the reflection. She was on my daughter's show, Finding Your Roots on PBS, and they found out through genealogy that she's not a Roberts, which was a big shock to her. And so here she's taking a bite out of the waffle, and then they have a different waffle. And then he's wearing a different t-shirt. This was the Harry Potter. In one scene, he doesn't have the scar from Voldemort, and then he does in the next. And let's see, the straps are wider on that one. And then he's driving the wrong way on the bridge, and this is in The Graduate. And then you can see, this one was cool. This is mainly the one I wanted to see. The camera is being hidden by what's his name? Morpheus's coat, but you can still see the lens if you look there. That was a good one. And then Brad Pitt is always eating in Ocean's 11, and I guess they changed the plate, but he's still eating the same shrimp. I don't know. Maybe these aren't as good as I thought. These glasses weren't invented yet at the time. The waffles in half. There were some good ones. Where are they? I guess it started off good. Oh, this was good. This is Jurassic Park. And 1 minute, the dinosaur is in front of the gate or the fence, and there's all this land over here. And the next minute, it's a big drop off. So that was funny. And let's see here. Well, oh, this is great. In Marie Antoinette, you can see the extensions on the kid's hair. I don't know who has the time to find this stuff. This is from Twilight, and they show he has a tattoo, which would be impossible because you can't damage his skin. So that was funny. They worked against their own thing. And, okay, so this is Pulp Fiction. And this is the watch that was up Bruce Willis's dad's butt for 10 years. And somehow, mysteriously, the time has changed between the two takes. It hasn't worked for 10 years. And then this is a spotlight through the scene where the journalist, played by Rachel McAdams, interviews crime victim. She never writes anything down. She's writing, but there's never anything on the paper. They really have too much time in their hands. Oh, gosh. This guitar is an ES 345. It wasn't invented till like 5 years after this scene was supposedly taken. And that's the end of that. Okay, yay! Ray Kane finally finished that stupid segment.
Yeah, my neighbor's house over here actually had squatters in it. Well, while the squatters were gone, owner came by with a track hoe and is destroying the place just to make a point.
Oh, hold on. Chop come down. Right there.
Well, that brings back some nice memories, doesn't it? It's I don't know if I buy the whole thing about it being just to get the squatters out, but okay. Why did I put this? I don't know how this was an accident. Let's see here. Oh, this is kind of cool.
What do you call it? I've seen these like videos on YouTube. You're out with the.
I'm the DEA. I'm the government.
That's great. Do you have like legal ability to search?
Yes.
Right
Yeah.
now?
Well,
Okay.
not you, man, but your bag. Yes, sir. Yes, we can.
Okay.
Let me call somebody. Jeez Louise. Why are you so angry?
I'm not angry. I just want my rights to be respected. That's all.
I just told you can walk on, but you can set your bag down. And we'll just have a dog.
Or else you're not. Am I being detained right now?
Not you, but your
Am
bag.
I free to go?
Not your bag. I told you like
I'm gonna
20
walk
times. You can't do that.
Oh, that's my. Hey.
That's yours. Where's your bag at?
I don't consent to search, sir.
You don't have to consent. Where's your backpack at? Where is it? Under your seat?
It got put away, but I don't consent to being searched.
I don't care
so
what your
this
consent
is.
stuff. I don't really care about your phone recording. Get your backpack. You want to watch the dog?
Yes,
you want
please.
To sit in your seat?
I would like to watch
Well,
the
then
dog.
come out. It's up to you.
I'm not trying to be a jerk. I just don't like being searched.
You're not trying to be a jerk.
No, I just.
You
I don't,
might
I don't
be
know.
Mad out here, honestly.
That's fair, dude. But like, I just don't. I know my rights on
You
this
know
one.
what we do?
I know what you do. I respect you
You
guys.
said you watch videos.
I do.
So when you buy a last minute ticket, since you're recording, that way you guys can share this all
Business
over the
traveler.
world, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so when you buy a last minute ticket, we get alerts. We come out to any and all flights. Doesn't matter who you are, race, sex, nothing, right?
Yeah.
We come out and we talk to those people, which I tried to do to you, but you wouldn't allow me to do it.
Again,
I asked you for your ID. You refused to pull your ID out. Okay.
I just don't consent to being searched.
That's cool, man. Whatever you want to do, right?
Yeah.
Your belongings, like I told you in the recording, you were free to walk on the plane.
My belongings are also part of my rights too.
Your body.
Am I under suspicion of a crime right now? Do you have probable cause?
So we have a lot of money and drugs going out of every airport to New York.
Okay.
It's an influx of it.
Okay.
Okay. So that's my.
Am I being suspected of a crime? I just want this to be recorded.
I don't know.
Do you have probable cause for a search?
I have probable cause for a dog to walk up and smell your bag. Yes.
My lawyers are going to be taking this up with you.
You didn't take your bag off like I asked you to. Number one. You see that? You got it recorded. Don't edit that part out of the video either.
No,
so he sat on your bag.
Okay.
We would ask you if we can search your bag to make sure there is no money. The dog gets alerted. He alerts the money, drugs, and weapons. Okay. He sat on your bag, which you recorded.
I saw him run past.
Can we? He's got to get. That's what they do. Okay. Are you a canine handler?
I'm not a
Do you know anything about canines?
I've watched him in train to take over. Okay.
So he alerted on your bag.
Okay.
Now this is your legal right. You can allow us to look at it, or you can tell me no, and we can write a search warrant. We can apply for one. I don't know if we'll get one or not, but we'll apply for one.
I don't consent to being searched.
So you don't want us to search your bag either?
I don't consent to be searched.
Okay. All right. Well, then we got to take your bag back. So do you want to sit with us at the PD while we try to get a warrant on your bag today?
I respect you, sir.
We're within our rights, or I wouldn't do what I did. Okay. I've been doing this for 20 years, so I know what I can and cannot do. You're trying this legal stuff, it's not going to work, dude.
You guys, I consent to search it.
What's that?
Yeah, I consent to search.
Okay, we're going to have you fill out a form to cause a hell of a scene.
Paper consent to search at this point.
I can't just do your word, because you're probably trying to...
You said no, we brought a dog out, now we got to get you to do a piece of paper saying I
I don't want to send anything, but I verbally and consenting search on a video.
Either you sign a piece of paper,
or we got to write a warrant. That's what we have to do legally. I know you're annoyed, and I'm annoyed too that you caused such a scene for something so silly. But we're kind of past that. So how do you want to proceed? Is the real thing. Do you want to get the heck out of this airport,
Sure.
or do you want to sit with us all day long? Well,
I mean, the TSA has searched my bag.
well, or not TSA, sir.
We wouldn't do this and be doing it across the country if it wasn't legal. So it would be shut down.
You are.
So I guess they didn't find anything. It's frustrating on both sides because those guys are just trying to do their job.
Random Drug Enforcement Administration.
It's tough. They're trying to protect the passengers, and they're trying to. Anyway, winners and losers of Thursday Night Football. Browns stun the Steelers. Sorry, Willie. In a wild snow game. So check this out. It was pretty nuts. The Browns actually pulled out a win. And look at this conditions. This is back to the Ice Bowl days here.
Hands it off. To the end zone goes Chubb. Touchdown Browns. From the gun. Hands it off. To the end zone goes.
And I guess East Coast and West Coast are getting hit pretty hard. You got the bomb cyclone hitting Seattle. And then you have some heavy storms there in New York and stuff like that. So looks like it's going to be a pretty long, tough winter. I hope everybody's stocked up on those wall plug-in heaters. Hopefully they save you a little bit of money. It's hard to imagine what people spend when you live in Florida here on heat until it gets cold, and then you realize that that's like the number one thing. We've seen snow once in 60 years here, and it was just flurries. But anyway, they're a great game. Good job to Cleveland. And I think that's the end of that. We're gonna do. Anybody put a 1 in the chat if you'd like to do some more trivia. Check this out though. I have some things I want to show you. Watch this guy in the foreground. I am out of here. I don't know why the whale did that. A lot of people do whale watching up the coast of California, and you see the guy get thrown from his own boat there. So, all right, let me pull up the things and let me get rid of some of these windows so we can see. I have a one. It's a little bit long, so I'm gonna skip through it, but it's something. It's Jenn related at Criminal Confidential. Please sub up and check out her channel. If somebody would put a link in the chat, I appreciate it. If you haven't seen it yet, I'm guessing that some of you have because you've been on the same page as us through a lot of this. But this is something important, I think, to see. And let me find it here. I'm sorry. I had this queued up. And I want to start with this. We'll do J-Watch and then put a 1 in the chat if you want to do some classic trivia here on The Purge. Let me start with this one. Because this is for your health. And I think it's important for everybody to know about this. And here at The Purge, we try to do our best to keep you healthy. And so make sure that you check out the yoga. And this is how it's an important thing, how it's done. Heather, why did you put this? This is not the one I had queued up. Heather gets into my YouTube sometimes. And so these moves are they'll get your blood flowing. You get down there, you do the chair yoga with Swamp in the afternoon. You do this in the morning, and you really get the blood flowing. This is an important one. I wanted to make sure everybody was familiar with that, and also so I can get some more male viewers in here. I'm just teasing you. Okay, so here's the real one. Let's see where it is here. Okay, and so this is okay. So let's see here if I can get past the music. This is the guy.
Freemasonry? What is the most secret yet most powerful religion in the world? Well, that's easy. We live in an evil, evil world. So there's only one religion that befits it. Freemasonry is Satanism in disguise. Now start the clock. From Morals and Dogma, prepared for the Supreme Council for 33rd degree. That's the highest degree in Freemasonry. And written by the undisputed heavyweight champion of Freemasonry, Albert Pike. On page 321, he boldly states, Lucifer, the light bearer. Strange and mysterious name to give to the spirit of darkness. Lucifer, son of the morning. Is it he who bears the light? Doubt it not. Did you hear that? Lucifer is God, and do not doubt it.
So let me surmise this real quick for you guys. He was the X Factor winner, and he was part of Freemasonry. His leader of the Freemasonry thing was a 32nd level Mason. And from this guy's account, that gentleman that was the 32nd degree Mason of the of his group didn't know, because you don't find out the true nature of Freemasonry until the 33rd level. And so anyway, to make a long story short, I can't fast forward on this, unfortunately, so I'm going to pull up the other video, and what this shows, you'll be amazed, and this is why I wanted to play this. Okay, so
the celebrities usually cover one eye or hide it in some way and obscure it or emphasize it like this, or they close one eye or peek through it through this hand gesture, all to highlight one single eye. It's called the all-seeing eye. Other times they'll just display a drawn eye somewhere or a tattoo of it. The other method they use is what's commonly known as the hidden hand. Here, for example, River Phoenix is doing both the hidden hand and the all-seeing eye, so you can see the direct connection between the two. But in the political world, usually it's done with the hidden hand. And of course, this. That's a secret handshake for the members of the secret one-eyed religion. We'll start with Scott Morrison here, hidden in plain sight as usual, for everyone to not see as usual. Look at the handshake. I was taught this very handshake, or grip as they call it, during my time in this great school of deception. Here's a picture of a normal handshake, and here's the secret handshake. Normal, secret. Now here's Scott Morrison with Daniel Andrews. Normal handshake, secret handshake. All of them are sworn to secrecy under the penalty of death. And remember, I'll prove it to you very soon. Here's former Prime Minister John Howard giving the secret handshake, and Kevin Rudd bowing down to this bloke in front of Julia Gillard, all of whom are members of the religion. And Tony Abbott, you'll see in a second, and here's Julia again. Now, I once heard Julia being asked in a brief interview on TV while she was the Prime Minister. The interviewer asked her, "What religion are you?" My ears pricked up as I was eating breakfast and I froze to hear the answer. And she actually said, with a sinister smirk, "I'm a member of a secret society. Next question, please." And what happened? Nothing. No one cared. No one cared that the person who represents them just confessed that she's a member of a secret society, when the Australian society is at large the only society that should matter. And why is it a secret in the first place? I'll show you. Very soon you'll know their beliefs, and you'll know their master plan, and you'll know why they take such extreme precautions with such hideous oaths of silence under the unbelievable penalties, including death, to stay hidden from the public. So what's the name of this religion? Well, I'll tell you right now. But keep in mind, the magic word you're about to hear only hides the true religion inside of itself. That's how it's secretly flourished to spread like a cancer around the world. It's a religion within a fraternity. The name of the international fraternity, the one that camouflages, conceals, and cloaks the secret religion inside it, is this: Freemasonry. This is their official symbol, the square and compass. Sometimes with a G in the middle, and sometimes with the eye, the all-seeing eye. This is the same eye that these people are referring to. That's where it comes from. The eye is sometimes placed in a triangle, and that's where this comes from, the eye in the triangle. Here's Chris Angel doing it, standing also next to a mate with a square and compass shirt on. Not a coincidence. This is not something Jay-Z invented. This is the religion Jay-Z belongs to, and proudly, as you're about to see. The Freemasons also placed the eye at the top of a pyramid, because the Egyptian pyramid is integral to their secret system. Here it is on Chris Angel's shirt and Madonna's jacket. That's a Masonic symbol. The Freemasons are sometimes called the Masons for short. It'll all come together and make sense really soon. Here it is hidden in plain sight at the Australian MTV Awards. And this is the MTV headquarters, by the way. Trust me, there's no doubt.
Okay, so this is pretty long. But what it shows is that to get to any level of prosperity in politics or in entertainment, you're forced to join, and they have humiliation rituals. We've seen the rituals, and as you go up higher, the penalties are worse for revealing the secrets. And remember, the prettier the face, the more evil the mind. And so a lot of these people, they do it in our face, but they don't understand necessarily what it is. Now, the point that he makes that's so pertinent to us, you guys, and I appreciate everybody being here, okay? And I know we all come from different opinions. We all have different outlooks. We all have different backgrounds, whatever. When you wonder why there are so many lies in this case in particular, is because they are keeping secrets. They are sworn to a vow of secrecy under penalty of death. Lucifer is the king of lies. You will notice that the Freemasons do not hate Buddha. The Freemasons do not hate any of the other Hindu gods or anything else like that. The ones that they hate is Jesus Christ. They hate that name. They do everything opposite of him. Why? Do you know what they call people that are not in the Masonic order? They think of us as treacherous idiots, complete morons. And their favorite type of person is an atheist. Do you know why? Because an atheist doesn't believe, and they call it ridiculous that an atheist doesn't believe in God, and it makes their job so much easier. Okay? So when you have all these different levels, and eagle is a very important symbol in Freemasonry, and you have eagle investments tied with Judge Hippler, okay? You have Lucifer, Morningstar, and a lot of people might, for the sake of I would say not knowing, laugh off the name, Lucifer, Morningstar, it's a silly TV show. No, guys. It is true and real. And so I'm sure many of you have already seen this documentary or something along the lines. But he goes through, and it's every single celebrity doing this, doing that, right in our face, you guys. And so just remember what evil lies behind it. And they hide behind the facade of a group of people that's so charitable and helps people, and la-di-da-di-da, they have this evil agenda. And so when you get back, whether you're a guilter or whether you're a lover burger or a browbeater, whatever you are, now you can clearly see where the level of cover-up and lies comes from. They easily will put someone in the place to take the blame and lie about it. And guess who will cover it up? Everyone involved, under penalty of death. So I just wanted to go over that with everyone real quick. Make sure that you're familiar. I'll play this just a little longer so you can see how many. It's all of them. All of them.
Here's the same eye in a pyramid on a crowded house logo. Yes, initiated Freemasons. Here's the eye on the Harbour Bridge for a New Year's Eve gig. And I wonder what that eye could be referring to. So what's the connection? The religion is the connection. The secret religion. And you'll see. Prepare yourself for an incredible revelation and the amazing climax that comes at the end of this video. Now this is where the Freemasons are counting on you to lose interest.
Victorine does not write the songs for Barry Manilow, but she steals from his wardrobe.
Interest. Roll your eyes and move on. Because in their beliefs, the uninitiated, meaning you, are ignorant and stupid compared to them. You're technically called the vulgar and the profane. Please prove them wrong. Prove them wrong. And stay with me just a little longer. Now the secret identity of this one eye lies in the heart of this religion that lives, breathes, feeds and grows deep inside of Freemasonry. And Freemasonry camouflages it very successfully. So it goes undetected and undisturbed until it ultimately fulfills a thing called the great work. That's what they call it. And they will succeed very shortly. Nothing can stop it now. And I think some of you can sense that something's coming. And who do we trust more than anyone in the world right now? This bloke. And there he is, giving the sign of the hidden hand in front of the whole world. The hidden hand sign is technically called the sign of the master of the second veil in Freemasonry. Veil, get it? Meaning hidden. Now, am I saying that this thing that's happening in the world isn't real? No. I'm saying this. Spoken like a true Freemason. And you remember this guy?
A safe place and a dangerous place. We must treat this new world order, this new world of COVID, we must treat this new world of COVID even in our own homes.
Oops.
So what is this new world order that he accidentally mentioned? It's common language in Freemasonry, and it has been for a long time. For at least this long. Since the US $1 bill. Hidden in plain sight, complete with the pyramid in the eye. It's the ultimate goal of this religion. And I'll show you what the great work is, at any cost.
You know, Heather, Uranus is greatly misunderstood.
And Australia, like every other country, is now up to its neck in this pyramidal, one-eyed occult religion. You think there's nothing hidden on our own money? What about this shadow of a bloke? Who's he hiding in the background? Well, these numbers right here will tell you. And I'll show you that too. Did you know there's a giant pyramid in Australia? You want to see it? Sitting right at the centre of Australian power? Look closely, because you'll miss it. Because that's the way they designed it. There it is. Hang on. Do you see it yet? And what about now? That is the frame of an Egyptian pyramid. which we can now firmly call a Masonic pyramid, complete with a missing capstone.
Rini has said that you don't rate Barry Manilow's songs, that you rate his wardrobe. Anyway, it was funny that...
And if you're still in doubt that you're looking at a pyramid, there you go. A perfect to-scale pyramid hiding out of sight inside the giant frame that surrounds it. This is going to be so unbelievable to you that you probably won't believe it. Or if you're that far gone, if you really have lost touch with your own soul, you won't care. And you'll miss the opportunity to have your own eyes open first to the worst news and then to the best news you could ever wish for on this godforsaken planet, in which you're destined to lose everything you have and everything you love until eventually you lose yourself. We have to establish what this religion that's hiding inside of Freemasonry actually is, and we will. And it's shocking, but it's reality. The symbol of the Freemasons itself is not what it seems. It's a squaring compass on the surface, but it conceals something that'll become obvious when I show you. But before we uncloak Freemasonry to see its true nature, its ugly face and its shameful nakedness, because I gave you my word that I'm going to prove it to you. This is the oath they have to take. This is the oath that I took. And your favorite actors and singers, just about all your heroes, just about, even some of your relatives, who probably have no idea what Freemasonry is or was, and why they took such gruesome oaths. So for those who are going to say, my grandfather was a Freemason and he was a great bloke, or don't the Freemasons run that retirement home? Just wait. Because I'm talking to Freemasons here as well. And don't you worry, they're going to come out of the woodworks. But they're all under the oath of secrecy. Don't forget that, no matter who they are. Adele, Neil Finn, Chris Angel, or Scott Morrison. The oath comes first. And here it is. This is taken from an official Masonic publication, not intended for the public. This is Duncan's Ritual of Freemasonry. In brief, I, of my own free will and accord, do hereby promise and swear that I will never reveal any of the secrets, arts, parts, point or points of the Master Mason's degree to any person or persons whomsoever. This I solemnly, sincerely promise and swear, under no less penalty than having my body severed in two, my bowels taken out and burnt to ashes, so no more remembrance be had of so vile and wicked a wretch as I, should I ever violate my Master Mason's obligation. So now you know what they think of me. I'm a vile and wicked wretch for breaking my oath. So how can anyone ever trust a Freemason when he speaks about Freemasonry? Unless you're speaking to a rare breed like me. Never reveal any parts, not even a single point, to anyone. Here's another penalty from another degree, this time from Richardson's Monitor of Freemasonry, a legitimate Masonic publication for instructing and laying out the ritual. Binding myself under no less penalty than having my throat cut across, my tongue torn out by the roots, and my body buried in the rough sands of the sea. These are the penalties they swear to. And yes, the lodge has penal authority to execute. This is how they look when they're initiated. They have to remove all their clothing and jewelry, including wedding rings, crucifixes, the most meaningful things to them, no matter what. They have to go, because complete allegiance to the society is required. You're blindfolded at every initiation because you symbolize someone who lives in utter darkness before you receive the light of Freemasonry. And that light will become so obvious to you in a bit. The secret that is being unveiled by incremental degrees to the candidates in the lodge is staring us in the face in daily life. And that truth is pretty scary if all you know and all you have is this world.
You know, Ray, that is a great question, and that was sort of the point I was getting to. I appreciate you asking that. It is, if you heard him say, the Freemasonry is a fraternity within a fraternity. the other fraternities are within the fraternity. And every single member that gets into it learns more about Freemasonry or their fraternity as they go up in level. You'll notice that with Sigma Chi, Jenn presented to us that you have the black dinner. Why do they call it the black dinner? Why do you think? Why do you think they're sworn to secrecy? They follow the same steps and guidelines that not only Freemasons do, but guess who else? The Church of Satan. Okay? And many of them, most of them, don't really find out what it is until they get up or into the higher levels, and then it's too late. They've got you. Their laws are above all else. They have the right to take your life, and without question. So it's very relative to what's going on. And a lot of channels may say, oh, Kane's out there with Jenn and Heather, and they've got these wacky theories about what could have happened. Maybe after watching this, it'll make a little more sense to you what we're talking about. That's why I wanted to get everybody on the same page. And I'm sorry if I'm boring you and you've seen this before, but let me play just a little bit more, just so you get a grasp.
But they know much more than that. At one point, when the blindfold comes off, this is what you're surrounded by. Blokes dressed like this, holding swords to your face. And that's nothing compared to what comes later. So your own wife or daughter don't qualify for discussion in these matters, unless they too are initiated to the same level as you. So please don't tell me that your grandfather or your neighbour is a Freemason and that there's nothing wrong with Freemasonry. How would you know when they're under oath never to reveal anything to anyone?
Anyone.
The whole successful system is constructed by the art of lying to the public and to their own members of lower degrees. And we trust these people. Now here are the illustrations for the signs and handshakes. And you only receive them after the oath has been taken. This is the sign you do upon entering and exiting the ritual room while facing the Grand Master. It stands for throat slit, and it goes like this. A continual reminder of where you are and what awaits you if you have a change of heart or rebellious spirit. And here you have the illustrations of the secret handshakes. Look familiar? And this is the sign of the Master of the Second Veil. See? Purely Masonic. You don't pick this stuff up off the street. Now this is how it's generally executed in the public arena. Sneaky, sneaky, huh? So when you see this, or this, you know for certain where it comes from and who they belong to. Look at Kramer on the front page of the privately circulated Freemason magazine, officially a Mason, like fellow brother Tony Abbott, and he's doing this. That's a direct link to the mysterious all-seeing eye of Freemasonry. There it is on the walls of the inside of a lodge room. So there's no reason to doubt that those who do this belong to this. This is another sign they do quite prominently. It's the sign of silence. This is from Richardson's Monitor of Freemasonry again, a finger over the lips. Now these signs are slightly morphed over time, so covering the mouth in a variety of ways is the expression of being bound to secrecy and silence. Silence or death, as Little Wayne here is portraying. Here's the oath of a second degree Freemason on page 21 of Richardson's Monitor of Freemasonry. binding myself under no less penalty than having my left breast torn open and my heart and vitals taken out, thrown over my left shoulder, should I wilfully transgress any part of this my solemn oath. In this degree, the penalty is to have your whole body dissected, bowels removed and heart cut into pieces and thrown into a field where you are eaten by animals, all to protect the secret religion of the rich, powerful and famous.
Sound familiar?
In the Knights Templar degree, the penalty is to have your head cut off. Listen to this penalty, and this one has happened throughout history more than any other, because it works so well without having to...
I guess we'd have to ask Daniel from the Drunk Chicken Show, but is it possible that one of the four had their head removed? It'll be interesting to find out, you guys.
...to resort to death or the threat of death, and it's easier to execute. Now this applies to all areas of industry. It's done through the ruining of your reputation by fellow Freemasons, pointing him out to the world as an unworthy vagabond, by opposing his interests, making life very hard for you, by deranging his business, by transferring his character wherever he may go, and by exposing him to the contempt of the whole fraternity, the secret society, and the world. Wow. How many people do you think they've threatened, ruined, framed, cheated, and utterly destroyed to protect their secret religion? And in case you think the Masonic Lodge hasn't got the authority over the initiates, especially the ones in the high degrees, this is from the Encyclopedia of Freemasonry. Under mandate, the orders and decrees of the Grand Master or of a Grand Lodge are called mandates, and implicit obedience to them is a Masonic obligation. And in Sickles' Monitor of Freemasonry, you plainly see they have a right to kill. A lodge has a right to exercise penal authority over its members, exercise the penalties. So don't let a Mason tell you, oh no, that's just symbolic, the oath. Their laws are above the law of the land, and the proof are the oaths themselves. Because in normal society, you can't ask someone to accept having their throat slit as a penalty in order to be a member of any club or workplace.
They actually talk about it. Meg P. is the Eastern Star, is a female division of the Freemasons, which Stacy Chapin belongs to. And you'll notice that we said earlier on the Purge that they gave away 33 scholarships. In plain sight, folks. In plain sight. It's in our face. And I know all along, all of you, and like I said, we all come from different opinions and backgrounds. But hopefully this shines some light on why what we're dealing with is so bizarre and so unexplainable, and that you have them protecting each other each level. So I'll let him talk. I'm not as informed as he is. Check it out.
Unheard of. But not in Freemasonry, not in the secret society world. I told you, you don't know who you're dealing with and what's coming for us all. Here's what they think of the public. Here in speaking to the candidate, it's stated, but have a care not to defile the sanctuary by a spirit of curiosity, meaning don't try to join us just for fun. And take care not to increase the number of the vulgar and profane, meaning don't invite too many outsiders to join because they're vulgar and they're profane. This is more or less an invitation-only fraternity. Here from the Encyclopedia of Freemasonry again, written for Masons only and written by 33rd degree Masonic legend Albert Mackey, stating the same thing. Masonic definition of profane: one who is ignorant of the sacred rites of Freemasonry. One who is not allowed to enter the temple and behold the mysteries. And here, being uninitiated. That's the world at large. And here, from this old ritual book written by the same legendary author, in the 33rd degree initiation, the Mason drinks wine from a human skull, which has been the cause for a few to leave Masonry, because they wonder, whose skull is this? In the 30th degree, part of the ritual involves stabbing skulls. Illustrated right here. The process of submitting the member further and further involves things like this. See, the candidate who's seeking admission into the next degree to receive more light has to be humiliated and intimidated. This guy here has his foot on the candidate's head. This is what our celebrities and politicians and the most prominent members of our society have done and continue to do. No one is exempt from this. And this is the intimidating and frightening path that you must take that binds you to the secret society before you are revealed the true beliefs of the religion. So can you see the risks I'm taking? You have to stay till the end. Don't let me down. Don't let yourself down or your fellow man. Believe me, it'll be worth it. Now here's one of the 3 greatest Freemasons of all time, who actually helped construct the 33 degrees or rituals of modern Freemasonry, Albert Pike. A hideous man with a deeply complicated mind, and one who will soon help you to see who they really are. This is how important he is to Freemasonry. He's buried here, in the House of the Temple, a Washington Masonic Lodge, just around the corner from the White House.
Meaning he's the winner of the X Factor. He was a celebrity, and he was involved. He was involved in the Freemasons. His leader was a 32nd degree Mason, and this guy says that he was a great guy, a nice guy, and to get to the 33rd level, he will explain it. I think we'll get to it. You have to be judged whether you're corrupt or evil or not. His leader at the 32nd level was never invited to the 33rd level because he was a good man. And he was not able to, they in their opinion, able to accept what the knowledge is that you'll get on the 33rd level. Now, let me tell you something. You've seen shocking pictures of celebrities that we all know, that we all love, that we've all seen over and over. And they've shown you the symbols. Here's the one you missed that is very important, and it shocked me. Look again. You can see the 6 here, right? Then you have another 6. Then you have another 6. This symbol is 666. And they throw it around all the time. Look again. You can see. Let me tell you something else. Look at Google's symbol. Right now, their new symbol is a circle with 3 different colors. When you look at it, and once I tell you, you won't be able to unsee it. It's a 666. All of the people that are running the world, it's impossible to stop now. That's what he's saying in this. Your only salvation is going to come in the afterlife. There's a reason that they're not going against Muhammad. There's a reason that they're not going against Buddha or Vishnu, and they don't hate those people. They hate Jesus Christ. Why? Because he is the one true God, and they mock him.
He was called the Grand Commander, Sovereign Pontiff of Universal Freemasonry, a giant of this secret society, the only Confederate general who has his own statue. And who were the Confederates? The dudes that fought for slavery, not against it, defeated by Abraham Lincoln, who was surrounded by these Freemasons, and who was assassinated by this one, John Wilkes Booth, doing the same sign of the Master of the Second Veil. A Freemason assassinated Abraham Lincoln. Undisputable. when you have the eyes to see.
Here comes the
Now,
Kennedy
Albert
part.
Pike writes in his colossal work, which some refer to as the Bible of Freemasonry, called Morals and Dogma, and on page 113 he says, "What can there be in common between the vile multitudes and the sublime wisdom?" That's what Freemasons possess, sublime wisdom. That's what their secret is. It's sublime.
This one killed me because one of my favorite bands is Sublime. And you saw earlier, what's her name? Ain't No Holler, Get Back Girl, doing the Freemasonry symbol, who was one of the best friends of Bradley Noel in the Sublime band.
Secret I'll reveal to you. Now, just quickly, here's Freemason Kanye West. Here he's giving the Masonic grip to his brother Mason Jay-Z. Look at the lapel he's wearing in this picture. It's the same double-headed eagle as on the front cover of the so-called Bible of Freemasonry, Morals and Dogma, written by the Grand Commander Sovereign Pontiff of the religion that Kanye and Jay-Z have been sworn into, and thus
Where do you see who else
to
is in
international
there,
success.
Jen? What do you see?
His Christian conversion isn't what it seems, and you'll soon see what job he has to do. Now look at what else Freemasonry thinks of the uninitiated, from the words of the Grand Commander himself. The truth must be kept secret, and the masses need a teaching proportioned to their imperfect reason. I hope you're listening, because we're about to get going here. These truths were covered from the common people as with a veil. There's that veil again. And the mysteries were carried into every country. Freemasonry was secretly imported from the East into the whole world to weave its web in the darkness, to increase and advance its agenda. The sages, meaning the enlightened ones, always had an esoteric creed, unknown to the vulgar. And here he says, to the end that the vulgar herd, seeing, might not see anything, and hearing, might comprehend nothing. Are they right? Am I wasting my time, laying it all down for nothing? Because they know you so well? Your favorite celebrity and politician's secret religion is beyond the reach of the vulgar. Vulgar is what you are to them. He won't tell you. She won't tell you. And they won't tell you. Because the other obscene penalties from the rituals of Freemasonry include having your ear and hand chopped off, or both hands, being hung in your own home, and my personal favorite, having the top of your skull cut off so your brain is cooked in the sun. Now, can you imagine what they're hiding? And then the ritual monitor goes on to illustrate the same secret handshakes and signs. Hidden hand, sign of silence. These people mocking us, sometimes to our face with their symbolism, while we respect them, admire them, and sometimes even love them and idolize them. All of them partaking in the same initiation rituals, to belong to the secret society, a prerequisite for success, to belong to the religion that gives you everything you want, everything your heart desires. While the Gospels teach accurately that the heart is wicked. Now here is a practical example of how Freemasonry comes first, even above the title of president. Here's a portrait of George Washington doing the sign of the Master of the Second Veil, and here, Freemason, before and above president. And if you think that's just by chance that they put the word Freemason above president, then here, read this genuine quote from Harry Truman. This should tell you how deep the consequences of Masonic initiation go and what lies deep within. It's Freemasonry above everything else. There's the Queen showing her allegiance over and over. And here's the Queen leaving a very special hospital with a very special nurse.
I will post the link for this. It's a 3.5-hour documentary from him. I couldn't help but think this looks like somebody we know. If anybody else catch my drift. But they They protect the pedos. Translucent. Look at Epstein Island. There's many more islands like that. And they have no problem lying to us because we are the profane. We are dirtbag. We are scum. They have no problem lying to us. This symbol and this symbol upside down are both posted at the entrance of the city of Moscow and many towns across the country. I will post the link. I don't want to interrupt this.
And this was the Queen's father, fully dressed in his Masonic regalia, and that God-forsaken apron they wear, which also hides something, just like the square and compass. In fact, what the apron hides is what the square and compass really represents. And it's staring you right in the face. Can you see it yet? Prince Charles, handshake, hidden hand. Prince Harry, Prince William. And here is the Grand Master of English Freemasonry, Prince Edward, also in full gear. What a lovely looking chap. And now he's giving the Masonic grip in front of this stone that was placed there to memorialize his visit to Cape Town Lodge. And what about this guy? Prince Philip, husband of the Queen. Do you remember him saying this? Yeah, and here's the article in case you think he didn't. Initiated member. Do you slowly see what the Masonic mindset is? We are beneath them. And the craziest thing is, if they can turn you into what they think of you, then you deserve what's coming. It's a natural law. It's the law of nature. And I'll soon show you their real Bible, for lack of a better term, which justifies it all, and the one which guides their morals. And it makes a lot of sense, because the power of the deceptive phenomenon of Freemasonry lies in the fact that it contains real truth, intertwined with untruth. Now, this actual book that guides their morals and plans, it isn't written by hand, and it's been around longer than the Bible. So they think it's purer, sublime as they call it. And it's the foundation on which the religion is built upon. And that Bible, so-called, that unwritten Bible, is the key to unlocking its secrets. I'm going to hand you that key. And it's all going to come together like a flood. So they're going to own it all by their own words and actions. And they're going to introduce us to a new system of life, but only after a number of shocking events take place, which I'm so close to telling you about.
A number of shocking events. It will be impossible for us to ever get to the heart of this case. But when you see the bigger picture, things start to make sense.
But first, I have to tell you the name of the secret religion and the identity of the I. Now, for the few of you that think of hospitals and charities and nursing homes when you hear the word Freemason, a word which I soon hope to never speak again after this video, well, it's a front, a cover story, and like everything else in this presentation, I'm going to show you. This too is for the poor Freemasons that are going to have the call to make an appearance in the comment section trying to defend their beloved fraternity. This is 33rd degree Freemason Manly Hall, who was named Freemason of the Century by the Scottish Rite Journal in 1990. And you'd be surprised how many Masons haven't heard of him, because they don't bother entering the Masonic library and searching out the mysteries themselves. These same Masons think they know something, and they parade themselves on websites trying and social media, calling people like me, oh, he's just an anti-Mason, anti-Mason. Blind fools at best, deceivers at worst. Well, the Freemason of the Century wrote in this book, and in this chapter, Freemasonry is a fraternity within a fraternity, an outer organization, concealing an inner brotherhood of the elect. one visible and the other invisible. The visible society is a splendid camaraderie of free and accepted men and women, enjoined to devote themselves to ethical, educational, fraternal, patriotic, and humanitarian causes and concerns like hospitals and charities. But the invisible society is a secret and most august fraternity whose members are dedicated to the service of a mysterious arcanum arcanorum, and meaning mystery of mysteries. Now I wonder what that could be. So once again, don't listen to the lost or deceptive Masons that'll come here trying to cheat you from the truth, telling you that I don't know what I'm talking about or calling me an anti-Mason. Because there you just heard it. There's a Masonry for the majority of Masons, and then there's the real thing, the secret religion, which should shock you when it's announced. These same lost or deceptive Masons also love to repeat, like parrots, that Freemasonry is not a religion. Well, what does the Freemason of the century have to say about that? From this book, he writes, Masonry is essentially a religious order. Not just a little bit religious, but essential. And here, the iconic giant of Freemasonry says in Morals and Dogma, every Masonic lodge is a temple of religion, and its teachings are instructions in religion. So please, sit down, Masons, because Freemasonry is a religion. And soon, I'm going to tell you what it's really called. Now look at this from the same book, and speaking about fellow Freemasons being initiated in the lodge room. Part of the symbols are displayed there to the initiate, but he is intentionally misled by false interpretations. Their true explication is reserved for the princes of Freemasonry. The whole body of the royal art, which you'll know all about soon, was hidden so carefully in the higher degrees. So you see, the whole thing is built on lies, and the ultimate liar lives inside the triangle above the pyramid, so that even the highest Masons are living a monstrous lie. Wake up, Masons, even you are deceived, just as the public is, unless of course you're hungry enough to want to acquire all the power and climb up that pyramid closer to the eye that sees all. In that case, close your mouth, go back to your lodge, and good luck to you. Or, of course, grow some kahunas and be honest. But then you can't, right? Because you'd be breaking your oath. Sad. Oh, it's good to be free, under the wing of the true master. Stick around if you're interested, and you'll get to see some wonder. When I pull that cloak called Freemasonry right off, and those that are still here watching will get to see the true colours of the nakedness and the horror of the Masonic Lodge, and the religion that rules them all. Another thing that Masons will repeatedly say is that this has nothing to do with Freemasonry, and it's just a conspiracy theory. Well, the 33rd degree Freemason of the century also wrote this book about 100 years ago, The Secret Destiny of America, and look at the front cover. And I'll tell you why America is so important for the ultimate goal of the secret society. It's disturbing, but it's also essential in understanding the near future and what's going to take place. So for the Freemasons that still say that this is not a Masonic design, especially this Masonic website called Masonic Info, insisting here that even the eye in the triangle or pyramid is not Masonic. Completely laughable and pure disinformation for the stupid masses. Try arguing against this. This is from a 1960 copy of the New Age magazine, an official organ of the Supreme Council of 33rd Degrees. No higher authority in the United States to speak of the relationship between Freemasonry and the US $1 bill. Masonic symbolism in a $1 bill. Look at them all. 13 leaves, 13 bars, 13 feathers, so on and so forth, and of course this, the Masonic all-seeing eye, located in the pyramid. So you think this is a conspiracy theory or just a plain conspiracy? Well, here's JFK, yes, a Freemason, but one who had enough. when he wanted to print money disassociated from the Masonic central banks, just like Abraham Lincoln. And he paid the price for it as well. Listen to the speech we never hear about in school. More proof that they control the education system here and everywhere. Please, just have a quick listen to this.
Ladies and gentlemen, the very word secrecy is repugnant in a free and open society, and we are, as a people, inherently and historically opposed to secret societies, to secret oaths, and to secret proceedings. For we are opposed around the world by a monolithic and ruthless conspiracy that relies primarily on covert means. I am asking your help in the tremendous task of informing and alerting the American people.
Sorry, this is me noodling around the guitar. Okay, I'm going to post the link to this. I wanted to stop there. Because, wow. I was not ready for that one. Not even in the least bit. Not even in the least bit. So I will post the link here if I still have it open. That's a troubling one to see. So let me see what I have here.
I've lost a couple by accident, and a couple of them.
I appreciate everybody sticking with me through that. I hope you had learned something if you hadn't seen it before. If you were familiar with it, I hope that it gave you a little more insight. Let me see if I can find.
Good morning.
Well, it keeps popping up in my feed. Let me see.
And today I am continuing my podcast where I cover the Idaho 4 case or the case against Bryan Kohberger. And I hope you're all doing good today. We're halfway through the week. We're almost to the weekend. I'm right there with you, and I can't wait for it to be here. So anyway, if you have plans for the weekend already, let me know in the chat. And also just drop, oh gosh, I don't know if I'm public. Let me just double check that. If you could just drop an emoji in the chat so I know we're live, because I kind of scheduled this a little bit later. Oh, good. Trish is here. Oh, welcome, Echoes of Clarity. If you don't know her channel, go check it out. And we have Justice here as well. Awesome tribute channel to the Idaho 4. You should definitely check her out. Yeah, I'm just starting. I just got done with the members live. And you guys actually might be interested in the topic. In our members live, we just got done with, hey, Paul. We just got done with the members live, and the topic was, in a live stream last night, there was this huge topic, and it was a very popular live stream. There was I think there was 700 people watching at a certain point. And the whole point of this live stream is they were suggesting maybe DNA was found in Bryan's car. And what we were talking about in our members live is that we were reading aloud a letter that was written by Steve Gonsalves, and it basically says there's no connection to these girls. It was written in the spring, and it was actually pleading with a famous author saying, sir, if you found information connecting these girls to this man, you need to provide that to Bill Thompson, because there is no connection. Ann Taylor also said it in open court as well. So it was just we were talking back and forth that could that be possible or not. So if you watched that show last night, if you have an opinion on it, I'd love to know in the chat or in the comments below. So I want to get right into a couple of things. And for me, I want to do a broader look at all the paperwork that has been submitted and talk about some very specific things that I've read in this paperwork. So the first thing I'm going to say is last night, listening to other people's perspectives, I heard a lot of people saying that Ann Taylor or the defense of Bryan was trying to do everything they could for their client. The term they used was broader look at all the spaghetti at the wall to see if it would stick. And I kind of want to push back on that thought process a little bit. So we saw all these documents released recently, essentially a document dump. And what I want to point out is it wasn't done at random. There was a deadline, and this deadline was for all additional discovery, not new discovery, but all discovery they have. Any issues with discovery they were to bring up. They also brought up that they needed to bring up grievances. And now is the time to bring up grievances. And if there's something in these that, whether it's for or against Bryan, that's not the point. They're arguing about the way that it was obtained. And so what I wanted to point out to you guys is that right before this document dump happened, we had 2 other documents in the days preceding that. And the 2 documents that they had were motions requests for discovery. So the defense is still asking for evidence right now. And so it's not just that she's arguing these things. She had to by a certain date but they're arguing that these things they don't even have everything they need. So if you look at the two motions, and these were literally within a few days of each other, and they were all done about a week prior to this paperwork being filed. They probably thought if they requested it, maybe they'd get it in court, but it didn't happen, apparently. What they're saying in these two requests are Exhibits O and Exhibit R. So what's Exhibit O? Exhibit O is likely the cast information or the tracking information. So they still haven't obtained that, which is really interesting because on September 6th, I believe, was the deadline for them to hand over all the metadata information. And it was tricky because they had change of venue right at that time. So I'm thinking maybe they vacated that date. I don't know. I'd love to know what you think in the chat, but it would make sense if they vacated that date, and that's why they're now asking for Exhibit O. The other thing I will bring up is that Exhibit R is very likely the FBI subpoena. It kind of seems to coincide with that May 30th deadline where the defense was like, hey, can we please have this copy of the subpoenas you used? And the prosecution said, no, we're just going to give you what they produced. You have no need for those subpoenas. And what it looks like they're arguing inside these motions to suppress the arrest and the search warrant, it looks like what they're arguing is that the dates. They don't think these dates are correct. And they're citing at least recklessness involved in that. So I'm going to get right into read you a couple things out of these documents and then just give you some other perspectives. So the first thing I'm going to turn to is the arrest warrant. And I would like to read to you the second issue that they have with it, which is on page 2. And in this, I'm just going to read a couple of points together and make my point. I said the court should apply Idaho's exclusionary rule and law to this search. Number 1. Number 2, the affidavit submitted in support of the application for the issue search warrant recklessly or intentionally omitted material information. Mr. Kohberger has filed a motion for a Frank's hearing and without repeat incorporates that challenges the search warrant. Do you think that they're referencing the metadata? I mean, what do you guys think? Do you think they're referencing the subpoenas? This is, I mean, I specifically brought up Exhibit O and Exhibit R, but is there more? And when they say they've omitted information, what we also learned in this new paperwork is the defense of Brian Kohberger. So Kohberger, the prosecution is saying Kohberger turned off his phone. And the defense is saying, no, he headed south and lost service. That's really weird. You should have metadata information that tells you either way. And there's somebody here, and I'm live streaming. So I'm going to put the arrest warrant down. And the next document I wanted to talk to you about